Chapter 44:28. However, just as the snow sprite's sharp claws dragged the autumn rat across the snowy plains and was about to choose a place to eat, the snow sprite's body suddenly stopped. The snow-white fur all over its body exploded with a schwa sound as its entire body silently fell into the snow. Immediately after, the originally tranquil snowy sky in the distant sky suddenly swept up several peerless hurricanes. The hurricanes were like huge spirals that swept across the sky ostentatiously. The fluttering snowflakes and the seemingly solidified red clouds in the sky were stirred up at the same time. It was the appearance of a storm. What was special was that just as the hurricanes rose, a valiant aura of a king surged over from afar. It couldn't help but fill up the entire sky. Even the snow on the snowy plains and mountain ranges were swept up. Even the solid ice city cracked with creaking sounds. Whoosh! The snow spear instinctively threw away the autumn rat's corpse. Its body didn't run away at all. It immediately rushed into the snow and disappeared in a moment. Looking behind the snow spear, the originally cheerful autumn rats had long disappeared without a trace. Only the corpse of the autumn rat with green-red blood flowing on its head was left staring blankly at the sky, allowing the swirling snowflakes to float past its big nose. The snow spear looked up at the sky. Autumn rat looked at the sky. As the wind blew and the clouds swayed, three huge figures appeared. The first was a dragon. The dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Demonic clouds covered its body. Behind the dragon was a vermilion bird with flames all over its body. The vermilion bird's flames burned the space until it distorted. Its entire body gave off an ethereal feeling. On the vermilion bird's right was a huge spider with a colorful body. This spider was different from ordinary spiders. Its entire demonic body was slightly longer, and its huge claws flashed with a pitch-black luster. Between the spider's carapace and between the joints of its claws, there was a lot of golden fur. The fur swayed in the wind, and a lot of pitch-black demonic chi surged out. The demonic chi was mixed with thick blood. When it landed on the spider's carapace, it actually revealed the shape of dragon scales. What was special was that on the spider's swaying head, some valiant dragon might would faintly emerge from a protrusion from time to time. Weren't the three demons who had broken the tranquility of the snowland the three great saints of the demon race who had come to the northernmost part of the thousand demons' sacred realm for an exploration, the mystic armored pentaceratops, the red flame vermilion bird, and the nether dragon spider? The three great saints of the demon clan naturally couldn't pay attention to Autumn Rat and Snow Shark on the snowy plains. That huge figure flashed past Autumn Rat's dead eyes, and his vast vital consciousness had already scattered into the distance. Cough cough. The nether demonic dragon spider coughed and said in a hoarse voice, "Dragon Sage, who do you think this new 7-star great saint is? I've been waiting in the Great Sage Hall for so long, but he hasn't come. Could it be that he can avoid the Great Sage Hall's star bridge?" Humph. The mystic armored pentaceratops snorted coldly like thunder. "How would I know? I'm just a 1-star great saint. I don't have the strength to resist the star bridge, but maybe this 7-star great saint can." Kiki. The scarlet flame vermilion bird laughed shrilly. Its voice was very similar to Zhu Mei's in the past. "I just don't know how strong this 7-star great saint is. I wonder who's stronger between him and Rock Sage." The scarlet flame vermilion bird's words seemed to have provoked the pentaceratops. The pentaceratops curled its tail and roared towards the sky. In the sky, a huge hole appeared in the clouds. Behind the hole, a beam of sunlight pierced through the hole. Although the sunlight seemed to have faded, it was still orange in color. Its sharpness pierced through the darkness of the sky. It was as if the pentaceratops was angry. The scarlet flame vermilion bird smiled and said, "Let's not talk about that dog's hit 7-star great saint. Who knows what he is? I'm curious about Sage Ni's actions in the Great Sage Hall. Sage Ni. The nether demonic dragon spider was slightly taken aback. He asked curiously, what's so strange about him? This guy is usually very scheming and has always been on good terms with Dragon Sage. This extreme north. If it were normal, he would have instigated Sage Peng to come here. The scarlet flame vermilion bird smiled. After all, Sage Peng's flying speed is extremely fast. If there's any danger, he can easily escape. Why did he insist on dragging Sage Peng to Bai Qingyu for no reason? If he went to flatter the ancestor's descendant, there's no need for Sage Peng to follow him, right? Could it be? Before the nether demonic dragon spider could speak, the mystic armored pentaceratops coldly asked, could it be what? Could it be that he knows about the 7-star great saint's background? Then he turned to approach Sage Peng. Or, could it be that this 7-star great saint is related to the ancestor? The scarlet flame vermilion bird probed. The nether demonic dragon spider shouted, impossible. If this 7-star great saint is related to the ancestor, how could Sage Bei not know? That day in the Great Sage Hall, he solemnly swore that the ancestor had never appeared in the past 10,000 years. Sage Bei. His head. Oh, wrong, his brainless demonic body. The mystic armored pentaceratops coldly smiled and said, if he knows about the 7-star great saint's background, this sage will break off his dragon horn and give it to you. Ha, dragon sage, you said it yourself. The nether demonic dragon spider laughed and said, this sage has been coveting your dragon horn for a long time. Damn it, if this sage dares to give it to you, you dare to take it. The mystic armored pentaceratops glared at the nether demonic dragon spider. Although you have the demonic dragon's bloodline, are you sure you can subdue the dragon intent in this sage's dragon horn? Hee, how would I know if I don't try? Dragon sage, why don't you let this sage try? The nether demonic dragon spider said shamelessly. Scram! The mystic armored pentaceratops roared and shouted, this sage doesn't have time to dawdle with you. Let's hurry up and see what's going on in the Qijing, Yuanfeng, and Bingqin demon realms, then quickly return to Cultivate. Hee. Seeing that the mystic armored pentaceratops didn't want to talk about the golden rock, the scarlet flame vermilion bird smiled and said, speaking of Bai Qingyu, this sage has some news. What news? The mystic armored pentaceratops' curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask. Dragon Sage, the Qijing demon realm isn't far from here, right? Let's hurry over and take a look. The scarlet flame vermilion bird said solemnly, after all, the 3 demon realms have been completely destroyed, and even the great demons of Zhangyu Heaven haven't returned, damn it, the mystic armored pentaceratops roared. Rumble. A pitch-black thunderbolt appeared out of nowhere. Speak quickly. If you don't speak, this daddy will kill you. Don't be anxious, Dragon Sage. The scarlet flame vermilion bird replied with a smile, unafraid of the mystic armored pentaceratops. This sage merely happened to hear the discussion of 2 great demons when passing by the dark flux demon realm. At first, this sage didn't pay much attention to it, but when Sage and I pulled Sage Peng to Bai Qingyu in the Great Sage Hall, this sage recalled this matter. Sparrow Sage, you are quite scheming. The nether demonic dragon spider said with a smile. You actually restrained yourself from mentioning Bai Qingyu's matter until now. Damn it, this sage forgot about it, the scarlet flame vermilion bird shrieked, as though trying to explain. Seeing the scarlet flame vermilion bird trying to delay the matter, the mystic armored pentaceratops said coldly, Sparrow Sage, it's up to you whether you want to speak or not. When this sage returns to the Great Sage Hall, I will first tell Sage and I about this matter. That can't be, Dragon Sage. The scarlet flame vermilion bird said with a bitter expression. You also know that Sage Ni is the type to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. This sage only knows a little bit of information, so it shouldn't be enough for him to remember it, right? Speak quickly. The mystic armored Pentaceratops roared again. The scarlet flame vermilion bird wasn't delaying the matter, he was testing whether the mystic armored Pentaceratops really didn't know about Bai Qingyu's matter. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything from the mystic armored Pentaceratops' expression. Thus, he said with a smile, this sage heard that Bai Qingyu was holding a banquet. It seems that Bai Qingyu's demon king suppressed a human cultivator and wanted to use him to attract some humans to serve as food. What kind of bullshit is this? The mystic armored Pentaceratops didn't wait for the scarlet flame vermilion bird to finish speaking. The matter of a demon king attracted Sage Ni. Sage Ni even pulled Sage Ping over. Did he think that a human cultivator could lure the human race's sage of literature? Unless the human cultivator was immortal Emperor Go Chen's princess. TCH. The nether demonic dragon spider immediately followed up on the mystic armored Pentaceratops' words. If it was immortal Emperor Go Chen's princess, that demon king wouldn't dare to suppress her even if he had 10 times the guts. Spider Sage, you're too full of yourself. The scarlet flame vermilion bird laughed. Bai Qinyu's demon king is Sage Bei's descendant. So what if he's Sage Bei's descendant? The nether demonic dragon spider asked, unconvinced. Even if Sage Bei wanted to suppress an immortal Emperor Go Chen's princess, he had to consider the consequences. What if it was you, ancestor? The scarlet flame vermilion bird's crimson flames shot up for thousands of feet. This. The nether demonic dragon spider was at a loss for words. The mystic armored Pentaceratops laughed. Spider Sage, don't listen to Sage Vermilion Bird. Why would Ancestor care about a demon king? That's right, that's right. The nether demonic dragon spider immediately glared at the scarlet flame vermilion bird and shouted, why would Ancestor care about a human cultivator? This human cultivator naturally isn't immortal Emperor Go Chen's princess. The scarlet flame vermilion bird didn't care and said casually, as for who she is, I don't know. However, I do know that other than Bai Qingyu, there's also Shrouding Sky Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain. Shrouding Sky Ridge. Ancient Bell Mountain. The mystic armored Pentaceratops was a bit surprised. Are those all the demon realms of Sage Bei's descendants? Of course not. The scarlet flame vermilion bird laughed. Shrouding Sky Ridge is the demon realm of one of Sage Peng's descendants, and Ancient Bell Mountain is the demon realm of one of Sage Ni's descendants. No wonder you didn't say anything in the Great Sacred Hall. The nether demonic dragon spider waved its claws in the air as if it was laughing. So these 3 demon realms are related to Sage Peng, Sage Ni, and Sage Bei. That's good. The mystic armored Pentaceratops said faintly, if Sage Peng and Qi Jing came, I might be. Hee, why would he drag me to Bai Qingyu? He probably has some other plans in mind, right? The mystic armored Pentaceratops suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Its dragon body suddenly emitted a blinding light as it turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. Chapter 44-29. The scarlet flame vermilion bird was taken aback when he saw the profound armored pentahorned dragon's strange behavior. He hurriedly released his Yuan will, and as expected, when he saw the situation in the distance, he was also shocked. He spread his wings and flames burned fiercely. The scarlet flame vermilion bird's huge body also disappeared in a flash. We're already here, what's the hurry? The nether demonic dragon spider muttered as its body shook. Then, a dozen of its claws tore the space apart, and its figure disappeared. When the 3 great saints of the demon race appeared in the sky, their gazes fell on the ground in front of them, and they remained silent for a long time. Beneath the 3 great sages was an abyss that spanned 1,000,000 miles. The abyss was at least 10,000 feet deep. Inside the abyss, snowflakes danced in the air, but the strange thing was that the abyss was different from the snow on the ground. At the bottom of the abyss, there was a thin layer of snow. Due to the heat of the earth, there were many places where the dark green soil was exposed to the night sky. However, there seemed to be a layer of phosphorescence in the dark green soil, which shone brightly in the night sky. This abyss was actually so big that one couldn't see the end of it. Layers upon layers of light flickered like sparkling waves. How can this be? After a long while, the nether demonic dragon spider said in a low voice, "The whale demon realm is an inland sea, right? How did it become an abyss?" "The sea is gone, so it naturally became an abyss." The scarlet flame vermilion bird replied in a low voice. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The nether demonic dragon spider said in shock, "How can this be? How can millions of miles of sea be gone just like that? Not even a drop of water or a piece of ice is gone." The profound armored pentahorn dragon said coldly, "It's not just the water, even the whale demon race was killed." "Yes." The scarlet flame vermilion bird sighed. "The whale demon race are all sea beasts that are close to 10,000 feet long. In terms of demonic bodies, they don't fear any demon race in the 1,000-demon sacred realm. There are also many great demons in the whale demon race. Although the demon king didn't reach the 8th grade of origin energy, it was close to the 8th grade. The great demons of Blue Moon Sky all died here. How could a demonic beast king with an upper 7th grade elemental energy survive?" The profound armored pentahorn dragon said coldly. "The problem is..." The nether demonic dragon spider said curiously, "It's not just the monster kings and great monsters. There are many sea monsters in the Qi Jing demon realm. Apart from the Qi Jing, there are also Ji Bao, Qin Kun, and other monster clans. Although they are not as large as the Qi Jing, they are also very agile. How could they not know how to escape? Take a look at this place. Not only is there no seawater, there isn't even a single piece of flesh or remains. It is indeed rather strange." The profound armored pentagonal dragon said coldly, "I'm afraid the humans are up to something. Let's go check it out." Didn't the human race have a saying? If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Since you've done it, you'll definitely leave behind some clues. All right. The crimson flame vermilion bird nodded and flapped its wings, flying in a certain direction. The mystic pentaceratops dragon let out a long roar and also flew in a certain direction. Only the netherworld demonic dragon spider hesitated for a moment before it also rushed in a certain direction. In less than an hour, the 3 great saints had all returned to the sect. Dragon Sage, Sparrow Sage. The netherworld demonic dragon spider was the first to speak. "I wonder what you've discovered." This great saint couldn't find anything. "This place is extremely strange. There isn't even a trace of a dissipated soul left behind. Everything within hundreds of thousands of miles is a dead zone." The crimson flame vermilion bird nodded as well. "That's right. This great saint also couldn't find any clues. There isn't a single trace of the human race or any other demonic beast race that has been here." The profound armored pentagonal dragon looked into the distance and didn't speak for a long time. Although it didn't answer, the crimson flame vermilion bird and the netherworld demonic dragon spider knew that it hadn't discovered anything. "Sparrow Sage, Spider Sage." The profound armored pentagonal dragon retracted its gaze from the abyss and said, "Did you notice that the bottom of this abyss, as well as the 4 walls, are all extremely flat?" "No." The crimson flame vermilion bird was stunned for a moment before it casually replied. Its vital consciousness swept toward the abyss, as well as the place where the abyss connected to the ground in the distance. The crimson flame vermilion bird exclaimed in shock, as expected. This is really strange. How can it be so flat? Could it be that the human race has repaired this place? That's true. The netherworld demonic dragon spider looked at the flat bottom of the abyss and said in agreement, not to mention the mud at the bottom of the Qijing demonic realm's inner sea, there should be a lot of reefs and rocks. But now, there isn't even a trace of them. It's as if the entire demon realm seabed had been flattened by a boulder millions of kilometers in size. What's even stranger is that the four walls look as if they've been cut by a blade. The profound armored pentagonal dragon said coldly. Could it be that the human race is trying to show off to our thousand demonic sacred realm? Or are they trying to express something? Don't think about the human race for now. The crimson flame vermilion bird shook its head. If they wanted to wipe out all the demonic beasts in the Qijing demonic realm, how many high-level cultivators would the human race have to send over? There's no way our thousand demonic sacred realm wouldn't have noticed. Perhaps it's the work of some demonic beast king. Which demonic beast king? Sparrow Sage, why don't you tell us who has the ability to destroy the Qijing demonic realm to such an extent? The profound armored pentagonal dragon retorted. I can say without reservation that even if it's Sparrow Sage, you wouldn't be able to burn the entire Qijing demonic realm to the ground with your scarlet flames. And that's under the circumstances where no information was leaked. That's true. The crimson flame vermilion bird nodded slightly. And the great demons of Tsangyu heaven. The nether demonic dragon spider agreed. Who would dare to attack so brazenly? That's the #1 expert of our thousand demonic sacred realm. At this point, the nether demonic dragon spider hurriedly shut its mouth and changed its words. That's the 6 great sages of our thousand demonic sacred realm. Bullshit, it's the 7 great sages now. The profound armored pentagonal dragon cursed. The nether demonic dragon spider was a bit embarrassed and angry, but its claws moved, and it pointed to the bottom of the abyss. And this phosphorescence, it's also strange. It seems to be embedded in the soil at the bottom of the abyss, and even the snow can't cover it. What about the bottom of the abyss? The profound armored pentagonal dragon asked. I haven't seen it yet. The nether demonic dragon spider muttered. The crimson flame vermilion bird smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you to take a look first. This is Spider Saint's innate ability, and it's something we can't compare to. Dragon Saint, Sparrow Saint, please wait a moment. The nether demonic dragon spider nodded, and the demonic chi around its body gradually surged out. The blood-red light was particularly dazzling in the night, and when it waved its claws, demonic clouds similar to the nether demonic chi surged out, and the nether demonic dragon spider's body fell into the abyss. Seeing the nether demonic dragon spider's body disappear, the crimson flame vermilion bird suddenly said, Dragon Saint, you really didn't find anything? Oh. What does Sparrow Saint mean? Could it be that you think I wouldn't say anything if I found something? The profound armored pentagonal dragon asked coldly. The crimson flame vermilion bird chuckled and said in a low voice, That's not it. It's just that I feel that Dragon Saint is the true #1 expert of our great sage temple, so how could you not find anything? Humph. The profound armored pentagonal dragon snorted. Maybe in the past, but with the 7-star great sage, I'm not so sure anymore. Dragon Saint. The crimson flame vermilion bird suddenly changed the topic. Do you think the 7-star great sage has something to do with the Chi whale demonic realm? Oh. The profound armored pentagonal dragon was stunned for a moment, then its eyes lit up. It nodded and said, You're right. The Chi whale demonic realm is an inner sea. If the 7-star great sage became a great sage in the void at the bottom of the sea, then his aura might be blocked by the endless sea. This 7-star great sage is a great sage that has never appeared in our thousand demons sacred realm. If he can borrow the power of the moon and stars when he becomes a great sage, then it's not impossible for him to wipe out the entire Chi Whale demonic realm. Then there's the question. The Crimson Flame Vermilion Bird asked with interest. Why would he wipe out the entire Chi Whale demonic realm? Is it because of hatred? Is the 7-star great sage also a member of the sea race? No, it should be to hide his identity. The profound armored pentagonal dragon shook its head. The reason why he didn't use the star bridge to go to the great sage temple is because he doesn't want us to know his true body. According to this conjecture, he also wiped out the entire Chi Whale demonic realm to hide his identity. It's fine if he wiped out the entire Chi Whale clan. But why would he destroy the entire inner sea? The Crimson Flame Vermilion Bird didn't understand. Deliberately mystifying. The profound armored pentagonal dragon was even more certain. So that we can't guess that he did it. Only a 7-star great sage can be unafraid of the rock sage in Blue Moon Heaven, and dare to kill the great demons of Blue Moon Heaven. If that's the case. The Crimson Flame Vermilion Bird was shocked. It looked towards the bottom of the abyss and cried out, "The spider sage is in danger. Quick!" The profound armored pentagonal dragon also came to a realization. It hurriedly urged its dragon body and cried out, "We'll go help the spider sage." Boom! Just as the two saints landed at the bottom of the abyss, a surge of demonic chi rose from the ground, and the nether demonic dragon spider hurriedly flew out. The mystic armored pentaceratops was startled, and its dragon body flashed with brilliance as it cried out, "Spider Saint, did you see something?" "No." Seeing the two saints coming, the nether demonic dragon spider immediately calmed down and smiled. "There's nothing in the abyss." "Then why are you so flustered?" The Crimson Flame Vermilion Bird urged. "You really didn't see anything? Whether it's a human, or a demon?" "No, I really didn't." The nether demonic dragon spider laughed. "This saint was afraid that the two great sages would get anxious from waiting, so I came out in a hurry. Humph, spider sage, you're a great sage of our great sage temple. Why are you so cowardly?" The Crimson Flame Vermilion Bird gave the nether demonic dragon spider some face, but the profound armored pentagonal dragon didn't care at all. Why would this saint be cowardly? The nether demonic dragon spider flatly denied. This saint was afraid that the two of you would get anxious from waiting. "Oh, I remember now. There's nothing special within 1,000 miles of the bottom of the abyss. As I travel further down, there seems to be some indescribable changes in the space, but I don't know what exactly it is. I'll have to ask Sage and I to come over and take a look." Chapter 44:30. All right. The Pentaceratops said helplessly, "We'll rush to the Yuanfeng and Bingqin demon realms now. If the situation is similar, we'll ask Saint and I to come over first." Just as the Pentaceratops said this, boom. In the night sky, outside the thick red clouds, a huge roar sounded. A huge beam of light from the stars and moons penetrated the clouds and fell. Although the beam of light was very far away from the three great sages, the heavy clouds formed a vortex under the bombardment of the beam of light, which was very obvious in the dark night sky. Then, boom, boom. Another 5 loud roars sounded in succession. The clouds that had been penetrated now had 5 more beams of light from the stars and moons falling. The entire cloud layer seemed to be torn apart by a huge hand. As the wind and clouds surged, the strong power of the stars and moons filled the entire sky. Like a tidal wave, the power of the stars and moons flooded the night sky. Just as the three great sages looked at each other, 1, 2. In just a few breaths, the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper appeared in the cloud hole. At this time, the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper connected in the starry sky and proudly looked down on the entire land of the demon race. The brilliant starlight not only illuminated the entire starry sky, but also the 1,000-demon sacred realm. The three great sages were shocked. Before they could think further, boom, boom, boom. 3 slightly soft roars sounded from the 3 great sages. The dragon horn of the Pentaceratops shone brightly, and the star marks engraved on the 5 segments of the dragon horn appeared out of thin air, condensing into a dragon-shaped star in the sky. Many beams of light from the stars and moons fell on it. The dragon horn on the top of its head was revealed. This dragon horn was also different from ordinary dragon horns. It had 5 petals, and each petal was engraved with star marks. These star marks flashed with a black brilliance under the crystal flowers, and they actually condensed into the shape of a dragon star. As for the scarlet flame vermilion bird, each of its wings had half an eye-catching star scar. These star scars emitted starlight along with the scarlet flames. When the pillars of starlight and moonlight fell into these star scars, they also appeared out of thin air like stars. The nether demonic dragon spider was a little different from the other 2 saints. First, blood gushed out from his abdomen, and then, more than half of a blood-colored star mark appeared. The beam of starlight and moonlight first fell on the blood before penetrating the star mark. As the star shadow rotated, a star shadow emitting the aura of the netherworld appeared below the nether demonic dragon spider. The 8th great saint, the nether demonic dragon spider, cried out in surprise. Not just the 8th great sage. The mystic armored Pentaceratops sensed the surging starlight tide in the entire 1,000 demons sacred realm, and coldly said, "And it's a 6-star great sage." "That's impossible," the crimson flame vermilion bird cried out. "Since when have the great sages of our 1,000-beast holy realm become so cheap?" It had only been a few months, yet 2 great sages had appeared in succession. One is a 7-star great sage, and the other is a 6-star great sage. How are the other great sages supposed to live? Boom, boom, boom. Before the crimson flame vermilion bird's words could even be heard, the entire starry sky was filled with rumbling sounds again, and this time, it didn't stop. Seeing that all the stars in the starry sky had been lit up, the extreme north, which was originally covered by thick layers of clouds, also shone brightly. Endless beams of light from the stars and the moon descended, not only sweeping away all the clouds, but also illuminating the earth as if it was daytime. 7 stars, 8 stars, 9 stars, 10 stars, 11 stars. The nether demonic dragon Pearl stared dumbfoundedly at the stars that lit up one by one. It was still counting in a daze. In the end, it simply stopped counting and roared, "Could it be that a supreme saint of myriad stars has appeared in my 1,000-demon sacred realm? It's not just 10,000 stars." The crimson flame vermilion bird was also somewhat puzzled. He coldly said, "It should be called the 10,000 stars great sage." No. This isn't a newly ascended great sage. Suddenly, the Pentaceratops mystic armored Pentaceratops pointed at where the Big Dipper was and shouted, "The Big Dipper doesn't have any brilliance at all. It's different from when we became great sages. This should be the work of that mysterious 7-star great sage." At this point, the 3 great sages looked at each other as if they had been enlightened. They shouted in unison, "Great Sage Hall. Galaxy Marrow Cleansing. Quick, let's hurry back to the Great Sage Hall." At this point, the Pentaceratops mystic armored Pentaceratops no longer cared about exploring the Yuan Feng and Bing Qin demon realms. He hurriedly said, "This 7-star great sage is too cunning. He tricked us into coming to the contract whale, and while Saint Ni and the others went to buy Qingyu, he used the star bridge that never disappeared to go to the Great Sage Hall to cleanse his marrow. From the looks of it, he must have grasped the ancient secret of the Great Sage Hall. If I'm not mistaken, he has a great secret. It might even be disadvantageous to us 6 great sages. We must take advantage of the fact that he has yet to complete his purification and kill him. Kill Myriad Star Great Sage. The nether demonic dragon spider was terrified. Even if we 6 great sages join forces, we're still no match for him. If he takes it one step at a time and slowly draws in the power of the stars, we naturally won't be his match. The profound armored pentagonal dragon urged its body forward, not caring whether the nether demonic dragon spider had caught up or not. It yelled, unfortunately, his greed is insatiable. He actually wants to activate all the stars in the entire Great Sage Hole. With so many stars wanting to carve star marks on his body, how could he possibly withstand it? Also, if we 6 great sages join forces, won't we take advantage of the time when he's focused on his marrow cleansing to make our move? That's right. Let's go. The vermilion bird also shouted. If I'm not mistaken, Saint Peng, Saint Ni, Saint Bei, and even the great ancestor should be rushing to the Great Sage Hall. Let's hurry back. The figures of the 3 great sages flashed in the night sky that was as bright as day, leaving behind a seemingly endless abyss that was incomparably cold under the starlight. Seeing that the night was as bright as day, Xiaohua already understood that this was a phenomenon caused by the 7-star great sage, Feng Wu, entering the Great Sage Hall. However, seeing that the stars in the sky had all fallen to dust, Xiaohua was still greatly shocked. He sent a group of disciples and cultivators back to Xinhua continent while he slowly flew in the starry sky. He felt the power of the stars and moon lingering around him like a lover's kiss, and he couldn't help but think to himself, this heavenly phoenix. What's his background? What's his goal? That day in the Legacy Realm, that voice was already extremely strange, and this heavenly phoenix's voice was even more resolute. What has the heavenly phoenix decided? It seems like this decision is very difficult, and it's better to die than to live. Legacy Realm, Legacy Realm. As the name implied, it was a place where the legacy of the younger generation was left behind. If the bloodline of the Absolute Saint was given to thousands of demons, it would naturally be a legacy. However, if this legacy was completely absorbed by the heavenly phoenix, what would it be? What kind of demon will it become? Absolute Sage Demon. That day in the Legacy Realm, this Xiao already felt that it was inconceivable that the heavenly phoenix obtained the bloodline of the Absolute Sage. Now, looking at the starry sky, this Xiao really doesn't dare to believe it. This demon itself. How big of a secret does it have? The more Xiaohua thought about it, the more he felt that this world was truly too big. He was already a Mahayana realm human, and was considered a supreme existence in the 3 continents. However, in front of these mysteries, he was inferior to an ant. Everything else aside, just the divine punishment that day. Even a demon as strong as Bei Xian couldn't resist at all in the face of the divine punishment. The entire 1,000 demons sacred realm, the bloodline of an entire continent's shell race, was taken away in that instant. Perhaps, this is the realm that this Xiao should pursue. All of a sudden, Xiaohua himself seemed to have transformed into a phoenix, into a heavenly star that overlooked the stars. All of the ordinary methods of the mortal world could not be seen in his eyes, and even some of the gratitude and grudges became fetters. Of course, it was only for an instant. Xiaohua understood something again. He thought of the scene when he comprehended the primordial violet aura in the primitive continent. He looked at the bright moon and stars, and countless demonic auras in the boundless 1,000 demons sacred realm. He smiled and said, this is the Phoenix Parasol's opportunity, and also the heavenly phoenix's ambition. It has nothing to do with this Xiao. Life has its order, death has its order. Do what you can and follow the will of the heavens. No matter where you go, don't let down the beautiful scenery by the roadside. This kind of life is interesting, right? I wonder if the heavenly phoenix, who bears such a heavy responsibility, knows what this Xiao is thinking. However, this Xiao still can't remember the origin of the heavenly phoenix. This memory is too old. Just like the dragon vein. Of course, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be related to the primitive continent. The primitive continent, it's really a mysterious continent. Perhaps if there's a chance, in the future. I'm afraid I'll have to go and take a look again. Roar. Just as he flew more than 10,000 li away from Bai Qingyu, an owl-like demon flapped its wings and pounced toward Xiao Hua with a roar. Not only did some black aura seep out from the feathers on this demon's body, the omnipresent splendor of the stars and moon condensed into an illusory figure that was several times larger around him. That demon looked very powerful as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled slightly. He raised his right hand, bent his middle finger, and then flicked it. Whoosh. The beam of moonlight shot out from between his fingers like an arrow. Boom. The beam of light hit the center of the demon's eyebrows at lightning speed. The beam of light, which was several feet in size, exploded like fireworks. Ayo ayo. The demon howled as it fell from the sky. It smashed into a mountain valley. Its huge wings flapped weakly, and its entire body twitched. However, the demon couldn't fly at all. Xiao Hua looked at this demon that was at the 5th grade of origin power and raised his index finger again. At this time, his index finger was already flashing with sword light. As long as Xiao Hua's index finger fell, this demon definitely wouldn't be able to see the sun of tomorrow. However, just as Xiao Hua's index finger fell, Xiao Hua laughed again. Damn it, why should I compete with this little demon? Not to mention that I'm already a Grand Ascension stage human. Feng Wu is already a great sage of the Great Sage Hall. Previously, he was already a 7-star great sage. If the golden-winged Great Ping hadn't made a breakthrough recently, the title of #1 expert of the demon race would definitely belong to Feng Wu. And now, Feng Wu is borrowing the power of the Great Sage Hall to engrave star patterns on his body. I believe that after this opportunity, even the golden-winged Great Ping won't be a match for Feng Wu. This 1,000-demon sacred realm will be his. This little demon is also his subordinate, so I can't make things difficult for him. I can only make things difficult for myself. Chapter 44-31. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh. His figure turned into a streak of light as he flew into the distance. Half a meal later, the monster struggled to get up from the ground. He shook his head as if he had just woken up from a dream. His wings flapped as he shouted, "Damn it, who is this human? How can he be so powerful? I've got nothing better to do. Why would I want to devour a human instead of using the power of the stars and moon? The power of the stars and moon entering my body is equivalent to several years of effort. Why would I waste my time?" The monster muttered as he guided the starlight into his body to refine his monster body. Just as the monster said, the 1,000-demon sacred realm was even more lively than when Feng Wu became a 7-star great saint. This was the power of the stars. It was far more powerful than the power of the 7-star great saints. Countless monsters were cultivating in seclusion, activating their own race's secret technique to guide the stars and moon into their bodies. The realm that had been stagnant for a long time was slowly being pushed forward by the vast tide of stars and moon. At the same time, above the heads of every demon cultivator in the sacred realm of 1,000 demons, there was a trace of faith and worship that could not be detected by the naked eye, divine sense, or other ordinary divine abilities. It passed through space and fell on Xiao Hua, into the crystal-like godhead that could not be seen outside of Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace. With Xiao Hua's current cultivation, he naturally couldn't detect this phenomenon. He saw that all the monsters were cultivating, so he also concealed his aura. However, after flying for a while, he saw a beautiful mountain forest under the moonlight. Green water flowed, and several acres of grass surrounded the mountain forest. It looked like a green carpet. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. His figure descended and stood on the green grass. His gaze once again sized up the surroundings as he said in a low voice, "Forget it, it'll be here then." Saying that, Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out the yin-yang bracelet that Bai Bo gave him. He sent his divine sense inside and took out Fairy Jing's remains, as well as her bloody clothes. Looking at the clothes, although there was a strong smell of blood on them, Fairy Jing's aura still existed. Smelling this aura, the scenes from when he saw Fairy Jing on Jade Mountain all the way to when she left on Heartbreak Mountain flashed before Xiao Hua's eyes. Xiao Hua really didn't expect that their parting at that time would be forever. He could no longer see that Fairy Jing who carefully hid her lowliness in her heart for fear of being hurt. Deep sorrow filled Xiao Hua's heart. Fairy Jing had died for him, and at the same time, she had died to atone for her sins. But Fairy Jing didn't have to use her own life to pay for this sin. Even if Xiao Hua himself had been suppressed there, Xiao Hua wouldn't have let Fairy Jing use her life to save him. What truly brought Fairy Jing to this point was the love in her heart. That love had actually become a burden. While making her surpass the heartless water, it also made her unable to bear the burden. Xiao Hua whispered. Rather than talking to Fairy Jing, it was better to say that he was talking to himself. Fairy Jing, I have already taken your soul into the Xinhua continent. I believe that when you enter the cycle of reincarnation, you will be a different person. In this life, this Xiao has been acquainted with you, but I've failed to live up to your feelings. If it weren't for this Xiao, perhaps you would have been able to live a peaceful life. Of course, this Xiao really didn't know the pain in your heart that day and misunderstood you, thinking that you were a woman who was greedy for power. Now, this Xiao knows what you're thinking and has already fulfilled your dying wish. This Xiao originally wanted to bury your remains in the Xinhua continent as a memento. But, this life is this life, and the next life is the next life. You definitely don't like living in this life, so this Xiao might as well cut off everything in this life and the next life. I believe that this Xiao's choice is also your choice. I hope that you will be happy in the next life and be a carefree woman of the human race. As he spoke, Xiao Hua's figure flashed and sank into the ground. He only stopped when he had traveled a few hundred meters. He looked around and made a grabbing motion with his hand. Poof! A space a few feet wide was grabbed by him, and Xiao Hua sent Fairy Jing's bloody clothes and remains into it. When Xiao Hua stared at the bloody clothes for a moment, it was as if he could see Fairy Jing's dreamy eyes from that day. Those eyes were filled with joy, resentment, happiness, and sorrow. It was as if a net was trying to capture Xiao Hua's gaze, but the moment it was captured, it freed Xiao Hua's gaze. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I hope that my thoughts and memories will go with the wind. Xiao Hua sighed. With another swipe of his hand, the space was covered by soil. He believed that it wouldn't be long before everything here became a part of the earth, and there would be no traces left. Oh. Just as Xiao Hua put away his sorrow and prepared to leave this place of sorrow, he suddenly raised his eyebrows. His divine sense swept towards a place on the ground like a tide. When he saw the scene in the distance clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned and actually said in surprise, Why is he here? Amidst his surprised voice, a green brilliance flashed around Xiao Hua's body, and his figure had already disappeared. Thousands of kilometers away, deep within the earth, there was an incomplete nascent soul spirit body that was flashing with a faint spirit light. It was escaping into the depths of the earth, and behind it were hundreds of weasel-like demonic beasts. Their bodies surged with dark green demonic energy as they followed closely behind. The nearest demon beast was only a few hundred feet away from him, and the demon aura and starlight it spat out from its mouth and nose had already landed on the nascent soul's back like a hook. Wasn't this nascent soul spirit body Enchanting, who had been missing for a long time? At this moment, Enchanting was as anxious as a stray dog. His physical body had been killed by the gathering moth beast at Ijao Ridge, and only his nascent soul had escaped. Shui Mingzi originally wanted to save his nascent soul, but Enchanting already knew Shui Mingzi's intentions. He didn't dare to trust Shui Mingzi, and he also didn't dare to trust Ao Zhantian. Thus, he could only choose to escape by himself. Unfortunately, Enchanting wasn't a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, nor was he an astral projection cultivator. His nascent soul wasn't completely solid, and he only escaped for a few dozen kilometers before he discovered that his nascent soul was showing signs of dissipating. Thus, he didn't hesitate to escape into the ground. This was also the reason why Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and even He Xiong couldn't find him. When Enchanting felt safe, he hurriedly used his divine ability to return to the hidden immortal continent. However, after flying for half a day, Enchanting discovered that something was wrong. It was already extremely dangerous for a human cultivator with a physical body to fly in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. How could he, a nascent soul spirit body, leave the Thousand Demons sacred realm safely? In just half a day, Enchanting's nascent soul spirit body had already been attacked by several groups of demonic beasts. However, they were only demonic beasts, and not demonic beasts. Enchanting pondered for a moment and knew that he couldn't leave the Thousand Demons sacred realm by himself. Thus, he thought of the other Taoist cultivators who came to the Thousand Demons sacred realm to rescue Xiaohua. This was because Enchanting learned from Shui Mingzi that other than Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian, there might be other Taoist cultivators who had received Xiaohua's favor. Thus, he wanted to try his luck and see if he could meet other humans who were as enthusiastic as Xiaohua. Or perhaps, he could meet a fellow Taoist he was familiar with. The Thousand Demons sacred realm was so huge that Enchanting didn't know where to go. He could only follow the route he had discussed with Shui Mingzi and wander around the area, not daring to stray too far away. Xiaohua only paid attention to the surroundings and neglected the underground. In addition, Enchanting was too careful, so he didn't discover any traces of Enchanting. Later on, when he saw that he was getting closer to Bai Qingyu, Enchanting naturally left the original route and went to look for other cultivators. Very coincidentally, Enchanting encountered Prince Lan attacking Changyu. Seeing Prince Lan's savagery, how could Enchanting dare to show his face? Once he had the chance, he immediately ran away. Afterward, before Enchanting's luck arrived, Xiaohua had already unleashed his might. The entire Bai Qingyu was engulfed in the flames of war. Enchanting, who had a nascent soul spirit body, suffered even more. He didn't dare to think about running into any human cultivators. He only wanted to escape from the chaotic heaven-earth origin chi. Enchanting's luck was naturally bad. He had just escaped from the battle when he was immediately discovered by some demonic beasts. Although Enchanting could kill some of the demonic beasts, there were countless demonic beasts in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. His nascent soul spirit body was constantly dissipating. The aura of the spirit body was the best food for demonic beasts. How could he escape from the pursuit of those savage demonic beasts? In just a day, Enchanting's nascent soul spirit body was on the verge of collapse. His primordial spirit had also been devoured greatly. Feng Wu's ability to summon the power of the stars was truly a feast for all the demonic beasts in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. However, for Enchanting, who had a nascent soul spirit body, it was tantamount to a monstrous calamity. Not to mention, his spirit body was even more devastated under the impact of the starlight beam. His damaged primordial spirit became increasingly blurry. He increasingly didn't know where he should escape to and how he should escape. Under the brilliance of the starlight beam, those demonic beasts were several times more excited than if they had eaten countless demonic herbs. Even if Ping went deep underground, he still wouldn't be able to escape from their pursuit. Just like that, Ping flew to the left side of Xiaohua. However, the moment Xiaohua discovered him, the weasel-like demonic beast spat out demonic aura. This demonic aura was equally powerful in this extraordinary night. It actually produced a hook-like brilliance of the starlight beam. When this brilliance landed, Ping's nascent soul spirit body was pinned down. No matter how Ping urged his nascent soul, he couldn't escape. Ao. Seeing that the demonic beast in front of them had succeeded, the demonic beasts closest to them became even more excited. They let out a roar and spat out demonic aura, preparing to share the delicious food in their hands. Ping, who was already on the verge of death, still had some instincts. After sensing the danger, he didn't hesitate at all. His nascent soul spat out a strand of silver blood. Within the blood, only a piece of the fan remained. With a fishwa sound, his nascent soul spirit body was pulled away by the demonic aura of the demonic beast. The remaining 40% of his nascent soul spirit body escaped once again. Unfortunately, even so, Ping only flew a few hundred feet before the demonic beast that had spat out demonic aura caught up. The demonic aura firmly sucked Ping in. Chapter 44-32. Ping, who was about to die, didn't have any extra consciousness. His spirit body was about to be devoured by the demon beasts. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful divine sense swept over. Before it even got close to Ping, the demon beasts, who were extremely sensitive to danger, had already sensed it. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The demon beasts closest to Ping didn't hesitate at all. They decisively abandoned Ping's nascent soul spirit body and fled into the distance. The 100 or so demon beasts that were just about to approach also fled in all directions. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. After sweeping with his divine sense, he chased for a few kilometers before slowly retracting it. When his figure flashed and appeared beside Ping, he hurriedly waved his hand. Ping's spirit body, which was already abnormally thin, stopped dissipating and became still in the soil. How could this be? Xiaohua's gaze swept over and immediately knew that Ping had already reached the point of no return. Even the nascent soul spirit body's eyes had already turned gray, without a trace of divine light. Obviously, the nascent soul spirit had almost completely disappeared. When Xiaohua turned into a python and saw Ping had already fled. But according to what Ao Zhantian said later, Ping had actually reached a certain agreement with Shui Mingzi. Speaking of which, Ping had already violated the oath that day. However, seeing Ping's miserable end, it was hard for Xiaohua to have any thoughts of blaming him. Alas, forget it. Xiaohua sighed slightly and said, I just sent off an old friend, and now I have to send off another one. One was deeply affectionate, the other repaid kindness with enmity. But in the end, they both turned into nothingness and dust. Unfortunately, your nascent soul has already been shattered, and a lot of your soul has dissipated. Even if I wanted to take you into the netherworld, I can't. I only hope that after you enter the cycle of reincarnation, your soul will be complete, and you won't be an ungrateful person in the next life. Saying that, Xiaohua raised his hand and was about to remove the restriction, but at that moment, Ping's nascent soul spirit body suddenly opened its eyes, as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun. When Ping's gaze fell on Xiaohua's face, a divine light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Although Ping opened his mouth, he seemed to be powerless and couldn't speak. Xiao Hua saw guilt and regret in Xianping's eyes. He smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Xianping, I know what you want to say. Shui Mingzi had already been executed. Everything from before is already in the past. Although you had some ideas in your heart, you didn't put them into action. I won't hold a grudge against you. Furthermore, I'm grateful that you came to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to save me. You don't have to think too much about it, just go in peace. The blood oath you made earlier is now invalid. I hope you can be a man of indomitable spirit in your next life." Joy appeared in Xianping's eyes when he heard this. His head that was only left with an outline nodded slightly, as if he was gratified that Xiao Hua had forgiven him. However, this only lasted for a moment before the light in his eyes gradually dissipated. However, just as Xianping's spirit was about to dissipate, a look of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. "Fellow Daoist Xian, go in peace." Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said, "Unfortunately, your 3 souls and 6 spirits are already incomplete. This Xiao doesn't dare to help you transcend." Swish swish. Just as Xiao Hua was speaking, Xianping's remaining spiritual body suddenly combusted without any fire. It was also within this spiritual fire that Xianping used up all his strength to anxiously ask, "Chang Yu is?" Unfortunately, at this point, even if Xianping wanted to say the 4th word, he couldn't. With a flash of fire, everything turned into nothingness. "Chang Yu." Xiao Hua was stunned. His mind turned rapidly as he thought to himself, "Isn't Chang Yu?" Suddenly, Xiao Hua was shocked. A golden light flashed between his eyebrows, and he was about to use the Buddhist 9 words divine ability. However, just as the golden runes gradually appeared, countless Buddhist chants rang out, and Xiao Hua stopped. His eyes looked at the void as if he could see Xianping's dissipating soul. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he said, "Forget it. Your soul is already incomplete. If I use the soul summoning technique now, I'm afraid it will affect your reincarnation. This Xiao cannot harm you for the sake of my own interests. Even if the information you know is very important to this Xiao." After he finished speaking, Xiao Hua's figure flashed, and he escaped from the ground. After rushing out of the ground, he found a mountain peak and sat down cross-legged. He rubbed his chin with his hand and looked at the starlight in the sky. He thought to himself, why did Xianping suddenly mention Chang Yu before he died? What did the words Chang Yu sure mean? When Xianping died, he didn't meet with Chang Yu. He didn't know that Chang Yu had perished together with the demonic beasts. The information he knew must be from the hidden immortal mainland. If it was good news, Xianping wouldn't have sent a voice transmission. It could only be bad news. Could it be Chang Yu is a traitor? Could it be that Chang Yu had colluded with Shui Mingzi in the soaring Dragon Mountain range? Did Xianping find out? Shui Mingzi was prepared to meet with Chang Yu, but who knew that this Xiao would appear, and Chang Yu wouldn't have the chance to meet with Shui Mingzi? Or maybe Chang Yu has colluded with the Grand Mist Ancestors' force. Did Xianping find out? Or did Chang Yu leak my soaring Dragon Mountain range's disciples' whereabouts to the Thousand Demons' sacred land? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He shook his head slightly and muttered to himself, "You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature." Back then, this Xiao treated Chang Yu well and gave him cultivation conditions that were not inferior to others. Did he really think that this Xiao would be suppressed by Qingyu's Beast King and unable to escape? Was he so eager to jump out? Didn't he think that even if he jumped out, what could he do? He still has Xiong Yi, Li Xiang, and Prince Lan before him. How could he control the Fortune Gate? Unless he killed 3 nascent Soul Realm senior brothers like the Southern Sea Dragon Palace's 4th Prince Ao Qian, only then could he. Thinking of Chang Yu's betrayal, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel heartache. He tried his best not to think about it, but for the fortune gate, he had no choice but to think about it. When Xiaohua thought of this, he was suddenly startled and unconsciously stood up. Buzz! It didn't matter if he stood up, but the space within 100 miles to his left produced the sound of air exploding and the sound of thunder. No, no. Xiaohua's eyes spun rapidly. If Chang Yu is such a scheming person, his best plan is not to come to the Thousand Demons' sacred land. It's best if he hides in the soaring Dragon Mountain range. He only needs to wait for the Fortune Gate's disciples to be killed, then he can claim to be the sect master in the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Even if Xiong Yi and Prince Lan return, they must be seriously injured. Wouldn't it be easier for him to make a move? Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of him colluding with Shui Mingzi on the way to Bai Qingyu. A kind-hearted person would never think of others as his enemy. Therefore, in just a short moment, Xiaohua thought of an excellent excuse for Chang Yu. Of course, all of this was just a guess. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and called Daoist Wu out from the space. The moment Daoist Wu landed in the air, he immediately raised his head and shouted, "Damn it, isn't Daoist Feng Wu too arrogant? What is he doing? Is he trying to alarm the entire Thousand Demons' sacred land? A great saint of the demonic race has entered the Great Holy Hall. Is he trying to call immortal Emperor Go Qin and Vairocana revered Buddha over to observe the ceremony? I don't think this is what he wants." Xiaohua replied indifferently, not to mention that this might be the effect of the Great Holy Hall. The heavenly phoenix is in his body. It's not something he can decide. Oh. Daoist Feng seems a little depressed. Daoist Wu looked at Xiaohua and said, "Daoist Feng has just defeated the Thousand Demons' sacred land's old ancestor. You should be in high spirits." "That's nothing." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. While pondering, he told Daoist Wu the whole story. See. Daoist Wu instantly understood. He sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Even your own disciple has become like this. I only have suspicions. I can't be sure, so I asked Daoist Feng to come over and take a look." Xiaohua replied. "And, if Daoist Wen Chu is here, he would be the most suitable." Daoist Wu nodded. "In that case, I will reluctantly accept." Daoist Feng, conceal yourself first. As Xiaohua spoke, he took out the Kunlun mirror and pulled Xiong Yi out of the Xinhua continent with his mind. Xiong Yi was still sitting cross-legged as if he was regulating his breathing. Xiaohua didn't disturb him and just stood at the side and watched quietly. In just a moment, Xiong Yi felt that something was wrong. The quintessential essence in his body flowed rapidly. He was on guard and immediately opened his eyes. "Master." Xiong Yi only understood when he saw Xiaohua standing beside him. He raised his head and looked around in surprise. He said anxiously, "Is this the Star Moon Palace?" "No." Xiaohua's tone was a little indifferent as he replied, "This is still the Thousand Demons' sacred land. It's only about 1,000 miles away from Bai Qingyu." Xiong Yi heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Did I say that? It's just a moment. How could I have arrived? Unless the time in the Kunlun immortal realm is different from the three continents." As he spoke, Xiong Yi looked at the stars and moon in the sky in surprise and asked curiously, "Master, what's going on? Why is the Thousand Demons' sacred land's starry sky different from the hidden immortal continent? Is it day or night?" "It's night." Xiaohua's tone was still indifferent. "It's just that the Seven Stars Great Saint of the Thousand Demons' sacred land has entered the Great Sage Hall and attracted the congratulations of 10,000 stars." Hiss. Xiong Yi was shocked. 7 Stars Great Saint. Could it be that he's even more powerful than that golden-winged great rock? If I'm not wrong, he should be. Xiao Hua replied. Master, then, should we hurry to the Star Moon Palace? Xiong Yi was shocked when he heard that a 7 stars great saint who was even more powerful than the number 1 great saint of the demon race, the golden-winged great roc, had appeared. He hurriedly suggested tactfully. Xiao Hua glanced at Xiong Yi and replied, There's no need for that. This 7 stars great saint and I are close friends. He definitely won't make things difficult for me. Really? Xiong Yi was overjoyed and said with a smile, Master has really surprised me. After not seeing each other for 200 years, it's really, 200 years can change a person's state of mind, 200 years can also change a person's strength, but 200 years can't change a person's nature. Xiao Hua looked at the starry sky and sighed word by word. Chapter 44-33. Only until here did Xiong Yi suddenly discover that Xiao Hua's tone was different. He was startled in his heart and hurriedly knelt down and said, Master, this disciple has failed Master's great trust. Nearly half of the Fortune Gate's disciples were killed. Disciple has let Master down. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves, not allowing Xiong Yi to kneel. Instead, he said indifferently, This matter has already passed. Master also does not intend to blame you all for this matter. Although more than half of our Fortune Gate's disciples were killed, Bai Qingyu's demonic beast clans were almost annihilated, and the heaven-concealing ridge and ancient Bell Mountain were also taken over by our Fortune Gate. These disciples have already been avenged. Unfortunately, Xiong Yi still didn't dare to get up. He still lowered his head and said, Master, this disciple knows that you are blaming this disciple for not taking the lives of the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's disciples seriously. Actually, disciple wanted to come to Bai Qingyu alone that day, but disciple knew that with disciple's strength, it would be extremely difficult to rescue Master. Disciple could only rely on the strength of soaring Dragon Mountain Range's disciples to have a sliver of hope to rescue Master. Of course, even if they managed to save their Master, the lives of these tens of thousands of disciples would definitely be left behind in Bai Qingyu's hands. However, disciple has already made it clear to Master that disciple is not a good teacher, but I am definitely a good state preceptor. Disciple is willing to bear the infamy to save Master. After all, his Master's life was more valuable than the lives of tens of thousands of disciples in the soaring Dragon Mountain Range. With a Master, he could create a new soaring Dragon Mountain Range, or even 2 or 3 new soaring Dragon Mountain Ranges. But without Master, this soaring Dragon Mountain Range would not last for long. Therefore, at the Fortune Dao Palace, the disciples did not hesitate to fall out with them. They insisted that the disciples of the soaring Dragon Mountain Range risk their lives to save Master. This is disciple's fault. Disciple is no longer qualified to manage the Fortune Gate's affairs. Disciple is willing to fulfill his filial piety in front of Master and atone for the deaths of the tens of thousands of disciples. Xiao Hua silently looked at Xiong Yi. After listening to his words, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Xiao Hua was originally soft-hearted and not good at planning, so he was not the first choice to be the sect leader. In Huang Xiaolong's opinion, he would rather give up his life than let several tens of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples save him. However, what Xiong Yi said was correct. After all, as the leader of a sect, he had to be far-sighted, decisive, and even decisive. This is what Xiao Hua lacks. And the Xiong Yi in front of him was precisely such a talent. He knew how important Xiao Hua was. For the sake of the Fortune Gate's future, Xiao Hua was willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of soaring Dragon Mountain Range's disciples. This action could be considered cold-blooded and callous, but it was also where Xiong Yi stood out from the crowd. It was an extremely calm and wise choice. And now, seeing that Xiao Hua's tone was unkind, Xiong Yi had already keenly sensed Xiao Hua's displeasure. He knew that he might have chosen to go against Xiao Hua's benevolence because of this. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to say anything, he immediately took the initiative to admit his guilt. However, Xiong Yi still thought too much. Xiao Hua didn't think about it at all. If it wasn't for Xiong Yi's reminder, he really didn't know that Xiong Yi was under so much pressure. Disciple. Xiao Hua thinks for a moment and says, Master knows that I am not a qualified sect leader. Not good at the trifling matters of the sect, not good at the development of the sect, and not good at winning over people's hearts. Therefore, when I met you, I said that I would give you a chance to display your talents. I wanted to let the sect that I had created flourish in your hands. Your choice. I have no way to judge it. From the bottom of my heart, Master does not agree. Master feels that everyone's life is equally important, and there should be no distinction between importance and importance. But in reality, what you did was correct. If it wasn't for me, there would be no soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Gate, and there wouldn't be the current Fortune Gate's disciples. You used the lives of tens of thousands of disciples in exchange for my life. There is nothing wrong with that. Therefore, disciple, you can rest assured that the Fortune Gate will still be yours in the future. Not only will you have to deal with the Fortune Gate's affairs, Master will also let you do. Before Xiao Hua could finish, Xiong Yi hurriedly interjected, Master, you think too highly of disciple. Not to mention senior brothers Xian Songzi and Daoist Master Jing Ting, even junior brothers Lu Yi, Fu Jiwen, and the others' cultivations are much higher than disciples. How can disciples shoulder such a heavy responsibility? Strength is strength, ability is ability. Not every Grand Ascension stage cultivator is a good sect leader. Not every sect leader has to have an extremely high cultivation base. Xiao Hua's mood improved, and he smiled. However, your words have reminded Master that you have to think about how to develop the Fortune Gate in the future for Master. Every time Master thinks about it, it gives Master a headache. Xiong Yi smiled bitterly, Master, it's not that disciple doesn't want to think about it, but the Fortune Gate's development is too fast. Disciple was still thinking about how to arrange for those Golden Core disciples when Master suddenly sent over 200,000 6th-grade disciples, much stronger than Disciple. Disciple was caught unprepared awe. Moreover, Disciple had never thought that our Dao Gate could be established on the hidden immortal mainland, and become such a big sect. Disciple, don't worry, take your time to think. We have time, we have strength, and there will be opportunities in the future. Xiao Hua comforted, as long as what you do is beneficial to the Fortune Gate, Master will support you. Then, Xiong Yi was relieved when he heard that. Seeing that Xiao Hua's mood had improved, he asked tentatively, Master, your words just now, what did you mean? I'm sure you already know what I told Ao Zhantian earlier. Back then, I saved many Daoist sect cultivators on the Yaotai mountain. Xiao Hua thought for a moment when he saw Xiong Yi's reaction. Xiao Hua roughly explained the situation to Xiong Yi before saying, however, I didn't expect that these cultivators would actually jump out at the first sign of trouble and try to benefit from it. Hee, so that's how it is. Xiong Yi laughed, and said, didn't Master say before? A good sect leader doesn't necessarily have a good cultivation. In fact, in terms of winning people's hearts and expanding one's influence, one doesn't necessarily have to rely on absolute strength. Although Master's strength is powerful, it can only convince people on the surface, but not in their hearts. Once something happens to Master, some people will definitely jump out. Only a small portion of people are loyal, and the majority can only be used. Even if Master wants to use these forces, Master still has to use methods. Using kindness and coercion is one way, and using the advantages and disadvantages is another way. Master probably doesn't care about these methods. However, Master, you should be happy as well. According to senior brother Ao Zhantian, there are many Tao sect cultivators who are disloyal, but not many of them are willing to do so. There are many Tao sect cultivators, and even the Dragon Tribe and Demon Tribe cultivators who have come to rescue Master. Alas, cultivation is still easier. Xiaohua waved his hand, and said, these scheming things are too tiring. Master, you're a transcendent being, so you don't have to worry so much. Disciple and the others are different, and we can't not consider so many things. Xiongyi smiled bitterly. Xiaohua smiled, and asked again, Disciple, you said that the Fortune Gate Palace has different opinions about coming to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to rescue Master. Xiongyi didn't hide it, and nodded, and said, yes. Some junior brothers think that the foundation of the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range is important, and even if we go to Bai Qingyu, we'll just be throwing our lives away, so they don't want the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range disciples to come and rescue us. At this point, Xiongyi hurriedly explained, of course, this idea is not wrong. After all, senior brother Ao Zhantian, Zhang Daoran, esteemed Sun Kong, and senior Zhai Xingzi all have the same idea. They want to rely on their own strength and not give up all their strength. Does Changyu also have the same idea? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. No. Xiongyi answered without hesitation, junior brother Changyu is the one who supports his disciples the most. If it weren't for the fact that his disciples are all weak, he would have brought all of them. Then what about the disciples he brought? Xiaohua asked. Most of the disciples he brought are senior brother Li Xiang's. Xiongyi explained, although he isn't particularly familiar with these disciples, they are still much stronger than his own disciples. It's a pity that junior brother Changyu was unlucky and didn't get to meet Master. Disciple, can you tell me about the Fortune Gate Palace's situation, and the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range to Bai Qingyu? Xiaohua's expression didn't change, and he asked again. Of course. Xiongyi was a little suspicious, and he smiled apologetically, however, Master, disciple might not remember clearly. It's best to ask senior brother Li Xiang and junior brother Lan to fill in the gaps. No matter. Xiaohua smiled, these are all things of the past. Go ahead and tell me, Master will ask them in the future. That's good. Xiongyi nodded and recounted everything. When he finished, Xiaohua nodded and said, it's not easy for all of you. It's not wrong for everyone to make different choices. Go back to the Kunlun Immortal Realm and cultivate well. Oh, don't forget, help Master think about how to develop the Fortune Gate in the future. In the future, Master will rely on your ability to bring the Fortune Gate to greater heights. Yes, Master. Xiongyi bowed respectfully and was immediately sent into the Xinhua continent by Xiaohua. Fellow Daoist Wu, how is it? Xiaohua put away the Kunlun mirror and looked at the side where Xiongyi was previously standing. Daoist Wu's figure appeared. He looked at Xiaohua and said, there are no changes in the soul. If I'm not mistaken, what Xiongyi said is the truth. Of course, human nature is the most complicated thing in the world. I can't guarantee that all soul techniques will succeed. If what Xiongyi said is true, then I's suspicion of Changyu was wrong. Xiaohua's face turned cold, then there's only one possibility left. Xan Ping didn't recognize Changyu before, and Changyu didn't collude with Shui Mingzi. Xan Ping had seen Changyu in his nascent soul state after abandoning his physical body. If Changyu didn't see difficulties on the way to Bai Qingyu and changed his mind, then there's something wrong with Changyu's death. So complicated. Daoist Wu was puzzled, no wonder people's hearts are unpredictable. Fellow Daoist, you should ask fellow Daoist Wen Chu to come over and give you advice. I's better off cultivating. Chapter 44-34. Ah, all right. Xiaohua laughed. Go ahead, fellow Daoist. Everything will come to light one day. Let's wait and see. Just as Daoist Witch was about to leave, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked Daoist Witch in a low voice. Daoist Witch frowned and left after a few answers. Alas, man's ego is always higher than the sky. Xiaohua sighed as he watched Daoist Witch disappear. If not for this ego, how could there be cultivators among the human race? If not for this ego, how could there be immortals in this world? But it's also because of this ego that there are too many disturbances, too much chaos, and too much suffering in this world. After saying that, Xiaohua fell silent for a moment and took out the Kunlun mirror. As the light beam flashed, Ao Xing was pulled out from the Xinhua continent. Needless to say, Ao Xing was even more surprised by the starlight in the sky. However, Xiaohua was not in a good mood and ignored him. After Ao Xing finished muttering and saw that Xiaohua did not say anything, he immediately lowered his head and asked cautiously, Dragon Master Xiao, why did you call me out? I've already promised you that I'll bring you out to experience and improve your strength. Xiaohua glanced at Ao Xing, who had finally calmed down, and said, actually, the experience is secondary. The most important thing is, my good friend, Daoist Yun, has some opportunities. This opportunity has something to do with you. Daoist Yun wants to return some of this opportunity to you. Oh. Ao Xing was confused and asked curiously, Dragon Master Xiao, what you're saying? I don't seem to understand. It doesn't matter if you understand now. A rare smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. You all took the risk to come to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to rescue me. I must repay this kindness. As for what Daoist Yun gave you, you may not know now, and you may not know in the future. But when you do know, just think about what I said today. Yes, Dragon Master Xiao. Ao Xing nodded and said respectfully, I understand. Dragon Master Xiao's kindness to me, and even to the dragon race, will be engraved in my heart. Xiaohua nodded and activated the Kunlun mirror in his hand. Under the light, Daoist Yun flew out of the space. After hearing Xiaohua's voice transmission, Daoist Yun shook his head and said, Daoist, isn't Ao Xing going to the Star Moon Palace with us? If he were to enter the Kunlun immortal realm to cultivate now, he would probably fall into a deep sleep first. Then, he would miss out on the opportunity to enter the Star Moon Palace. Daoist Yun, he said, patted his forehead, I've been too hasty. I've forgotten about the Star Moon Palace. Ao Xing looked at Xiaohua and did not dare to say anything. Star Moon Palace was a matter of great importance. How could Xiaohua forget about it? Daoist Yun, Daoist B. Daoist to Dao, Daoist to him to break, Daoist forget, you, Daoist ist. Daoist you. I'll always be the old hen who protects her children. Xiaohua said self-deprecatingly, even if I become an immortal, I'm afraid these disciples will still be in my heart, let alone a Mahayana. This is a blessing for us disciples. Ao Xing finally understood something and said respectfully, this disciple will be like Xiao Longsher and continue this love. Good. Xiaohua laughed and clapped his hands. To be able to hear the word love from the mouth of a dragon, I've reaped the rewards of my efforts. If that's the case, we'll talk about this later. Daoist, please go back. Daoist Yun suggested again, it will take some time to reach the Star Moon Palace. Why don't I teach Ao Xing some secret techniques of the dragon race? It can also lay a foundation for his future cultivation. I'll leave this to you, Daoist. Xiaohua said with a smile, actually, Dragon Master, should be yours. Well said. Daoist Yun nodded. Daoist, please open a mystic realm in Kunlun Immortal Realm so that Ao Xing can cultivate in it. Xiaohua understood what Daoist Yun meant. He shook the Kunlun mirror and sent Daoist Yun and Ao Xing to a void above Xinhua continent, where the two dragons could do whatever they wanted. As Daoist sorcerer had yet to return, Xiaohua simply brought Blackie and Goldie out of the void and talked to them while waiting. Although Goldie had already told Xiaohua about his experience in the past 200 years, it was still too simple. Now that there was no one else around, Goldie's chatterbox was opened again, jumping up and down on Xiaohua's body while talking. Blackie stood obediently on one of Xiaohua's shoulders, occasionally interrupting and correcting him, but most of the time, he just listened. Looking at the two cute little things with their own distinct characteristics, Xiaohua's heart was overflowing with fatherly love. He used his hand to touch the two little things' warm fur. Feeling the attachment of the two little things, he was deeply moved again. Others might not know how powerful Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast were, but he knew them very well. Even though they were severely injured, they were still not something that a human Mahayana realm cultivator could handle. It was hard to imagine that these two powerful demon beasts looked like this when they were young. However, Xiaohua also understood that although Blackie and Goldie had the bloodlines of Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast, they still had a long way to go before they could cultivate to the same level as them. The blood crystals Xiaohua obtained from the heaven-devouring beast and Di Ting were the starting point of this path. 4 hours later, Daoist sorcerer finally returned. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when he saw Daoist sorcerer's slightly gloomy face. How was it? What did I get? Is I right? I can't tell if fellow Daoist's guess is correct or not. Daoist Wu replied indifferently, there's a restriction in the souls of Daoist Qing Su, Daoist Fantian, and the other Daoist cultivators. Although I can break it, I'm afraid of alerting them and messing up fellow Daoists' arrangements, so I can't know the true intentions of the primordial chaos ancestor. I can't tell if these subordinates of the Grand Mist ancestor are sincere in helping the Fortune Gate or if they have ulterior motives. It's fine. Xiaohua's heart relaxed, he waved his hand, the truth will come out one day. If the Grand Mist ancestor doesn't have any ulterior motives and is sincere in helping the Fortune Gate, I will repay him generously. If he has ulterior motives, would I be afraid of him? Daoist sorcerer nodded and said, although I didn't find anything in the souls of Venerable Fantian and the others, I found the magic treasure that fellow Daoist gave to Changyu in Daoist Master Qing Su's spatial pouch. Oh? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and a cold smile appeared on his face. This is interesting. Could it be that Daoist Master Qing Su has something to do with Changyu's death? Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the sky, muttering to himself, but this magic treasure alone doesn't prove anything. Perhaps Daoist Master Qing Su picked it up on the road, or perhaps Daoist Master Qing Su met with danger together with Changyu and Prince Lan. Changyu sacrificed his life to protect Prince Lan, and the magic treasure was lost after he self-destructed. Daoist Master Qing Su picked up the magic treasure and didn't return it to Prince Lan. What if there is another magic treasure? Daoist sorcerer raised his hand and there was a ball of green light in his palm. Inside the ball of light, there was a faint soul that looked like a small person sleeping peacefully. Ah! Xiaohua was shocked. When he saw that the small person inside was Changyu, he was wild with joy. His mind rolled, and Changyu's soul that was about to disappear immediately fell into it. Xiaohua looked at it and didn't dare to be negligent. He released the netherworld origin power again and carefully sent this soul into the yin side of the space. Just like Fairy Jing's soul, it was placed at the root of the netherworld fruit tree. After everything was done, Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Daoist sorcerer in bewilderment and said, "Didn't Changyu self-destruct his nascent soul? Where did you get his soul?" Even if there is a primordial spirit imprint in his magic treasure, that shouldn't be enough to preserve his 3 souls and 6 spirits, right? Ha ha ha. Daoist sorcerer laughed and said, speaking of this, you should thank I properly. Tell me in detail, Daoist sorcerer. Xiaohua still didn't understand. Daoist sorcerer explained, do you still remember when you took Chang Yu as your disciple under Yaotai Mountain? Of course. Xiaohua thought for a moment and still didn't understand. What's so strange about it? What does this have to do with you? That day, you discovered that Chang Yu's cultivation method was changed by a Confucian cultivator, right? Yes. Xiaohua nodded matter-of-factly. At that time, I changed the cultivation method and passed it to him. At this point, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and came to a realization. That's right, that cultivation method wasn't changed by I myself. It was changed by Daoist Thunderbolt. Yes. The cultivation method was changed by Daoist Thunderbolt, but the original cultivation method had a heavy impact on the Dao Foundation. If he didn't cultivate it again, it was impossible to reach the body integration realm. Daoist Thunderbolt thought for a long time and felt that changing the Dao Sex Dharma spells only treated the symptoms but not the root cause. Therefore, he asked I to change it, hoping that the soul spell could solve the root cause. I added some soul cultivation content in this cultivation method. Oh, this soul cultivation content is similar to the remnant copy of the primordial spirit that Daoist Thunderbolt obtained before. Chang Yu was probably very lucky. When he cultivated the cultivation method, he was proficient in this part of the soul spell. When he sacrificially refined the Dharma treasure, he used this part of the divine ability and placed a part of his primordial spirit in his natal Dharma treasure. Therefore, when Chang Yu self-destructed, he must have thought of hiding his primordial spirit in his natal Dharma treasure. Daoist sorcerer explained, of course, Chang Yu's half-baked method of placing his primordial spirit was not enough to preserve his primordial spirit. However, the Dharma treasure that Daoist Thunderbolt gave him was not ordinary. It was an original Dharma treasure in Daoist Thunderbolt space. There was another universe inside that could temporarily preserve his primordial spirit. In addition, Chang Yu died not long ago, so Daoist Qing Su didn't have time to sacrifice himself. This allowed Chang Yu's 3 souls and 6 spirits to be preserved. Chapter 44-35. Good boy, good boy. Xiaohua clapped and laughed. Chang Yu must be a loyal and righteous person. Otherwise, how could the heavenly Tao be so kind to him? Although he has cultivated to the nascent soul realm, his future is limited. Now that his fate with this world has been severed, his soul has been preserved, and he has the method of entrusting his primordial spirit, so his memories of this life should be preserved. From now on, he will be reborn in the Xinhua continent, similar to the Buddhist sect's reincarnation. From now on, his cultivation path will be smooth. Even if he can't preserve his memories and cultivation techniques on the Xinhua continent, he will have a better future than he does now. Daoist Witch agreed. That's right, that's right. Xiaohua nodded and bowed. I thank you on behalf of Chang Yu. If you hadn't arrived in time, his soul would have dissipated in the air after a while. He wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. You're welcome. Daoist Witch returned the greeting. Your disciple is also I's disciple. What's there to thank me for? However, Chang Yu's 3 souls and 6 spirits are already damaged and need to be repaired on the underworld fruit tree. I can't ask him more. Otherwise, the truth of the matter would be easily known. The so-called truth of the matter is really not worth mentioning compared to Chang Yu's matter. Xiaohua laughed. Since I have already been alerted, the truth will appear sooner or later. You should go back and rest first. All right, I will take my leave. Daoist Witch cupped his hands and returned to the space. Xiaohua stood there and looked into the distance. The smile in his eyes slowly disappeared, and a faint frost hung on his face. He snorted coldly. At any time, a choice means a loss, and different choices mean different losses. Since you have made a choice, what you have lost has become reality. After saying that, Xiaohua didn't put the two little ones into the space. He moved his body and headed east. After a few hours, the sky was bright. However, there wasn't much of a difference between night and day in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. The sky was filled with stars, and all of them were clamoring to compete with the sun. After an entire day, the sun very uninterestedly set from the east to the west. If someone didn't look directly at the sky, they wouldn't be able to see the sun's shadow. This situation lasted for 81 days and nights. Then, the curtain slowly came to an end. The starry sky dimmed once more, and the starlight gradually dimmed. At this point, the boundlessly jubilant Thousand Beasts sacred realm finally fell silent again. The demons who had benefited all went into seclusion to refine the power of the stars and moons that could only be obtained in 100 or even 1,000 years. What was special was that the star power that the Phoenix Parasol drew upon was extremely pure and of extremely high quality. It was extremely beneficial for many demons to break through their bottlenecks. This starlight banquet directly caused the overall strength of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm to increase. Xiaohua did not care about this star-moon banquet. He knew in his heart that no matter how much the demon race of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm benefited, the biggest winner was still Feng Wu of the Great Sage Temple. He only flew towards the east of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm to search for traces of the Bright Moon Palace. Although Yingbo of the Continuous Merchant Alliance had received Dou Shanjun's message and even received some information about Jai Xinglu, the Continuous Merchant Alliance was too inexperienced after all. They did not know the specific time and location of the Star Moon Palace's appearance. What made Xiaohua even more puzzled was that there were some Jai Xinglu in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. However, for some reason, these Jai Xinglu had all disappeared in the past 100 years. The Continuous Merchant Alliance's ability was not enough to find the reason for the disappearance. However, Xiaohua did not particularly care. After all, other than the demon race, there were only humans who coveted the opportunities of the Star Moon Palace. As long as he went to the east of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm and saw a human, wouldn't he just need to ask around and find out? Xiaohua did not believe that with his status as a human Mahayana realm cultivator, he could not even find out this information. Moreover, Xiaohua believed that Jai Xinglu would have some arrangements in the east of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Dou Shanjun alone could give the jade eyes to Yingbo in advance. How could he not have predicted his arrival? Unfortunately, Xiaohua still underestimated the vastness of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. He had been flying towards the east for dozens of days and saw the demon realms below him one after another. Some were continuous mountains, some were crisscrossing paths, some were deep ravines, and some were filled with lakes. He did not see anything special. He also encountered many demon races. There were great demons, demon kings, sun devourer, and heaven devourer. However, these demon races did not know about the Star Moon Palace, nor did they know where Jai Xinglu was. On this day, they arrived at another place with water. This swamp was slightly different from what Xiaohua had seen previously. Not only was this swamp huge, but even though he did not release his divine thought, he could not see the edge of this swamp. Moreover, there were many rivers on the left side of the swamp. These rivers were like jade ribbons that wrapped around the swamp. Many water races lived in these rivers. Occasionally, there would be some water races that had gained sentience and would fight in groups. Looking at the many rivers, he saw that they all originated from a mountain range thousands of miles away from the swamp. This mountain range was also very tall. The mountain peaks that stretched for thousands of miles were covered in white snow. Many thin streams were formed from the mountain range and slowly flowed down. When they converged into a river, they flowed through the plains at the foot of the mountain and became a majestic river. These hundreds of thousands of rivers strangely surrounded the entire swamp, and the river water flowed into it continuously. There were many islands in the swamp. Some were several acres in size, while others were several miles in size. The islands were either rugged like rocks or lush like forests. Occasionally, there were flocks of water birds flying above the swamp. There were also schools of fish swimming on the surface of the water. Although there wasn't the fragrance of fish and rice, Xiaohua couldn't help but slow down when his gaze swept across the lake and mountain scenery. However, just as Xiaohua flew into the swamp, between the swamp and the snowy mountain range in the distance, boom boom. A series of explosions suddenly sounded. Then, he saw a light that soared into the sky, illuminating the already dim sky. The Thousand Demons' sacred realm was not like the hidden immortal continent, nor was it like the Western Paradise. Ordinary fights between the demon race could be found everywhere. During the period when Feng Wu attracted the power of 10,000 stars, all the demon race were focused on absorbing the power of the stars and did not have time to fight. Then, Xiaohua flew in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Other than the beautiful scenery, what he saw was bloody fights. Compared to the time when Xiaohua followed Shui Mingzi and the others to Bai Qingyu, they encountered a lot more killing. Xiaohua didn't pay any attention to the fights between the demon race unless he saw that a demon race member really wanted to perish together with him. Only then would Xiaohua release his aura to disperse the demon race member. The rest would just fly past him. However, when this light landed in Xiaohua's eyes, it was so familiar. Xiaohua could not help but chuckle. Previously, I was talking to Zhai Xingzi about the 4 joys of a Confucian cultivator's life. Today, I met an old friend in a foreign land. It's really interesting. However, when he released his divine sense and saw the situation in the distance, he could not help but be stunned again. He almost said to himself in surprise, "Oh. She. How could she be here?" Thousands of miles away, it was where several rivers intersected. These rivers were like ancient trees in a dense forest, entangled together. In the several hundred acres of water area, there were dozens of tributaries that sometimes flowed to the west and sometimes to the north. It was impossible to distinguish which tributary flew out from which river. In the sky above this water area, there were 3 balls of holy light that kept churning. Among these 3 balls of light, there were 2 big ones and 1 small one. The big one was several hundred zhang in size, and the small one was only several hundred zhang in size. Regardless of the size, these balls of light were different from the light of the moon and stars. They were abnormally pure. Moreover, every strand of light from these balls of light would send out strands of awe-inspiring qi in the air. A kind of feeling that made one's heart calm involuntarily arose. Looking inside the balls of light, there were 3 light beasts with dragon heads, qilin bodies, cow hooves, and lion-like tails. Weren't they the ones Xiaohua met in the Bronze Pillar country in his early years? The male and female light beasts in the balls of light were no different from before. The light beast's cub was 1 size bigger. Below their feet, there were many clouds floating in the air. These clouds changed from time to time. Gold rui, silver rui, dragon balls, and gold ingots appeared as if they were real, appearing and disappearing in the sky. At this time, the 3 light beasts were standing in the air and roaring. Although the pure brilliance made one feel at ease, the brilliance was like a flame rolling in the sky, revealing the anger of the 3 light beasts. Several li in front of the light beasts' heads, there was a hawk owl thousands of zhang in size, flapping its wings and coldly looking at them. Wasn't this the venerable master in 9 firmaments that Xiaohua met that day? However, at this time, Venerable Master Nine Firmaments had already transformed into a hawk owl. The hawk owl's body was huge, and its feathers were like iron. Waves of demonic chi overflowed from the gaps of its feathers, spreading in all directions. The faint power of the moon and stars also flashed around the hawk owl's body. It was indescribably valiant, and it was definitely not the appearance Xiao Hua saw that day. Below the hawk owl, above the water, there was a catfish thousands of zhang in size. It also emitted a dense demonic chi, twisting its huge demonic body at low altitude. The surface of the catfish's body was not covered with ordinary scales. As its demonic body swayed, waves of ripples flowed on the surface of its body. Occasionally, the demonic chi would disperse, and a layer of glossy and sinister black light would be reflected in the dusk along with the ripples. Moreover, when the catfish flapped its huge tail, there was a faint rumbling sound at low altitude. The water below the catfish's body also had waves of several zhang in size. Although there were only 3 light beasts, the hawk owl and the catfish were not the only ones. Behind the 2 demonic beasts, there were thousands of flying demonic beasts and water demonic beasts, holding various demonic artifacts in their hands. They rode demonic clouds and scattered in the air and water. Their gazes all fell on the light beasts, and there was no fear in their eyes. Chapter 44-36. Light Beast. The sparrow hawk flapped its wings, causing the wind to howl. It seemed to be demonstrating and encouraging. Its slightly hoarse voice sounded in the wind, "Don't go too far. Back then, I did offend you and took your child away. But I had my reasons. As soon as I had the chance to return to the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, I immediately asked a familiar great demon to go to the light demon realm to plead for mercy. Not only did you not accept my apology, but you also injured that great demon, causing me to compensate him with a lot of things. After that, I sent my subordinates to the light demon realm many times to offer things, just to get your forgiveness. But not only did you not accept the things, you even killed my subordinates. Did I think that I couldn't get your forgiveness even if I compromised? Now that you've chased me to the water wave demon realm, do you really want to kill all of us without leaving a trace of mercy? Ayo. The huge catfish also cried from below, "Light beast, listen to me. We did offend you back then. But think about it, how many people in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm would be willing to offend you? Why did we have to find trouble with you? We were forced into a dead end, so we had no choice but to take the risk. Besides, your little brat was captured by us, and we served him carefully. We didn't abuse him, nor did we offer him to the Demon King. Think about it, if he wasn't in our hands, but in the hands of humans or other demon clans, would he still be alive?" Roar. The light beast roared. Its appearance changed, and it said coldly, "Those who humiliate us light beasts must be killed." Humph. The other light beast cried out in the distance, "It's not wrong for you to want to get out of this predicament. But you can think of your own way. Why do you have to use our lives as a bargaining chip? And you knew that we were seriously injured, but you still set up an ambush to lure us into a trap. How can a few things and an apology make up for such sinister intentions? Kill." The light beast roared and stomped its front hooves forward. The cloud of gold and agate immediately emitted a murderous aura. Flames gushed out from the light beast and rushed towards Catfish. At this moment, Hawk Owl anxiously shouted, "Wait!" The light beast smiled coldly. The light sword was flashing under his feet. He said, "Master Zhou Shao, do you have anything else to say? To tell you the truth, even if you can make Tai Shu blossom today, this old man will not let you go." Hawk Owl seemed to be stalling for time. He screamed, "It's just a life and death struggle. What's so great about that? I just want to ask you a question. Speak. The light beast said coldly. Light beast, do you know who Ding Buxing of your light beast clan is? It's because you guys are too stubborn and don't know how to be flexible. As long as you set your mind on something, you'll definitely do it. Yen Xiao said, with your personality, who knows how many demons you've offended in the 1,000-demon sacred realm. Back then, wasn't that why you were injured? Today, it's time for us to die, so we're not afraid of offending you. If you think these words have any value, why don't you start from today and shut up? The light beast roared and shouted, as long as there's light, there's no fear of darkness. As long as there's justice, there's no fear of evil. If we live in darkness, what's the point of talking about light? If this old man tolerates your ugliness, how can this old man be called the light beast? Although we light beasts don't have many clansmen, there's justice in heaven and earth. My light beast clan won't go extinct. That's because, no matter how dark the world is, light will always exist. After it finished speaking, the light beast let out a loud roar, and its entire body shone brightly. Circles of heart-shaped light emerged from the light beast's body and spread out in all directions. In just a short moment, the space within a few dozen miles was filled with a pure and holy energy. When the light landed on Yen Xiao and Catfish's bodies, it emitted a sizzling sound. The black flames and demonic chi around the two demons were mostly wiped out by this light. Not only that, the light penetrated the black flames and pierced into the two demons' bodies like needles. Catfish's shiny body actually produced clusters of light spots. Roar! The two demons seemed to be in pain. They twisted their bodies and roared loudly. The water under Catfish's body surged up to 100 feet high wave. Ha ha ha! The light beast laughed loudly. Did you see that? How can light coexist with darkness? While laughing, the light beast suddenly kicked out the bull leg that had been brewing for a long time. Woo! Amidst the whistling of the wind, the auspicious cloud mixed with the beam of light transformed into a huge shadow and fell towards Catfish. Wherever the cloud passed, layers of space would crack. Before the shadow could get close to Catfish, the surface of Catfish's body began to tremble violently. Circles of ripples began to spread out from the surface of Catfish's body. Damn it! Seeing that the light beast was so powerful after its injury was healed, and that just a casual stomp of its hoof was already so powerful, far beyond its expectation, Catfish couldn't help but curse inwardly. Its huge monster body swayed, and its tail, which was even bigger than a mountain, appeared in front of Catfish from a low altitude. Boom! The shadow of the light beast's hoof stomped on Catfish's tail, and in the midst of a huge explosion, the shadow of the light hoof was shattered. The auspicious clouds turned into countless ingots and scattered in the air, and the light of the light beast disappeared along with the ingots. Ah! It seemed that Catfish had the upper hand, but then he roared again. Because where the shadow of light disappeared, a huge mark of light was imprinted on Catfish's tail. This mark seemed to be engraved on his tail. Not only was it unusually clear, but it was also seeping into Catfish's body. The demon chi on Catfish's body sizzled and disappeared rapidly. A faint blood-red light also rose from the mark. Unfortunately, Hawk Owl had no time to care about Catfish. The moment the light beast stepped out of the shadow of the light hoof, he opened his mouth. Woo! A beam of light more than 10 feet in size shot out from his mouth and rushed towards Hawk Owl. This beam of light was even more ferocious than the light hoof. Wherever it went, the space would shatter. Moreover, where the space shattered, a lot of noble chi would fall into the beam of light. Before the beam of light even reached Hawk Owl, the feathers on his body had already begun to stand up. Caw! Hawk Owl let out a sharp cry and spat out demon chi from his mouth. His wings flapped, and pitch-black lightning also surged towards the beam of light. Puff puff puff. A series of muffled sounds rang out in the air. When the beam of light fell into the demon chi and lightning, it directly pierced through them like a hot knife through butter. Furthermore, the beam of light didn't slow down at all. It hit Hawk Owl and caused him to stagger. Several of his feathers fluttered in the air, making him look rather miserable. Humph. Seeing that the two demon beasts were unable to withstand a mere probing attack, the light beast snorted coldly. Back then, you took advantage of this old man's heavy injuries to scheme and humiliate this old man. Today, this old man will show you the power of this light beast. As it spoke, the light beast's horn began to produce bright and dark runes. These runes began to attract a boundless amount of righteous chi. When the righteous chi descended, many beautiful syllables began to appear in the air. Then, the light beast's body flashed, and like a meteor, it pounced towards the sparrow hawk. Damn it! Hawk Owl cursed under his breath. The demon chi around his body became even denser. Following which, he flapped his wings and countless stars and moon energy fell from the sky. Caw! Hawk Owl let out another long cry, and a demon rune several feet in size appeared between his eyebrows. Just as this demon rune appeared, boom! A beam of moonlight and starlight crashed into it. The demon rune also shone brightly and turned into a layer of starlight that fell on Hawk Owl's body. The starlight sank into the demon chi, and the demon chi around Hawk Owl's body suddenly tumbled. Starting from the top of his head, all the demon chi mixed with the moonlight turned into a pitch-black demon armor that protected his body. In the span of a few breaths after the demon armor was formed, the radiant beast's dragon horn, which carried a majestic aura, passed through space and landed in front of the sparrow hawk. Seeing that there was no way for the sparrow hawk to dodge, the sparrow hawk decided to face the attack head-on. Boom boom boom. The dragon horns hit the demon armor, and with a loud bang, the demon armor broke inch by inch, turning into fist-sized demon runes. These demon runes were also destroyed by the light beast's light runes. Not only was the demon armor destroyed, but the feathers below were also shot off. While Hawk Owl's body was flipped over, a light imprint that was more than 10 feet in size was engraved on his already exposed pitch-black demon body. Caw! Hawk Owl let out another cry, and like Catfish, his body began to tremble like a sieve. Kill! The other light beast saw that it had gained the upper hand and roared. Its body flew behind Catfish and Hawk Owl. Seeing the light beast move, the light beast's cub hurriedly jumped onto the light beast's back. Seeing the light beast's attack, the demon race of the water wave demon realm were very afraid, but they didn't dare to escape. They could only brace themselves and wave their demon weapons to meet the light beast's attack. However, even Hawk Owl and Catfish couldn't resist the light beast's light beam, so how could these little demons resist it? When the light beam fell, some of the demon race's demon weapons were destroyed, and some of the demon race were killed. Light beast! Hawk Owl shouted, "Do you really want to force us to fight to the death?" Fight to the death. The light beast sneered, "You really know how to dream. You don't have the strength to fight to the death. You only have the strength of the moon-picking realm. If it wasn't for the fact that I have a grudge against you, I definitely wouldn't be bothered to make a move on you." Buzz buzz. As the light beast's voice fell, Hawk Owl and Catfish's bodies emitted a roaring sound at the same time. Thick demon chi gushed out from all parts of their bodies, and this demon chi was slightly different from before. Not only was the color darker, there were even some faint traces of blood in it, and part of the demon chi could even be turned into liquid. Under the demon chi, the light imprint on the two demons' bodies was washed away. Even the faces of the two demons looked ferocious in this demon chi. Chapter 44-37. Oh! This demonic aura is a little strange. The light beast's eyes narrowed slightly. While he was thinking to himself, his body emitted a dazzling light as he rushed toward Hawk Owl. At this moment, Hawk Owl and Catfish opened their mouths at the same time. 9 pitch-black stone tablets rushed out from their mouths. They were the 9 dragon tablets that had previously suppressed the light beast's infant. The power of these 9 dragon tablets was even stronger than before. As soon as they fell into the air, they immediately let out a huge roar. Boom boom boom. Black demonic aura gushed out from the tablets. This demonic aura condensed into 9 ferocious dragon children. Not only did their ferocious aura soar to the sky, but they also shrouded an area of dozens of miles. Kill! Hawk Owl and Catfish roared at the same time. Their demonic bodies shrunk by 30%. Waves of dense demonic aura guided the pillars of light into the 9 dragon tablets. The 9 dragon children's bodies grew bigger and bigger. Their faces were also unusually ferocious. They roared and pounced toward the light beast. The light beast's light that Hawk Owl and Catfish were so afraid of was actually devoured by the 9 dragon children. Ha! Seeing that it was the 9 dragon tablets again, the light beast was not afraid at all. He laughed and said, "You two reckless things. This is the dragon weapon of the Dragon Palace. How can you activate it? That day when I was seriously injured, the 9 dragon tablets could not do anything to me. How can you trap me now?" The moment the light beast finished speaking, it noticed that he was different from the previous time. He did not activate the heart-shaped brilliance. Instead, he controlled the Qilin-like demon body and twisted like a dragon body. The huge scales once again emitted a dark green brilliance. When the black energy of the 9 suns dragon tablet fell, a light pillar shot out from each of the scales. These light pillars charged into the black energy of the 9 suns dragon tablet and instantly pierced thousands of holes into the 9 sons of the dragon clan. Ao ao. The 9 dragon children roared in a low voice. However, their bodies became dimmer and dimmer. More than half of their ferocious aura was destroyed. Roar! The light beast let out another loud roar. Its body did not move as it spat out a ray of light toward one of the 9 dragon tablets. This ray of light was not considered dazzling. However, when it landed on the black aura, it had already destroyed the black aura that had been agglomerated. When the ray of light struck the dragon tablet, a loud bang sounded. The black aura on the dragon tablet was completely swept away, revealing a pitch-black dragon tablet. At this moment, the dragon runes engraved on the surface of the dragon tablet revealed a solemn, vast, and majestic aura. Looking at the dragon steel tumbling in the air, the light beast said coldly, "Despicable thing, even if you have the dragon steel, you can't do anything noble. This dragon steel is a stain on the East Sea Dragon Palace compared to what you have refined." As he spoke, runes appeared on the light beast's dragon horns, and its figure charged towards the flaw and the 9 suns dragon steel, preparing to kill Sparrow Hawk. At this moment, an arrogant voice suddenly sounded in the distant sky, "Hee, Sparrow Hawk and Catfish have the 9 suns dragon steel. Naturally, they are not your opponent, but what if I take it?" "Who?" The light beast was stunned. The light around its body immediately converged as it turned its head to look at the source of the voice. However, it saw that in the sky above the 9 suns dragon steel, there were already layers of spatial ripples, and a powerful aura came out from the ripples. At the same time, clusters of black light shadows like small snakes also rushed out in all directions along with this aura. Dragon Clan. Feeling a somewhat familiar aura, the light beast was a little stunned. He whispered and roared at the light beast who was killing the water tribe in the water wave demon realm in the distance. Swoosh swoosh. Without waiting for the light beast's loud roar to land, the sky seemed to be boiling. Like a flood, black dragon patterns emerged from the light shadow and surged towards the 9 suns dragon steels in the sky that had already dimmed with black energy. Boom boom boom. The dragon runes almost ignored the spatial distance and fell on the 9 suns dragon steel. The 9 suns dragon steel let out a different roar from before. The previous sound was purely the roar of the dragon weapon, but this roar was like a dragon's roar. Along with this dragon's roar, another dragon's roar that shook the wilderness came from the space. The light shadows in the sky shattered, and a pitch-black dragon flew out with bared fangs and brandished claws. As soon as this black dragon appeared, its dragon claws grabbed at the light beast. A faint brilliance appeared on the dragon claws, and a weak fluctuation fell on the 9 suns dragon steel through the space. The 9 suns dragon steel that was originally emitting a dragon's roar shook again. Layers of different fluctuations were emitted from it at the same time, completely sealing the space that originally had some flaws. Moreover, the dragon runes on the dragon steel began to float, flowing on the surface of the dragon steel. In just a moment, the 9 suns dragon steel let out a crisp sound at the same time. Caw-caw. Like the sound of a shell breaking, the dragon steel turned into the 9 sons of the dragon clan and flew in the air. The 9 sons formed by the dragon steel looked no different from ordinary dragon clan. Not only were their faces ferocious, but their auras were also imposing. Even the dragon aura on their bodies was exactly the same. Woo! Seeing the dragon steel turn into suns, Demon Monarch Kwang Chong let out a sinister laugh. He opened his mouth, and several dragon breaths fell. The 9 suns became even more ferocious after receiving the dragon breaths. They roared and pounced at the light beast. Greetings to Demon Monarch Kwang Chong. Seeing the dragon clan appear and activate the 9 suns dragon steel, Hawk Owl and Catfish both let out a sigh of relief. They hurriedly retreated, far away from the light beast, and shouted, "Fortunately, I didn't fail my mission and lured the light beast here, ha ha ha." The dragon clan laughed loudly. The dragon aura around him mixed with black flames seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. "You don't have to say any more. Since you were able to lure the light beast here, I won't pursue the crime of stealing the 9 suns dragon steel. I'll also bestow this water ripple demon realm to you. In the future, you can freely enter and exit the 1,000 demon sacred realm." Yes, yes. Thank you, Demon Monarch Kwang Chong. When Hawk Owl and Catfish heard this, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. They shouted again, "We will definitely help my king capture this light beast. I already know of your loyalty." The dragon clan laughed loudly. "However, your strength is really not enough. It's better to retreat to the side." Yes. Although Hawk Owl and Catfish didn't understand why Demon Monarch Kwang Chong came alone, they didn't dare to ask anything. They activated their demon bodies to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" When Demon Monarch Kwang Chong appeared, the female light beast that was attacking the water clan had already sensed that something was amiss. She brought the young light beasts and was about to fly over to rendezvous with the male light beast. However, just as she was flying, Demon Monarch Kwang Chong had already activated the 9 suns dragon steel to trap the light beast inside. How could the female light beast let Hawk Owl and Catfish escape in her rage? She abandoned the water clan and pounced towards Hawk Owl and Catfish. Clearly, she wanted to capture the 2 demons as bargaining chips. Kill. Hawk Owl and Catfish were naturally no match for the female light beast. If they went first, it was purely to alert Demon Monarch Kwang Chong. However, since the female light beast was attacking, they couldn't avoid it. The 2 demons roared angrily and activated their demon clouds to meet the female light beast from 2 different directions. It was also at this moment that several thin threads suddenly appeared in the space behind the female light beast. These thin threads were almost transparent, and they were not obvious in the somewhat dusky sky. However, these thin threads were very strange. Wherever the light beast's light reached, the space would be swept clean, and not even dust could fall. However, under the illumination of the light, these thin threads didn't reflect any brilliance. Instead, they floated down. What was special was that these thin threads didn't land on the female light beast, but on the young light beast on the female light beast's back. At this moment, the young light beast was gnashing its teeth and cheering for the female light beast. Clearly, it had suffered greatly at the hands of hawk owl and catfish and wanted its mother to avenge it. Therefore, it didn't notice the thin threads landing at all. The thin threads looked like they were landing leisurely, but in reality, their speed was extremely fast. Just as the female light beast raised her head and was about to spit out a light beam, the first strand of thin threads had already wrapped around the young light beast's back. Roar! The female light beast spat out a light beam from her mouth, carrying the momentum of killing the water clan. Woo! Catfish didn't dare to be negligent. It also opened its mouth and a pitch-black water beam surged towards the female light beast even more violently than the light beam. However, where the light beam landed, the pitch-black water beam was completely destroyed, and the light beam didn't slow down at all as it hit Catfish's body. Puff! With a muffled sound, the light beam struck Catfish's body, creating a dent that was at least several hundred feet in size. In the dent, countless demon chi condensed into a whirlpool to resist the light beam. Under the whirlpool, many strange demon runes appeared under the trembling skin of Catfish. While the demon runes drew the power of the stars and moon to resist the light beam, many of the light beams in the light beam were scattered by the thick layer of fat on Catfish's body. Although Catfish's huge body was tumbling at a low altitude, falling straight down for several miles, and even smashing out a large hole in the water with its tail, he was still able to fend off the murderous beam of light. Humph! The female light beast snorted coldly and lowered her head again. A ripple appeared on her curved dragon horn, and a thunderbolt that tore the void apart gradually appeared. Roar! Just as the female light beast was about to kill, the young light beast suddenly howled. The female light beast was shocked. How could she still care about killing the two demon clan members? She hurriedly turned her head to look at the young light beast. When she saw the young light beast's condition, not only was she shocked, but her eyes were also filled with fear and regret. At this time, there were more than a dozen cracks on the little light beast's back, and within these cracks, there were almost colorless light flashing. Looking at the sky above the little light beast, there were more than a dozen thin threads floating down. Child! Seeing that the young light beast didn't want to cry out in pain, but still couldn't help but cry out, the female light beast couldn't help but let out a low cry. How could she not know that these thin threads had already wrapped around the young light beast, and in order not to disturb her, the young light beast didn't want to cry out. Roar! The young light beast was still howling, and his eyes were filled with pain and grievance. It seemed that he didn't want to cry out. Mother, these things are really strange. This boy doesn't know when they fell. Chapter 44:38. The female light beast's eyes turned blood red, and the fear in her eyes disappeared. She opened her mouth, and with a roar, a blood-red beam of light shot out, hitting the threads falling from the sky. Not only did the beam of light contain light, but it also contained blood-red threads and lightning. Where the beam of light landed, most of the threads were destroyed and turned into nothingness. Only a small portion was blown away and didn't break. However, the moment the beam of light appeared, it was like poking a hornet's nest. The threads that covered the sky began to fall. And these threads were different from before. Some carried black chi, some carried blood-red light, and some were even multicolored. Damn it! Chilan Spider King. The female light beast roared angrily, and the space within dozens of miles shook. You're also a sun-devouring realm demon king. How can you attack a child with intelligence? Woo-woo. A gust of wind whistled from where the silk landed, and a large amount of devil chi descended from the sky. Within the devil chi, several spider legs that were dozens of feet long stretched out, and then a huge spider that was hundreds of feet long and flashing with a gorgeous brilliance stretched out its head. This spider's abdomen was spitting out a large amount of spider silk, which poured down like a torrent of water. Oh, yes, you're right. How can this king attack a child? This king only wanted to kill you. Who knew that this child was on your back? How could I know? Could this be the legendary accidental injury? The Chilean Spider King's voice was a bit shrill, and there was a bit of cadence. Besides, who knows if you're trying to push this little light beast out to block me? Oh, since you've said it, this king won't care what your intentions are. As the Chilean Spider King spoke, its abdomen flashed with light again. The thin thread that was originally embedded in the little light beast's body suddenly retracted. Ah! The little light beast cried out in pain. Because the thin thread had dragged the little light beast's body and cut it even more, the little light beast couldn't help but fly up, roar. As if the father and son were connected, the little light beast's cries attracted the attention of the male light beast in the nine-child dragon steel. The male light beast roared, and the nine-child dragon steel that was pouncing towards him suddenly stopped in midair. Then, a heart-shaped light rushed out. Not only did it push the nine-child dragon steel 100 feet away, it even tore open space, revealing a gap. Boom! As the gap appeared, the male light beast went into a frenzy as if it didn't care about its life anymore. Its dragon horn flashed and pierced into the gap, and the scales on its body glowed with blood-red light. Countless amounts of righteous chi descended and pierced through the gap. A small portion of the male light beast's body peeked out from the dragon chi of the nine suns dragon steel. Unfortunately, before the male light beast could escape from the nine suns dragon steel, demon monarch Conchong raised her head and let out a dragon roar. She turned into a black thunderbolt and charged down. Lightning also appeared from her dragon horns and she attacked the light beast like lightning. Roar! The light beast was inside the nine-child dragon steel and couldn't dodge. Seeing demon monarch Gong Chang's momentum, he had no choice but to let out an angry roar and charged forward. Hong! The thunderbolts from the two dragon horns collided. Indescribable arcs of light and arcs of lightning burst forth. Explosions rang out in the air several dozen li to the left. Spatial cracks of various sizes crisscrossed one after another. Even the nine dragon steels were caught in this wave of air. They were tossing and turning extremely. 4 or 5 of them could no longer take shape. Where the light landed, they still turned into stone steels. Looking at the male light beast, his huge body was flipped over and the light around him suddenly dimmed. The dragon horn on his forehead was a bit crooked and strands of blood-colored light came from the root of the dragon horn. Opposite the light beast was demon monarch Harpchong. The black dragon's body made a turn in midair and immediately stabilized. The dragon chi around its body flourished, and its dragon claws grabbed downwards. The nine suns dragon steel once again let out a rumbling sound, enveloping the light beast. This time, the nine-child dragon steel spun like crazy and a demon formation emitting the aura of the dragon clan appeared. Seeing the demon monarch gradually shrink under demon monarch Gong Chang's control, how could the female light beast not know demon monarch Gong Chang's plan? She looked at the nine-child dragon steel with some difficulty and then looked at the small light beast trapped by the spider silk. In just a moment, she made a decision. She raised her head to the sky and let out a long neigh. Then, the scales all over her body began to emit wisps of fire. Those wisps of fire were also transparent like colored glass. She raised her leg again, and under her hooves, the clouds of thousands of golden pearls suddenly converged into her body. Vortexes were formed in the air, and the outline of a tunnel that was hundreds of feet wide was instantly revealed. This outline also had wisps of fire emitting from it. Ha! Before the female light beast stepped into the outline of the tunnel, the Chelan Spider King laughed loudly. Is this the legendary reenactment? Last time, you relied on this technique to escape from this king. After 200 years, will this king still let you succeed? Following the Chelan Spider King's laughter, the 8 spider legs on both sides of its huge spider body flashed and extended into the void. Immediately after, on the left side of the outline of the tunnel, the 8 spider legs revealed sharp spikes. It was precisely the wisps of fire that landed on the outline. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of sounds rang out. The spikes that pierced the wisps of fire wildly surged with demonic aura. When the demonic aura crashed into the wisps of fire, there was a loud explosion. The entire outline of the space gradually collapsed and the collapse of the space spread into the tunnel. Not good. This king actually fell into your trap. The Chelan Spider King, who was originally confident of victory, suddenly let out a low roar and flew up into the sky. Unfortunately, before he could fly up, the space below him suddenly tore apart. The explosion of light and demonic aura collided through the void and crashed into the Chelan Spider King. The impact of this explosion was extremely strong. Not only did it cause the Chelan Spider King's abdomen to collapse, it also blew away the wisps of silk that were like flowing water. Naturally, the wisps on the little light beast's body were also blown away. Go! The female light beast let out a low roar and landed below the little light beast. As she shouted, the light around her body shone brightly. Her body was about to fly into the distance. Unfortunately, she had only flown a few hundred feet when a brightly colored spike strangely appeared in the void in front of her head and pierced between her eyebrows. The spike was surrounded by demonic aura and even had a trace of netherworld aura. Damn it! The female light beast was clearly caught off guard. Her body quickly dodged and the spike pierced through the light around her body, leaving a deep wound on her forehead. Ha! The Chelan Spider King laughed loudly and said, "Do you think you're the only one who's scheming? With this king here, how can you escape this time? Go!" Seeing the Chelan Spider King break through the air again and the web in the air came down like a huge net, the female light beast gritted her teeth and shook her back, causing the little light beast to fall into the air. Then, she lifted her leg and kicked. So! The little light beast immediately broke through the air like a shooting star. The female light beast turned around and blocked the Chelan Spider King's head. The Chelan Spider King was stunned and then laughed coldly. What a brainless light beast. You've already fallen into this king's hands, do you think your child can escape? Didn't you see the demons in the water wave demon realm? They've already chased over. The female light beast was shocked and released her Yuan Shin. As expected, how could Hawk Owl and Catfish let go of such a good opportunity to claim credit? They had already moved their bodies and chased over. The other demons in the distance who were lucky enough to survive also shouted and flew over. Ayo! Just as the female light beast was distracted, a similarly colorful spike appeared from under her body. With lightning speed, it pierced through the light beast's light and pierced deep into her abdomen. The female light beast screamed in pain. Damn it! While the two Radiance beasts were being suppressed by their mortal enemies, and the little Radiance beast was being chased by demons, the family of 3 was in dire straits. 100 miles away from the battlefield, a ray of light flashed. Countless inscriptions surged within the light, and when the inscriptions shattered, a beautiful female cultivator emerged from the light. It was none other than Princess Baihua, who was as beautiful as a flower. Princess Hundred Flowers was no longer as frail as she had been before. She raised her hand, and true energy surged out. Just as she was about to raise her hand, a boundless divine will swept out from the distance, covering the entire water region in the blink of an eye. Princess Baihua's expression changed slightly. She hurriedly turned her head, but the clear light in her eyes had yet to be released. Rumble. From where the divine sense came, there was the sound of thunder. The thunder was faster than White Horse fleeting time. Just as the sound was heard, a fist several hundred feet in size flashed with lightning and came through the air. Boom! With a loud sound, it hit the nine-child dragon steel. This method of killing the dragon steel was extremely strange. Whoosh! The nine-child dragon steel couldn't withstand the huge force of the fist and exploded, turning into 9 dim stone steels that scattered in the air. Ah! Demon King Conchong was shocked and looked at the huge fist in disbelief. Fear appeared in his eyes. Then, the fist didn't seem to have any intention of retracting. It swayed and smashed towards Demon King Conchong. Demon King Conchong's body swayed and he shouted, Who is this senior? This lowly one is the descendant of the demon race's second sacred mystic armor Pentaceratops. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, the fist had already landed. Amidst the strong wind, Demon Monarch Heartfelt's demon body was imprisoned. Demon Monarch Heartfelt's figure swayed rapidly as the dragon chi around him surged like a spring. He wanted to use some means to resist. However, before he could do anything, the fist's wind was extremely fierce. The fist's momentum could tear the void apart. Even though he tried his best to block the fist with his dragon tail, his body was still smashed down by the fist. Not only were the scales on Demon Monarch Conchong's body cracked, even her draconic chi was nearly scattered. Her figure smashed a deep hole in the water on the ground. Chapter 44-39. Hee, how interesting. Seeing this, Princess Baihua withdrew her clear eyes technique and slowly withdrew her aura. She then stared thoughtfully at where the fist came from. Damn it! Seeing Demon Monarch Conchong being knocked down by a fist, how could the Qilin Spider King not know how powerful this newcomer was? He didn't even dare to release his origin sense. Demonic chi surged out of his body and the surrounding sky lit up again. He wanted to use his innate ability to escape. Gotcha! Without waiting for the light to form, several thick bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air and shattered it. Then, the lightning roared like a righteous spear and struck the Qilin Spider King's back. Ah! The Qilin Spider King screamed. Its hard carapace was shattered and waves of demonic chi surged out. Ayo! The male and female light beasts stepped out of the trap and looked at each other in dismay. The two beasts let out a cry and flew towards the little light beast without caring about the battle situation. Shwa! Above the heads of the two beasts, a flat lightning flashed and a tall and thin human figure walked out of the lightning. Wasn't that Xiaohua? You! The male light beast saw Xiaohua's appearance and immediately remembered. However, he opened his mouth and called out, Xiao! Xiao, but even after calling out a few times, he still couldn't call out the name of the human he met more than 200 years ago. Fellow Daoist Xiao. On the contrary, Princess Baihua smiled like 100 flowers blooming. Is this really you? Xiaohua glanced at Princess Baihua with a complicated gaze. He raised his right hand and waved his sleeve, releasing the Divine Power Centipede. As soon as the Divine Power Centipede appeared, its body lit up with golden light. Countless dragon-shaped phantoms rushed out from the golden light. Go, rescue that light beast cub. Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed into the distance. Those two demon beasts were your old enemies. I'll leave them to you. Yes, Master. The divine power centipede responded in a low voice. Multicolored clouds appeared under its feet and it flew into the distance. The male and female light beasts glanced at each other. The female light beast endured her injuries and chased after them. Senior. The Chilean Spider King's body tumbled a few times in the air before he finally stabilized himself. All the ferocity from before had disappeared. He transformed into his human form and respectfully said, "This lowly one is the descendant of the nether demonic dragon spider great saint." This lowly one did not know that the light beast was acquainted with Senior. At this moment, Demon Monarch Conchong also flew out of the swamp. He didn't dare to say anything more and also flew before Xiaohua. He transformed into human form and said with a bow, "This little one didn't know that the light beast was old friends with Senior. I have offended Senior before. Please spare my life." Xiaohua had never concealed his strength. His sudden appearance had already displayed the strength of the supreme cultivator of the three continents. Even though Demon Monarch Conchong and Demon Monarch Chilean Spider could deal with the light beasts with ease, they were merely demon monarchs of Tunri. They were much weaker than Bai Qingyu's Jade Wave. How could they possibly have the intention to resist Xiaohua? Moreover, they also knew that Xiaohua could take their lives with one strike. Since Xiaohua didn't take their lives, he probably wouldn't take their lives again. Xiaohua looked at the two demon monarchs and coldly snorted. He didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he turned to look at Princess Baihua and said with a meaningful smile, "Xine, I really didn't expect that I would meet you again in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm before I went to the Cha Nu Kingdom to taste the daughter tea. Our fate is really not shallow." Princess Baihua pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Isn't that so? In these 200 years, this concubine has been waiting in the Cha Nu Kingdom without seeing you. I just came to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to look at the scenery after a long period of silence and met you. Didn't this concubine say earlier? My Cha Nu Kingdom not only has the daughter tea, but also many magic tools. When will you return with this concubine?" "It can't be." Xiaohua also said with a smile, "In these 200 years, if Princess's longing had turned into water, how could you have such cultivation? Back then, when you participated in the auction, you needed this Xiao's protection. Now, you're actually teaching a demon monarch a lesson. If this Xiao didn't see it with his own eyes, how could this Xiao dare to believe it? What's there to not dare to believe?" Back then, a little Daoist cultivator was only barely able to escape because of the light beast's protection. Now, didn't you injure a demon monarch with a single punch? If this concubine didn't see it with her own eyes, how could this concubine dare to believe it? Princess Baihua's sarcastic retort left Xiaohua speechless. Fortunately, the light beast's memory recovered just in time. He exclaimed, "That's right, you're called Xiaohua. 200 years ago, it was you and this old man who saved Lin, But at this point, he couldn't continue. After all, Xiaohua's strength had increased too quickly. In 200 years, the light beast couldn't imagine that Xiaohua could become a human Mahayana realm cultivator. That's right. It's this Xiao. Xiaohua helplessly rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile, "If not for fellow immortals' guidance that day, I'm afraid this Xiao wouldn't have been able to reach today's cultivation. Today, this Xiao is here to repay the favor of that day. I don't dare. I don't dare." The light beast was shocked and said anxiously, "That day, it was Senior who saved this junior's youngest son first. The so-called training was just this junior returning Senior's favor." Xiaohua's words were correct. If the light beast hadn't pointed out the training ground of the light beast clan, Xiaohua wouldn't have been able to conceive a baby in the void, and he wouldn't have had such fortuitous encounters in the future. However, the light beast's words were also not wrong. Hawk Owl and Catfish had set up a trap, using the light beast's cub as bait. They wanted to capture the heavily injured light beast, and Xiaohua's righteous actions had also helped the light beast greatly. The light beast had lured Xiaohua into the void and only pointed out the training ground, but didn't provide any more help. It could be said that it had repaid Xiaohua's help. Xiaohua and the light beast didn't owe each other anything. Xiaohua naturally understood that the so-called karma was entangled. Although a cause was a cause could also be an effect could be an effect, but an effect could also be a cause. Cause, effect. Perhaps only the hand of karma could understand it clearly. His cultivation was still shallow, so there was no need to explain it clearly. He smiled and said, "Haha. Light beast, not only did you and I get to know each other, but we also fought side by side against enemies. This Xiao was just passing by today and happened to meet you. I just casually helped. There's no need to say these polite words." Yes. Although the light beast was honest, he also understood that Xiaohua not only hated evil, but also had a magnanimous heart. This was the human he was willing to get close to. Moreover, the light beast knew that Xiaohua, who was now a Mahayana stage human, didn't feel any pressure when facing Demon Monarch Concho and the Qilin Spider King. The other party was just making a move. If the light beast was too polite, it might really offend Xiaohua. He responded, then looked somewhat worriedly in the direction of the little light beast. Although Hawk Owl and Catfish weren't strong, the mother light beast and the little light beast were still heavily injured. As for the divine power centipede, he had seen it at the auction in the past. Its strength couldn't compare to Hawk Owl, so the light beast was somewhat worried. However, when he looked at the sky over there, he was a little dumbfounded. Only 100 kilometers away, the sky was filled with a bloody light. Hawk Owl's monster body had already been split open. Its two huge wings carried half of its monster body, and it slowly drifted down like a fallen leaf. A large amount of blood gushed out from the torn monster body, spraying into the air and dripping to the ground. Looking at the ground again, the catfish had been killed a step earlier. Its incomparably huge body had been neatly split into two halves. Blood that was even more violent than a mountain torrent gushed out, rushing into the river of the swamp, and then surging into the great swamp. Hiss! The light beast was dumbfounded and couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Although he had easily defeated the two monsters, it was extremely difficult to take their lives. The light beast's gaze fell on the divine power centipede that was happily devouring the monster cores of the two monsters in the sky. An incomparably complicated look appeared in his eyes, and he thought to himself, is this still the little centipede that I looked down on that day? That day, not only did the light beast look down on the divine power centipede, even Xiaohua, if not for the fact that he had helped at a critical moment, he definitely wouldn't have taken half a glance at him. The light beast retracted his astonished gaze and looked at the mother light beast and the little light beast. At this moment, the two light beasts were slowly flying back, but their bodies were riddled with injuries. Especially the little light beast, its back and abdomen were covered with wounds caused by the Qilin Spider King's spider silk. These wounds flickered with a black aura, which was precisely the opposite of the light beast's brilliance. Not only did the wounds not show any signs of healing, but they were even expanding. Large drops of pus dripped down the little light beast's monster body. Although the mother light beast kept licking with its tongue, and a large amount of light fell from time to time, the little light beast still frowned, as if its heart was in pain. The male light beast's eyes were more concerned than affectionate, and its body didn't move at all. If Xiaohua hadn't appeared today, they probably wouldn't have been able to keep their lives. Although the injuries of the little light beast made its heart ache, it was still better to be alive than dead. Seeing that they were flying closer, the mother light beast didn't dare to be negligent. It flew in front of Xiaohua with the little light beast and spoke in human language, "Junior, thanks Senior for saving our lives." Roar roar. The little light beast sensibly raised its neck and roared in a low voice to express its gratitude. Xiaohua smiled slightly, raised his hand, and bent his 5 fingers slightly. The black aura in the little light beast's wounds was easily grasped by Xiaohua, and even some of the fine strands that had almost penetrated into the bone marrow were extracted by Xiaohua. Roar roar. The little light beast was overjoyed. As it roared happily, its whole body shone brightly, and the wounds on its body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Thank you, Senior." The male light beast's heavy heart finally relaxed, and it hurriedly expressed its thanks respectfully. Woo! At this moment, a hurricane rolled up from afar, and the divine power centipede flew over proudly. The dragon aura around its body overflowed, and it actually condensed into a similar dragon shape. Chapter 4440. Seeing the dragon aura approaching, not to mention the 3 light beasts, even demon monarch Conchong's dragon body shrank back, its dragon horns glowing with vigilance. Just as all the monsters were shocked by the dragon aura, Princess Baihua's surprised voice sounded not far away, "Dragon sacrifice." Princess Baihua's words struck Xiaohua like a bolt of lightning. Xiaohua's body stiffened in midair. He understood very well that the divine power centipede had not only swallowed a lot of Mo Zhao, but also some dragon corpses and strange insect corpses. In particular, the divine power centipede had swallowed a dragon sacrifice. Therefore, the divine power centipede's dragon aura was very strong, and its body also had dragon breath. In Xiaohua's view, this dragon aura was not so much the dragon aura of the dragon race, but the dragon aura of the dragon sacrifice after it evolved. Of course, only the dragon race could recognize this dragon aura. Ordinary cultivators could not detect anything abnormal. Even ordinary dragons could not know what the dragon aura of the dragon sacrifice was. However, Xiaohua never expected that the princess of the Chameleon country, whom he had only met twice in the Bronze Pillar country, would be able to recognize it. After a while, Xiaohua turned his head with some difficulty and looked at Princess Baihua. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Xine, this Xiao is somewhat ignorant." In this Xiao's view, 200 years is enough for a princess to become a country's ruler. However, 200 years is definitely not enough for a scholar to become a knowledgeable expert with unfathomable cultivation. He. Princess Baihua, who had already become the ruler of the Chameleon country, covered her mouth and laughed. She was still as cute as she was 200 years ago. She beamed with joy and said, "Xiaohua, 200 years is not enough for an ordinary person to become an unfathomable expert, but an instant is enough for a person to completely change." Seeing that Princess Baihua did not reveal the truth, Xiaohua could only withdraw his gaze. He waved his hand, and the divine power centipede's body shrank to less than 3 inches and landed in his palm. At this time, the divine power centipede's body emitted a golden light, and that light looked no different from a small dragon. "Little Gold, you're quite greedy," Xiaohua said with a smile, but his tone was not reproachful. The Herculean centipede hurriedly replied, "Please forgive me, master. That big bird bullied this little one too much. It almost took this little one's life back then." It's fine," Xiaohua said, "this old man just feels that you've eaten a lot. Now that you've become stronger, there's nothing else interesting." "Thank you for your praise, master." The Herculean centipede was overjoyed. It shook its head and wagged its tail. Xiaohua put away the Herculean centipede and looked at the 9 children dragon steel in the distance. He raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. A several hundred feet large light shadow rushed out and landed on the 9 children dragon steel. With a series of crackling sounds, the 9 children dragon steel seemed to have been crushed. The dragon runes on the steel cracked and some dragon blood seeped out. The dragon blood floated on the surface of the dragon tablet and actually gathered into the shape of a dragon, trying its best to resist the light shadow in the space. However, it only lasted for a few breaths. Paw paw paw. A series of explosive sounds rang out, and the dragon blood turned into green smoke and disappeared. Looking at the nearby demon monarch Conchong, his dragon body slightly trembled. Clearly, this 9 children dragon steel was previously refined by him. Although demon monarch Conchong's blood essence was damaged, extreme fear appeared in his eyes. Not only was it because Xiaohua's strength was too strong, but it was also because Xiaohua's method of breaking the 9 children dragon steel's restriction was completely the method of the dragon race. This method. Demon monarch Conchong only looked familiar, but he had no way of knowing how to use it. After breaking the restriction on the 9 children dragon steel, Xiaohua raised his hand and made a grabbing motion. The 9 children dragon steel turned into the size of a palm and fell into his hand. Seeing Xiaohua open his mouth to swallow the 9 children dragon steel, demon monarch Conchong couldn't help but say in a low voice, "Say, Senior, this 9 children dragon steel was bestowed by my clan's dragon sage. If you take it away like this junior won't be able to explain it to the dragon sage." Humph. Xiaohua coldly snorted and said, "This Xiao is the dragon race's dragon master. Not to mention the dragon weapon in your hand, even if this Xiao wants to take the dragon throne of the 4 seas dragon kings, this Xiao can easily take it. Who dares to say half a word? If you don't believe me, feel free to tell this matter to the black-armored pentaceratops. Just say that this Xiao took it away and have him ask for it from this Xiao." Dragon Master. Demon monarch Conchong was shocked. Although he didn't quite understand what Xiaohua was saying, it sounded really powerful. He didn't dare to say half a word more. After putting away the 9 children dragon steel, Xiaohua pinched his chin and looked at the 2 demon monarchs, not speaking for a long time. Sensing Xiaohua's gaze sweeping over their bodies, the 2 demon monarchs felt uneasy as if they were sitting on pins and needles. After a while, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "Light beast, how do you think these 2 demon monarchs should be dealt with?" The male light beast said, "Reporting to senior, this junior killed a descendant of a Qilin spider king in his early years. Therefore, the Qilin spider king has always wanted to avenge his descendant. The last time this junior saw senior, I was injured by him. Today, this junior was once again injured by him. This can be considered even. If he no longer pursues this matter, this junior also doesn't want to make things difficult for senior." Of course. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, that Qilin spider king hurriedly shouted, "This junior will now swear to senior that he will no longer dare to find trouble with the light beast in the future." Xiaohua's expression didn't change, and he didn't comment. He looked at demon monarch Conchong again and asked, "What about him?" Demon monarch Conchong. The light beast was somewhat hesitant. He looked at the female light beast and the young light beast and said, "This junior isn't familiar with demon monarch Conchong. I'm afraid that because of demon monarch Conchong and demon monarch Conchong had the intention to kill this junior. Since demon monarch Conchong and demon monarch Conchong have already been executed, this junior doesn't intend to pursue this matter. After all, in this 1,000 demons sacred realm, there are truly too many demon clans coveting this junior's bloodline. This junior can't eliminate them all. Are these your heartfelt words?" Xiaohua frowned and asked. Sigh. The light beast sighed and nodded, saying, "These are indeed my heartfelt words. Previously, Demon Monarch Conchong told this junior that my Light Beast clan is too upright, and we offended too many demon clans in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Therefore, our descendants are not prosperous, and our clan is not flourishing. And this junior thought about it, and felt that it was somewhat reasonable. This junior once heard humans in the hidden immortal continent say that those who are too rigid are easily broken, and those who are soft are undefeated. This junior should perhaps change a little. Yes, this junior deserves to die. Demon Monarch Conchong heard and hurriedly shouted. This was all the bewitchment of Demon Monarch Conchong and Demon Monarch Conchong. They said that if this junior could obtain the Light Beast's bloodline, the devil chi in my body could be purified, and thus reach the devouring void realm in one fell swoop. This junior was bewitched, and thus fell into the scheme of those two demon monarchs. Demon Monarch Conchong and the others pushed all the blame to Demon Monarch Conchong and Demon Monarch Conchong, as if he was as pure as the Light Beast. Xiaohua coldly glanced at him and berated, "Shut up." Yes. Demon Monarch Conchong hurriedly responded, but suddenly came to a realization, and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to say any more. Xiaohua looked at the Light Beast and said with a smile, "Light Beast, actually, you don't have to do this. Light is to bravely move forward and pierce through the darkness. If there is fear in your heart, how can you radiate light?" As for the Light Beast's situation in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Just as Xiaohua was about to persuade, Princess Baihua suddenly interrupted, "Light Beast, if you're willing, I can introduce you to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm Star Plucking Tower. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to go find Star Plucking Tower." Star Plucking Tower. Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Princess Baihua in confusion, thinking to himself, could it be that Zhu Qing has come to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? Star Plucking Tower. The Light Beast was also confused. He looked at Princess Baihua and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior, but this junior still doesn't want to be sheltered by the human race's Star Plucking Tower." "You're wrong," Princess Baihua said with a smile. "Star Plucking Tower doesn't only belong to the human race, and you don't even know the meaning of Star Plucking Tower." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. He interrupted Princess Baihua and said, "Your Majesty, can you let this Xiao finish speaking?" Go ahead." Princess Baihua replied with a smile. "Light Beast, do you know of the three demon realms, Bai Qingyu, Sky Concealing Ridge, and Ancient Bell Mountain?" Xiaohua asked. The Light Beast thought for a moment and nodded. This junior knows of Sky Concealing Ridge. The Demon King there seems to be the son of the demon race's first great sage. This junior doesn't know about the other two. Xiaohua nodded. These three demon realms no longer belong to the descendants of those three great sages. Demon King Conchong clearly knew these three demon kings. He said in surprise, "Senior, when did this happen?" "Ni Quan and Bai Qing, what happened?" Xiaohua glanced at him and asked, "Could it be that you haven't heard of Qing Bo's banquet?" Demon King Conchong smiled and said, "Reporting to Senior, Ancient Bell Mountain is very far away. This junior really doesn't know what Qing Bo's banquet is." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "What Qing Bo's banquet is, you will naturally know in the future. What this Xiao wants to say is that these three demon realms now belong to the demon race's seventh great sage. And this seventh great sage is this Xiao's old acquaintance." While speaking, Xiaohua intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Princess Baihua. Sure enough, when Xiaohua mentioned Qing Bo's banquet, Princess Baihua didn't look surprised at all. Only when Xiaohua mentioned the seventh great sage did her brows slightly raise, and a strange light appeared in her eyes. Of course, when she noticed Xiaohua's gaze, a smile appeared in her eyes again. Senior actually knows the seventh great sage of my Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. The light beast was extremely surprised, as if he suddenly understood something. Xiaohua nodded and replied, "That's right. The seventh great sage of your demon race is a heaven-defying lightning phoenix. This Xiao is very familiar with him, and this Xiao also knows that Phoenix Sage likes upright and magnanimous demons. He doesn't have any children in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Currently, Ancient Bell Mountain, by Qingyu, and Sky Concealing Ridge don't have any more demons except by Qingyu. If you want, you can go there." Chapter 44-41. Actually, Princess Baihua said, "Light Beast, although your light demon realm is mysterious and ordinary demons can't enter, your light beast clan is too rare. If you can obtain the protection of the Great Sage Temple's seventh Great Sage, who would dare to target your bloodline in the future?" This. The light beast seemed to be moved, but he was still hesitant and looked at the female light beast. The female light beast said, "Junior thanks Senior for your kindness, but this is a serious matter. Can you let Junior think about it?" "Of course." Xiaohua smiled and took out a beast skin. On it was the symbol of a phoenix spreading its wings. He handed it to the light beast and said, "This is the Phoenix Sage's token. Take it. Whether you are willing or not, there is no harm in paying a visit to the Phoenix Sage. It will be useful to your light beast clan in the future." "Thank you, Senior." The light beast opened his mouth and swallowed the beast skin. He bowed and said. Then, Xiaohua looked at Demon Monarch Conchong and Qilin Spider King and asked indifferently, "Did you see it?" "Yes, this Junior already knows." Demon Monarch Conchong and the Qilin Spider Monarch were very adaptable. They hastily replied, "The Radiance Beast has already obtained the protection of the seventh Great Sage. Whoever dares to touch the Radiance Beast will be opposing the seventh Great Sage. Since it is useful, this Xiao won't take your lives for now." Xiaohua nodded. Demon Monarch Conchong and Qilin Spider King were overjoyed and kowtowed, "This Junior thanks Senior." However, Xiaohua changed the topic, "You can be spared from death, but your crimes cannot be forgiven. This Xiao will give you a task. You can go to the hidden immortal continent." "Senior, please speak." Demon Monarch Conchong and Qilin Spider King were puzzled and asked respectfully. When Xiaohua told them about the sutra seeking extreme bliss, the two demon monarchs looked at each other. However, they didn't dare to disagree. After bowing, they urged their rolling demon clouds to head to the hidden immortal continent to kill Chunzong and his disciple. After the two demon monarchs left, the light beast didn't want to stay any longer. After bowing, he urged his cloud to go into the distance. Only Xiaohua and Princess Baihua were left standing in the vast swamp under the nebula. The wind carried water vapor, which gradually filled the air in the night. The moonlight shone on the water vapor. It was truly a scene of ascension to immortality. Princess Baihua looked around and sighed. Someone once said that as long as I was around, he would be willing to stand by the river for 100 days. Nor did they get tired of it. But now, you don't even want to speak after just standing there for a moment. Yes, at that time, he was a wonderful person, and the princess was also a princess. But now, the person had become mysterious, and the princess had become the monarch. Things have changed with the passage of time. That's how it is. Xiaohua naturally recalled his conversation with Princess Baihua back in the Copper Pillar State and sighed as he replied. Not only have things changed with the passage of time, but things have also changed. Princess Baihua looked at Xiaohua with her beautiful eyes and said, "Speaking of that night in the hidden immortal continent, it was the most unforgettable night in my life. That night, that fearless little Daoist cultivator actually faced the demon race directly. And when the sun rose, that little cultivator actually followed the light beast and left. Do you know how deep of an impression this left on me? I don't know. Xiaohua seemed to be somewhat unromantic as he replied. Princess Baihua didn't care about Xiaohua's attitude and continued to say, "Since then, I have been thinking for many days and nights, this majestic man. What kind of earth-shattering thing did he do today? How many female cultivators' hearts did he quietly move? But who would have thought that after several hundred years, this majestic man was already so tall that he couldn't be looked up at? He had already stepped on all the obstacles between heaven and earth and stood at the peak of the human world. And behind him, in the shadows, there were countless legends and countless unfathomable secrets." Clap, clap, clap. Xiaohua smiled and clapped. "Your Majesty is indeed talented in literature, this Xiao really admires you." Hearing Your Majesty's words, this Xiao suddenly felt that he was a lot taller. However, listening to Your Majesty's meaning, the taller this Xiao is, the more shadows there are behind him. Could it be that in this world, there is a tall person, with a small shadow? 200 years is enough for a Taoist cultivator to cultivate from foundation establishment to heart-stirring. It is also enough for a Confucian cultivator to become a scholar, and it is also possible for a demon to grow from hair loss to wisdom. But it is absolutely impossible for a Taoist cultivator to go from nascent soul to great ascension. Princess Baihua said seriously, "Taoist Master Xiao, could it be that this is not the secret behind you?" "Ha, Your Majesty." Xiaohua laughed and said, 3 continents, 3 rivers and 4 seas, how big is that? How many capable people were there? Your Majesty has never seen it before, but that doesn't mean it is impossible. Isn't this Xiao a very good example? Besides, my Taoist techniques are incomparably profound. Those mysterious cultivation methods have already been annihilated in the river of time along with the destruction of the immortals and Buddhas. No one can guarantee that this Xiao won't obtain this ancient Taoist technique. Impossible. Princess Baihua replied resolutely and decisively, not to mention the ancient times, even the immemorial times, or even the prehistoric times, it is impossible for such a technique to exist. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Could it be that Your Majesty has been to the prehistoric times? This concubine naturally has not been there." Princess Baihua said with a smile, "However, this does not mean that this concubine does not know." "Oh, what is the matter with the sutra seeking extreme bliss?" The sutra seeking extreme bliss formed by the compromise between Confucian cultivators and Buddhism. Taoist Master Xiao, why are you also interested in meddling? Also, what is the matter with the 7th great sage of the Great Sage Hall? What is the matter with the 10,000 stars transit of the sun a while ago? This concubine still has some clues about the Zhaohua Palace in the soaring Dragon Mountain Range, but this concubine is really confused about all the things that have happened recently. Taoist Master Xiao, can you explain to this concubine? Do these things have anything to do with you? Zhaohua Palace. 10,000 stars transit of the sun. Hearing Princess Baihua's words, Xiaohua's face tightened. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Princess Baihua and asked word by word, "You are Xane?" The Princess Baihua, whose nickname is Little Lily. The more I listen, the more confused I am. Princess Baihua, how could she know so much? Hee hee. Princess Baihua covered her mouth and laughed. This concubine is naturally the former Princess Baihua, but this concubine's nickname is Little Roe. That fateful night. Didn't this concubine already tell you? How could you have forgotten all about it? Since you are Little Roe, then can you tell this Xiao that 200 years might not be enough for a Taoist cultivator to go from Yuanying to Mahayana? Xiaohua looked at Princess Baihua's mere literary master cultivation and a smile appeared in his eyes. He said almost the exact same words back to Princess Baihua, how could a mere literary master safely go from the hidden immortal continent to the thousand-demon sacred realm in 200 years? Furthermore, this woman who looked like she was only at the 4th grade of Essence Energy actually dared to dream of rescuing the 6th grade Essence Energy Light Beast under the full force of 2 7th grade Essence Energy Demon Kings. Does this woman not want to live anymore? Or is she hiding her cultivation? In these 200 years, what happened? Princess Baihua smiled and asked with interest, since you want to know, why don't you wait for this concubine to act, before you act? This way, won't you know the answer? There's no need to go around in circles. Xiaohua rubbed his nose and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He didn't answer this question. Oh, this concubine understands. A smile appeared in Princess Baihua's eyes. She didn't seem to need Xiaohua's answer and continued, that year at the auction, you were willing to act without regard for your life for a young light beast that you didn't know. Today, you saw me. Even though you were very curious as to why I appeared here, and you also wanted to know if I had the strength of a level 4 expert, but you ultimately didn't want to take the risk of me being injured and made the first move. Su Ji is right. Xiaohua, you are a too good person. Speaking up to hear, Princess Baihua's eyes revealed warmth. She looked at Xiaohua affectionately and said in a low voice, My dear Xiao, if time could turn back and today was still 200 years ago, how good would that be? Su Ji. Xiaohua was stunned and looked at Princess Baihua in confusion. Unfortunately, Princess Baihua only looked at Xiaohua as if she wanted to turn back 200 years of time. AI. Time is like flowing water, always passing by unconsciously. The past is always in the past. Even if there is a chance for 2 waves in the river to rise, they may not meet again for a moment. Xiaohua simply asked. He lightly bit his lips and looked at this mysterious woman in front of him and softly answered. You don't understand. Princess Baihua raised her head and looked at the river below. The blood had already faded. She shook her head and said, You don't understand this concubine's heart from 200 years ago. That night when we met, just a few words were enough to set off great waves in this concubine's heart. Perhaps this concubine wanted to use you that day, but didn't this concubine's heart also want to see you again? Of course, this little thought is nothing more than a girl's yearning for love. But why did you only want to save the light beast that you didn't know and leave this concubine alone in the wilderness? This. Xiaohua was somewhat at a loss for words. After all, the situation that day was urgent. After the light beast escaped, it had to go to the training grounds. He couldn't not follow. Moreover, Princess Baihua was the princess of a country. It was impossible for there to be no guards in Bronze Pillar Country. She could go to the auction alone, so Xiaohua didn't have to worry about her that day. But now that Princess Baihua asked in person, Xiaohua couldn't answer. Chapter 44-42. Do you know? Princess Baihua stared at Xiaohua and said, You really are a good person. And a good person who doesn't understand romance. You ignored a beautiful woman who could have given you the entire Cha-Nu kingdom and went to save the demons. I hate you. Although Princess Baihua didn't gnash her teeth, Xiaohua looked at her with an expression that he couldn't bear to look back. Xiaohua's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and ask in a low voice, Jean, what happened that day? Jean, Princess Baihua smiled bitterly and let out a long sigh before replying, I am no longer your Jean, I gave you the chance to call me that in the early years, but you didn't. If you call me that now, Su Ji will probably be jealous. Xiaohua frowned and couldn't help but ask again, Who is Su Ji? Is he your dual cultivation partner? Hee hee. Princess Baihua suddenly covered her mouth and giggled, I forgot. Although you are very familiar with Su Ji, you don't know his real name. Let me think, his current name should be Do Shanjun. Hearing the 3 words Do Shanjun, Xiaohua couldn't help but gasp and his entire body stiffened again. After a long while, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, in that case, senior. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could finish, Princess Baihua pouted and interrupted him, you just called me Jean, but after hearing Do Shanjun's name, you directly called me senior? You really hurt my heart. Xiaohua helplessly smiled and said, senior must be joking. Junior's cultivation was taught by Senior Do Shanjun. Senior Do Shan is a great expert who hides his strength. I presume senior is also like him, right? AI. Unfortunately, Princess Baihua didn't have any awareness of being a senior. She sighed again and said, no wonder Su Ji praised you so much in front of me. Not only are you a rare Daoist cultivator who cares about the people of the world, but you are also a person who truly cares about the teachings of the Tao. I'm curious, why didn't you cultivate Confucianism? Why did you come to our Tao sect and become a Grand Ascension stage human? Hearing Princess Baihua call herself a member of the Daoist sect, Xiaohua was even more certain of her strength. He was well aware that even though he was a Grand Ascension stage human, he was still far from being able to match up to the mysterious Do Shanjun. As for this Princess Baihua in front of him, she shouldn't be any worse than Do Shanjun, right? He didn't know what Princess Baihua was planning, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. He could only smile. Let's go. Princess Baihua flew in front of Xiaohua and very naturally reached out her hand to grab Xiaohua's arm. Tonight, accompany this concubine to look at the moon, this. Xiaohua was very embarrassed. He slightly leaned to the side, trying to avoid Princess Baihua's hand. This isn't appropriate, right? Unfortunately, even though Xiaohua had already reached the Grand Ascension stage, he was still unable to escape Princess Baihua's grasp. Princess Baihua hugged Xiaohua's arm and said with a smile, this concubine is just joking with you. Su Ji doesn't know about this, and he won't be jealous of Princess Baihua. But. Xiaohua felt the warmth of Princess Baihua's body and the softness of her arm. He was very embarrassed and said 2 buts in a row. However, just as he was about to decline, he suddenly understood and whispered, Princess. Princess Baihua. Yes. Princess Baihua smiled. This is Princess Baihua's last wish. You don't want to disappoint her in the afterlife, do you? It's just a good impression. Xiaohua said helplessly. Princess Baihua blinked and said, yes, it's just accompanying Princess Baihua to look at the moon. Seeing Princess Baihua like this, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Fairy Jing. He sighed and didn't say anything else. Just like that, the man was like a jade pillar supporting the sky, his figure like a mountain, his aura like a rainbow, slowly walking under the stars. Like a little bird, the woman stayed by his side and hugged his arm tightly. She rested her head on his shoulder, and her black hair fell on his body. They didn't say anything and didn't need to talk about anything. Just like that, they walked through the night, the darkness, the wind, and the dew. When the first light of dawn appeared in the distant sky, the world turned dark again. Princess Baihua said faintly, ever since I started working for the throne, this feeling has become a distant memory of mine. Now that I think about it, to be able to spend a lifetime with the person I love, let alone the throne, even if it's everything in the world, it's nothing. Perhaps. Xiaohua didn't know what to say. He was still sad about Fairy Jing's death, so he really couldn't say anything to Princess Baihua. What an unromantic guy. Princess Baihua smiled and glanced at Xiaohua. She reached out and pinched Xiaohua's arm, saying, "Can't you say something sweet?" Xiaohua touched his nose with his left hand and bitterly smiled. "I'm afraid of being chased by Senior. That guy has a favor to ask of you right now. How could he be willing to chase you?" Princess Baihua smiled. Xiaohua stopped and saw that the darkness before dawn was gradually retreating. He turned to Princess Baihua and said, "Jean, the road will always have an end, but fate doesn't have an end. Fate doesn't have an end. Perhaps one day, you and I will meet again." With that, Xiaohua extended his left thumb and gently stroked Princess Baihua's eyebrows. "Yes." Princess Baihua closed her eyes and felt the warmth of Xiaohua's finger on her eyebrows. She whispered, "Fate is always wonderful. That damned Suji, if he had half of your sweet words, I wouldn't have." "Forget it, let's not talk about him." When Xiaohua's finger fell from between Princess Baihua's eyebrows, Princess Baihua also let go of his arm. Then, she charmingly combed her hair and smiled, "Since we met tonight, I've helped Princess Baihua fulfill her last wish. You can say that I didn't let her down." The night was silent, but Xiaohua's mind was full of thoughts. He thought about what Princess Baihua said after meeting her and knew that the current Princess Baihua was no longer the Princess Baihua from 200 years ago. He bowed and said, "Senior, what happened 200 years ago? Can you tell this junior now? My name is Xingyue." Princess Baihua glared at Xiaohua and said, "Calling me senior makes me feel old." "Yes, Fairy Xingyue." Xiaohua smiled, "So every woman doesn't like to grow old." Just as he said this, Xiaohua was suddenly startled. The smile on his face disappeared and he almost lost his voice. "Xingyue. Fairy. What's your relationship with Xingyue of the hidden immortal continent and Zhai Xinglu?" Fairy Xingyue turned her eyes and smiled. The dawn was like a flower blooming. She said, "Since you already know, why do you need me to explain?" Sigh. Xiaohua stopped being shocked and sighed. After this junior saw the strength of Zhai Xinglu, I've been thinking about which expert created Xingyue. But I really didn't expect it would be a Dao cultivator like you. No wonder you know so much about this junior. Fairy Xingyue nodded, "I know about you from Princess Baihua's memories. Then, news about you was continuously sent to Zhai Xinglu. I remember that in the Bronze Pillar country, you threatened to fill Zhai Xinglu's Book of Heroes. I think Zhu Qing was just flattering you that day. He probably didn't expect that among the Dao cultivators in the Book of Heroes, besides Grand Mist Ancestor, you're the one with the most records. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, when you come out of Xingyue Palace, your heroic deeds will definitely surpass Grand Mist Ancestors." Maybe. Xiaohua smiled. Now, he really didn't care about the records in the Book of Heroes. "However, I'm still very curious. What's your relationship with the Sutra seeking extreme happiness? This is something that has never been recorded in my Xingyue Palace." Fairy Xingyue didn't mention Princess Baihua and wanted to get to the bottom of it. "I think even Vairocana revered Buddha and immortal Emperor Gochen don't know about it, right? Since it's so secretive." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Why do you want to know? If you don't tell me, I won't tell you about Fairy Baihua." Xingyue looked at Xiaohua with a smile, a sly look in her eyes. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and replied, "If you don't want to say, then there's no need to. Anyway, there won't be a Princess Baihua in this world in the future. As for what happened 200 years ago, I don't want to know too much about it. Sigh, men are all ungrateful things." Fairy Xingyue sighed and said, "I thought you would be an exception. But after walking with me for a night, you forgot about Princess Baihua so quickly." Xiao Hua, of course, knew that Fairy Xingyue was trying to provoke him. He didn't answer and just looked at the sun that had just risen in the distance with a smile. The orange-red color had already scattered all over the sky and was now slowly covering the earth. Okay. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't fall for her trick, Fairy Xingyue had to say, I'm afraid that you're the only one in this world who cares about Princess Baihua's life and death. If I don't tell you, who else can I tell? Fairy, please tell me. Xiao Hua stopped smiling and looked at Fairy Xingyue seriously. Princess Baihua is a beautiful woman with a short life. Fairy Xingyue waved her hand and motioned for Xiao Hua to follow her. While flying, she said, she lived in the palace of the Cha Nu Kingdom since she was a child. Although she was a noble princess, in order to obtain the position of king, she racked her brains to calculate and compete with the other princesses for fame and fortune. She didn't have much happiness. She participated in the auction at the star-picking tower of the Bronze Pillar Kingdom for the position of king. She even invited you for this reason. It wasn't until you met her again on the dragon boat that she began to have a good impression of you. And when you took action for the sake of the baby of the light beast, she was deeply shocked. She really didn't expect that there would be such a fearless man in this world. Chapter 44-43. Just when she was a little tempted, she suddenly heard a rather familiar voice. She had occasionally heard this voice in the Cha Nu Kingdom's palace. If I'm not wrong, this voice should belong to the other princess's backer. But at that time, Princess Baihua wasn't completely sure, so she didn't tell you. When you followed the light beast and broke open Catfish's body, she escaped with the humans and demons. By then, you had already flown away with the light beast, so she couldn't catch up even if she wanted to. Old monster Jifeng, Ao Shui, and that stag king also seemed to have something to do. They hid in a corner and didn't allow anyone to approach them. Princess Baihua had no choice but to return to Bronze Pillar Country alone. On the way back, that person indeed appeared. He didn't even allow Princess Baihua to beg for mercy and killed her. After killing her, that person calmly escaped. When I passed by, Princess Baihua's body was almost cold. Princess Baihua went to Zhai Xinglu to bid, which was arranged by Zhai Xinglu. They wanted to find a few suitable bodies for me, and Princess Baihua happened to be one of them. At that time, my body was already somewhat old. When I saw Princess Baihua die, I simply occupied her body and obtained her memories. But at that time, my body wasn't stable yet, so I didn't find that person to avenge Princess Baihua. In the end, before I could do anything, Zhai Xinglu sent news that that person was actually killed by you. At that time, I felt that you and Princess Baihua's fate was not shallow. Last night, I accompanied you all the way. Other than fulfilling Princess Baihua's wish, I also wanted to thank you for avenging Princess Baihua. Hearing this, Xiaohua understood and nodded. The person who killed Princess Baihua should be Jia Sa Country's Prince Hai Tian. This guy's strength of 5th grade essence energy is more than enough to kill Princess Baihua. That's right. It's him. Fairy Xingyu nodded. Jia Sa Country's ambition is huge. But after you killed Hai Tian and a few Buddhist monks, their royal family was annihilated by the Immortal Palace's immortal soldiers. Since then, they have been unable to recover. When I returned to Cha Nu Kingdom, I also uprooted Jia Sa Country's influence there. The princess who had led the wolf into the house didn't have any intention of killing Princess Baihua. Hai Tian running into Princess Baihua could only be said to be a coincidence, so I didn't kill the princess. Later on, I took the position of the queen of the Cha Nu country and fulfilled Princess Baihua's long-cherished wish. Only then did I leave the Cha Nu country. When I returned to Star Moon, I started paying attention to you because of Princess Hundred Flowers. Fairy Xingyue continued, I roughly flipped through the contents of the Book of Heroes and became increasingly interested in you. When I started looking for your origins, I suddenly realized that you are actually very mysterious. Even with the power of the stars and moon, I could only find out about your deeds in Longevity Town. After that, I couldn't find any clues at all. It was as if you fell into Longevity Town out of thin air. Later, Suji, who you met in Copper Pillar Nation and Black Wind Mountain Range, suddenly came to Star Moon. His purpose was the same as mine. He wanted to find out about your background. Because his love for talent, which was hurt by the Grand Mist Ancestor, has recovered. He wants to create you, the almost extinct Taoist cultivator, a good person. In the end, I don't need to say more. He also has no clue. When he heard about what happened between you and Princess Baihua, he also sighed. After all, he was the Copper Pillar Academy's judge at that time. These things happened around him. Therefore, he made another decision. He wanted to impart some cultivation techniques to you. To be honest, I thought that he was too badly hurt by the Grand Mist Ancestor. When he saw such a talented and broad-minded Taoist cultivator like you, he wanted to use you to deal with the Grand Mist Ancestor. At that time, I even scolded him for being crazy. However, looking at your current strength and thinking about his decision that day, I really admire his divination skills. I really don't understand how he could determine that you could cultivate Unstoppable Thunderbolt to the extreme in 200 years' time. I also don't understand how he could determine that you are the key to our trip to Star Moon Palace this time. After all, at that time, you were just a small cultivator with 5th grade essence force. You even dared to suppress Bai Qingyu's Demon King. Oh, speaking of Bai Qingyu, when we heard that you were suppressed that day, Suji immediately rushed to Bai Qingyu. He knew that the rainbow seashell was powerful and was afraid that you would get involved with her. However, when he realized that the dragon was only similar to your soul and looked the same, he left. It was only then that Suji and I realized that the news about you in the 3 continents was all done by the dragon. You didn't even show your face. Of course, I found it strange. I activated the power of Star and Moon to search the hidden immortal continent, Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and Pure Land. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any trace of you. Until yesterday, when I met you above the swamp. Darling Xiao. At this point, Fairy Xingyu's voice was as sweet as honey. Can you tell me, where did you come from? Where did you go in these 200 years? How did you cultivate your strength? Xiao Hua flew to Fairy Xingyu's side and listened carefully. Although Fairy Xingyu didn't explain in detail, Xiao Hua was still shocked. He really didn't expect that so many things had happened without his knowledge. Not only Dou Shanjun, but the mysterious Fairy Xingyu in front of him had also been looking for his whereabouts. It seemed that, except for the concealment of the space, there was nothing he could hide from her. When he heard Fairy Xingyu's question, he understood that it wasn't that Fairy Xingyu and Dou Shanjun didn't believe him. Dou Shanjun had never asked about his origin. Fairy Xingyu's curiosity was purely due to her instinctive curiosity as a female cultivator. Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Fairy, it's not that I can't answer your questions. However, if Junior answers Fairy's question, can Fairy also tell Junior where Fairy and Senior Suji came from?" This. Fairy Xingyu's face revealed an awkward expression and her tone was a little hesitant. However, after a while, she said quickly, "Of course. Why not? Suji and I have already discussed this. Since we need your help, we can't tell you the truth. Otherwise, with your character, you might cause trouble again." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, "Is this Junior's character that bad? Didn't you just say that I'm a good person? You are a good person, but if you take action, you seem to be extremely ruthless." Fairy Xingyu pursed her lips and smiled. Su Ji and I don't want to take this risk. Okay. Since Senior Su and Fairy Xingyu are willing to be honest, I won't hide it anymore. Xiaohua nodded and said, Fairy Xingyu, tell me first. When you finish, I will tell you everything I know. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Fairy Xingyu glanced at him and said coquettishly, You are really cunning. I asked you first. How can you let me tell you first? Besides, Su Ji is not here at this time. I can't tell you first. Where is Senior Su now? Xiaohua understood and said with a smile, Aren't we going to meet up with him in front of the Star Moon Palace? Of course we are rushing to the Star Moon Palace now. As for where Su Ji is now, I don't know. Fairy Xingyu replied, However, I think that if Su Ji knows that you are here, he will be very happy. He can't wait to come and find you. However, if he comes, won't our peace and quiet be destroyed? Hearing this, Xiaohua was speechless. He smiled bitterly and said, Fairy Xingyu, you'd better send a message as soon as possible. I am really afraid that Senior Su will hunt me down. He dares. Fairy Xingyu laughed again and said, Besides, don't you still have me? If he wants to make a move, why fall out with him? If you and I join forces, Su Ji can only run away. Well, when Senior Su fishes the needle out of the sea one day, you two seniors will hunt me down again. It will be my turn to run away. Su Ji fishes the needle out of the sea. Fairy Xingyu was slightly stunned. Obviously, she did not understand the meaning of Xiaohua's words. A woman's heart is a needle at the bottom of the sea. Xiaohua said with a smile, with Senior Su's magical power, it shouldn't be difficult for him to fish a needle out of the sea, right? Humph. Fairy Xingyu snorted and said, It's not a problem for him to fish a needle out, but when it comes to fishing a woman's heart, he can't compare to you. Xiaohua raised his hand helplessly and said, Fairy Xingyu, I surrender. You can't always drag me into things, right? This junior has a lot of burdens in his heart. I always feel that Senior Su is watching me from the side. What do you think? If others want me to say it, I don't like to say it. Go ahead and enjoy yourself. Fairy Xingyu curled her lips and opened her mouth. A 3-inch long shuttle flew out of her mouth. This shuttle was different from the usual celestial devices Xiaohua had seen. Not only was it transparent, but there were also many starry spots inside. These starry spots flowed slowly as the shuttle moved, like a small galaxy. The shuttle landed in the air and Fairy Xingyu formed a magic art with both hands. As the magic art was revealed, the surrounding space vibrated. Wisps of crystal-like heaven and earth essence chi fell into the magic art. After a few minutes, the magic art was completed, and a small starlight appeared on Fairy Xingyu's index finger. Fairy Xingyu raised her hand and the starlight fell into the shuttle. Boom! The shuttle suddenly dispersed as if it had fused and turned into a galaxy. Go! Fairy Xingyu scolded softly. Her hands quickly formed another magic art and hit the galaxy. The galaxy flickered slightly in the air and immediately flowed into the void and disappeared. Seeing the shuttle disappear from his divine sense like a drop of water falling into the sea, Xiaohua's eyes became thoughtful. Chapter 44-44. Xiaohua, I heard that you know the thunder escape technique. Let's have a competition. Let me see the power of the world's #1 escape technique. After Fairy Xingyu finished speaking, she didn't wait for Xiaohua's reply. Then, her entire body started to distort rapidly. Swoosh! Like a gust of wind, she flew out. Rumble! Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He activated his true origin, and lightning surrounded his body. He also turned into a thunderbolt and flew in the direction of the cool breeze. The cool breeze was just a thunderbolt in the middle of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. In front of a huge mountain range in the Thousand Demons sacred realm, there was a distortion in the space. Several gusts of cool breeze came out of the void and condensed into a human figure in the sky. This human figure looked extremely thin and flat, like a piece of starlight. After swaying a few times in the wind, it instantly became full like a balloon, revealing Fairy Xing Yu's impressive figure. In just a few breaths, a bolt of lightning appeared above Fairy Xing Yu's head with a swoosh. Immediately, there was a rumbling sound of thunder in the void, as if thousands of horses were galloping. Amidst the lightning, Xiaohua's slender figure also appeared calmly. Hee hee. Fairy Xingyu looked at Xiaohua and said with a smile, "The so-called fastest thunder escape technique in the world is just this. In the past 10 days, you have not surpassed me by even one step." That's right, Fairy's wind escape technique has already reached the acme of perfection. It's something that Junior can't reach. Xiaohua's face didn't have any disappointment as he nodded and replied. Then, he looked in front of him and asked, "If Senior Su came from the direction of the Star Moon Palace, he should be here now, right? Why don't we put in more effort to welcome him?" Oh. Seeing that Xiaohua's figure moved slightly and was about to fly away, Fairy Xingyu seemed to understand something and said, "Xiaohua, tell me honestly. Have you activated your thunder escape technique to the extreme? Are you competing with me, or are you afraid that you can't find the Star Moon Palace? Are you flying with me?" "Ha, Fairy, you think too much." Xiaohua faintly smiles and says, "Junior's strength can't compare to Fairy's, so of course my flying speed can't compare to yours." Humph. Fairy Xingyue did not move at all. She pointed in the direction that Xiaohua was about to fly and said, "That direction is already south. It's not where Xingyue Palace is located. Why are you flying there? Do you think that if I fly in this direction, the east will be in front of me? You can't tell the direction at all. You didn't want to overtake me because you were afraid that you would fly in the wrong direction, right?" This. Xiaohua scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Forget it." Fairy Xingyu glared at Xiaohua and said, "I have no reason to compete with you in terms of flying speed. If you claim to be second in the entire 3 continents, no one would dare to claim to be first. Zhai Xinglu's Book of Heroes clearly states that your strength is 1 level higher than your cultivation level, and your flying speed is 1 level higher than your strength." Xiaohua's face was bitter as he spread his hands and said, "Fairy, you have really wronged me. My thunder escape technique is indeed inferior to Fairy's wind escape technique, so I was still thinking of how to ask Fairy for advice on the wind escape technique." You. Fairy Xingyu was really speechless. She scolded, "You are really the same as what the Book of Heroes says. You want all kinds of cultivation techniques. Don't you think you are a little greedy? You know the thunder escape technique and have cultivated it to the extreme. Why do you want my wind escape technique? Don't tell me you still want to cultivate the wind escape technique. Hee, stones from other mountains can help Jade." Xiaohua smiled and said, "I just want to refer to other escape techniques to better cultivate the thunder escape technique." "Is that really the case?" Fairy Xingyu asked with a smile, as if she had a better understanding of Xiaohua's character. Xiaohua said seriously, "Of course. How could I lie to Fairy? Haven't you lied to me before?" Fairy Xingyu curled her lips and said, "Along the way. Haven't you been lying to me?" Since his purpose had been exposed, Xiaohua might as well pester her. He replied righteously, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Forget it. Fairy Xingyu waved her hand and said, Su Ji has given you enough cultivation techniques. You don't have to insist on my wind escape technique. When Su Ji comes, I will ask him. Thank you, Fairy. Xiaohua hurriedly thanked her and then scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. He said, so Fairy and Senior Su agreed to meet here. Yes, this place is called Qingyun Ridge. In the early years, I came here with Su Ji to search for traces of Xingyue Palace, so I am very familiar with this place. We agreed to meet here and then go to Chitty River together. Fairy Xingyu said as she flew into the mountain range with great familiarity. Chitty River. Xiaohua was shocked and said anxiously, Fairy, are you saying that Xingyue Palace appeared near Chitty River this time? Yes. Fairy Xingyu answered and flew into the foothills. There was a waterfall that was thousands of feet in size hanging on the mountain wall. The surging blue water flowed out of the foothills in a magnificent manner and went straight down thousands of feet. Then, it crashed into the pool in the mountain stream. The waterfall hit the rocks on the stone wall and rushed into the deep pool. The sound of the water was so loud that it seemed to drown out all the sounds in the world. Fairy Xingyu landed on a mountain ridge opposite the waterfall. There were several huge rocks flashing in the light of the water. Fairy Xingyu sat cross-legged on one of the huge rocks. Then, she faced the sky, as if she was meditating. Xiaohua released his divine sense to scan the surroundings. Other than a few ordinary birds and beasts, there were no other demon clan members. He could only fly to another huge rock. Before his figure could land, an extremely cold qi rushed over from the huge rock. Oh. Xiaohua took a closer look and thought, it turns out that these are rare cold ice jades. I don't know if they were born here or if they were left here by Senior Su and Fairy Xingyu. Then, Xiaohua also sat down cross-legged. A gust of cold qi rushed straight into his body. While Xiaohua activated his cultivation method to refine it, his eyes were rolling rapidly. He was thinking about how to get the wind escape skill from Fairy Xingyu. On this day, there was a rainstorm. Wild water droplets poured down like the Milky Way, covering the sky and the earth. In addition to the darkness in the sky, there was a faint layer of watery light. It was somewhat similar to the heavy water disaster in the untainted land. The world was covered by rain. The waterfall on the mountain ridge was even more devastating. The water was several times stronger than before, almost covering all the mountains that Xiaohua could see with the naked eye. The pool in the mountain stream had been filled. The water rushed into the distance along the mountain stream, looking similar to a mountain flood. Fairy Xingyu and Xiaohua were naturally not afraid of the rain. There was not a single drop of rain falling within a radius of 1,000 feet around them. However, at this time, Xiaohua did not close his eyes to meditate like Fairy Xingyu. He had already opened his eyes. Looking at the rapid water flow, he released his divine sense and explored the surrounding water. Oh! Suddenly, Xiaohua made a sound and looked sideways. Almost at the same time, Fairy Xingyu also opened her eyes and looked in the same direction. In just a moment, a divine sense as vast as the sea of smoke swept over from the rain. When it fell on the two of them, it immediately withdrew. Immediately after, all the raindrops within a radius of 100 miles suddenly exploded at the same time. Amidst the popping sounds, the raindrops once again shone with innumerable splendor. When the splendor flashed, the world suddenly fell silent again. Even the sound of the waterfall had disappeared. Woo! In the void, a watery light suddenly appeared. All the water droplets within 100 miles were filled with this watery light. All the water droplets that came into contact with the watery light emitted a strange vibration, gathering towards the sky. In the end, a transparent human figure was revealed. Wasn't that the peerless beauty Do Shanjun? As soon as Do Shanjun's appearance was revealed, his starry eyes moved slightly. As if adding the finishing touch, the transparent watery human figure was immediately colored. A living cultivator stepped out of the rain. However, at this time, Do Shanjun was no longer dressed like a Confucian cultivator. Instead, he was dressed in a Taoist robe and had an extraordinary temperament. As Do Shanjun's figure moved, the space within a radius of 100 miles began to move. Even the raindrops began to fall violently again. Xiaohua. Do Shanjun's gaze fell on Xiaohua. He said in surprise, You have already cultivated to the Mahayana realm. How is this possible? Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He had already stood up before Do Shanjun's figure appeared. At this time, he hurriedly moved forward and bowed. Junior greets Senior Su. Oh, it seems that Fairy Xingyu couldn't hold back and told you everything before I came. Su Ji was not surprised. He glanced at Fairy Xingyu, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ice jade, and said, No. Xiaohua said with a smile, Fairy Xingyu only told me your real name. I'm still waiting for you to come over and explain everything to me. Humph, did you hear that? I didn't reveal anything about you. Don't wrongly accuse me like last time. Fairy Xingyu opened her eyes and said with a cold snort. There was no special expression on his face, which was far from the expression he had when he was with Xiaohua. Su Ji responded and flew to a cold ice jade to sit down. He looked at Xiaohua and said, Did you get the jade eyes I left for you? I got it. Xiaohua nodded and replied, Senior's divination technique is really amazing. You can actually predict what will happen 200 years later. I'm ashamed. Su Ji shook his head and said, I only know a little about divination. How could I be so clear about what will happen 200 years later? That day, I was just on a whim. I knew that you had some relationship with the Luo Yi Merchant Alliance, so I gave the jade eyes to the demon clan named Ingpe. Chapter 44-45. Xiaohua naturally knew that Su Ji was being modest. Just as he was about to speak, Fairy Xingyu said sarcastically, I knew you would say that. You've only been a judge of the academy for a few days and you've already learned how to be hypocritical. If you didn't know what would happen today, how could you have given the jade eyes to that demon? I didn't say that I didn't foresee what would happen today. I just said that I didn't foresee it so clearly. Su Ji was not angry and only answered lightly. His tone, coupled with his otherworldly temperament, gave birth to an indescribable arrogance. Humph, you're just a hypocrite. Fairy Xingyu said rudely. She snorted to show her disdain. Her expression was no different from that of a little girl who was quarreling in the secular world. Unfortunately, Su Ji did not take the bait. He ignored Fairy Xingyu and continued to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua, I think Fairy Xingyu has already made it very clear to you. This trip to the Star Moon Palace is very important to us. Of course, for you, it should also be a great opportunity. I think that since this is the case, we shouldn't hide anything from each other. Even if we don't gain anything from this trip to the Star Moon Palace, in the future, among the cultivators on the 3 continents who can stand shoulder to shoulder with us. You're the only one who can catch our attention. Therefore, we should face each other openly and honestly. Unlucky, unlucky. Before Su Ji could finish speaking, Fairy Xingyu, who was next to him, cursed a few times. Then, she spat on the ground and said, You haven't even seen the Star Moon Palace and you're already saying such unlucky things. Could it be that you're cursing? No. Su Ji glanced at Fairy Xingyu and said, I'm just telling the truth. Xiaohua, who was watching from the side, was overjoyed. Xiaohua understood Fairy Xingyu's thoughts and actions very well. However, Suji just didn't cooperate. Xiaohua didn't know if he was really unromantic or if he didn't have Fairy Xingyu in his heart. Of course, the more the two of them acted like this, the more relieved Xiaohua was. After all, such a person's mind was relatively pure and would not be very calculative. Suji looked at Xiaohua again and said, "That day at Black Wind Ridge, I already used a secret technique to carefully examine your cultivation. There was absolutely no sign of damage, so it's impossible for you to have recovered your cultivation in the past 200 years. Then here comes the problem. Xiaohua, I have never heard of or seen any records of a human cultivator being able to advance from the spirit-severing stage in 200 years. And, if we use the strength standards of the 3 continents, it should be from the 5th level of essence energy directly to the 9th level of essence energy. I've already said this before." Fairy Xingyu seized the opportunity to speak. He just won't admit it. So, Xiaohua. Suji ignored Fairy Xingyu and asked Xiaohua, "Can you tell me what happened in the past 200 years? Humph. Fairy Xingyu looked at Suji angrily and said, "I've already told Xiaohua. If it weren't for the agreement with you, he would have told me." Xiaohua finally spoke. He smiled and said, "Senior Su, could it be that the Star Moon Palace is very important to you?" "Of course it's important." Suji glanced at Fairy Xingyu and answered. "Then it seems that my cultivation level is also very important to our trip to the Star Moon Palace this time." "That's right." Suji nodded again. "There's a place in the Star Moon Palace that requires the power of thunder. I'm not strong enough, so I need to borrow your cultivation level. Previously, your strength was only at the 5th level of essence energy and could not help me much. Therefore, besides you, I also found a few others. However, I never expected that you would actually be at the 9th level of essence energy. There's no need for those people to go." "That's strange." Xiaohua asked, puzzled. "I remember that when we were at the star-picking tower, Zhu Qing said very clearly that the Star Moon Palace is very useful for comprehending the power of the stars. Similarly, according to different cultivation methods, the opportunities are different. A Confucian cultivator can comprehend the heart of heaven and become a literary star. A demon king can sense the power of the stars and combine their physical bodies to become a great sage. A Taoist can break through the void and reach the realm of ascension. However, these opportunities are only for cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of essence energy. With my cultivation level, I'm afraid there's no point in entering the Star Moon Palace. Also, why does Senior value the Star Moon Palace so much? Why are you asking first?" Fairy Xingyu glared at Xiaohua and said, "Didn't we agree? You tell us first and we'll tell you later." Suji nodded. Fairy Xingyu is right. The Star Moon Palace was originally discovered by Fairy Xingyu in the 3 continents. Her Xingyu was formed entirely to search for the Star Moon Palace. Our purpose of searching for the Star Moon Palace is different from the purpose of the cultivators from the 3 continents. Actually, we also want to see if we can find our own opportunities from the opportunities of these cultivators. As for what this opportunity is, Xiaohua, you're the first cultivator in the 3 continents who knows about it. I'm afraid you're also the only one." As he spoke, Suji raised his right hand. Boom! A huge roar sounded from the waterfall. The waterfall rushed up into the sky like 10,000 water dragons. As it roared in the air, it covered an area of several hundred miles around them. Suji raised his hand again and made a grabbing motion. Crack! The waterfall above the 3 of them immediately froze. This solidification rapidly spread in all directions. In just a few breaths, the water that covered a radius of several hundred miles froze. Layers of mysterious fluctuations slowly flowed on the surface of the solidified water. Xiaohua tried to release his divine thought, but the entire water flow was like a huge boundary. Not only did it block sound and aura, but his divine thought also could not pass through it. Looking at the foothills again, the rain was no longer raining. The water flowed slowly, and the green leaves and grass were sparkling with water droplets. It was a beautiful scene. Show off, show off. The corners of Fairy Xingyu's mouth curled up as she rolled her eyes at Su Ji. Then, with a flick of her finger, a speck of starlight fell on the water curtain. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire water curtain shone with starlight, as if a starry sky had enveloped the three of them. Hee hee, this is beautiful. Fairy Xingyu said with a smug smile. Su Ji's cold face was still the same. He turned to Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, now you should tell me what happened in the past 200 years, right? Senior, would you believe me if I said that I was not in the 3 continents for the past 200 years? Xiaohua asked with a smile. Nonsense. Of course, you were not in the 3 continents. Is there a need to ask? Fairy Xingyu continued, Su Ji and I used our magic, but we couldn't find you. How could you have been in the 3 continents? Senior, you should know where I was last seen, right? Xiaohua was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he looked at Fairy Xingyu and asked with a smile. Fairy Xingyu smiled proudly and said, Of course. You were last seen at the River and Tide Temple in the Longevity Town. You even tried to stop. Oh, I understand. You were not trying to stop the sutra seeking of bliss held by the immortals and Buddhas. You were trying to stop that monk from taking down the Buddha role. You actually know that unknown. Chun Zong. At the end of her sentence, Fairy Xingyu thought of how Xiaohua had instructed the 2 demon kings to participate in the sutra seeking of bliss in the water wave demon realm. She immediately understood Xiaohua's intentions and exclaimed in surprise. Su Ji was still as calm as ever. However, he raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Xiaohua with a strange light in his eyes. The sutra seeking of bliss has nothing to do with us, right? Xiaohua did not answer Fairy Xingyu's question. Instead, he shook his head and said, Fairy, don't think too much. Yes. Fairy Xingyu smiled slightly and said in surprise, the last place you were seen was the Longevity Town. It was the beginning of the sutra seeking of bliss. However, the River and Tide Temple was not the last place you appeared. You failed to stop Chun Zong from taking down the Buddha role and then mysteriously disappeared. Dozens of days later, you suddenly flew out of the Liao River. At this time, there was a Confucian cultivator with the strength of a great grandmaster chasing after you. If I'm not mistaken, that Confucian cultivator should be the inspector of the Immortal Palace. He discovered that your Taoist cultivation had broken through the late stage of the nascent soul realm and was preparing to capture you and imprison you in the Immortal Palace. After that, you and that patrol inspector both disappeared without a trace. Later on, traces of you appeared in the hidden Immortal Continent and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. This was also recorded in the Book of Heroes of Xingyu. However, when we discovered that the one suppressed in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm wasn't you, we deduced that the traces in these places were the work of that white dragon. Of course, Su Ji also went to the Immortal Palace. Although he carefully investigated, he did not find any trace of you being suppressed. He even found out that 5 inspectors of the Immortal Palace were killed during that time. They were Zhang Qing, Wu Han, Sun Zhong, Sun Cheng and Zhong Xing. As for which one disappeared with you, I don't know. Hearing that Su Ji could find out the information about the inspector of the Immortal Palace, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to ask Sun how, but when he thought about it, he couldn't help laughing. Sun Jian was the immortal Qing Yuan of the Immortal Palace. Wouldn't it be 100 times more convenient for him to investigate Sun Hao than Su Ji? So he nodded and said, Fairy Xingyu is really insightful. Fairy Xingyu is right. I was discovered by the Confucian great-grandmaster Sun Qing in the Liao River. He chased after me from the Longevity Town. During that time, Wu Han and Sun Hao joined in. I risked my life to kill Wu Han, but was later forced to an unavoidable place by Sun Hao and Sun Qing. Speaking of this, Xiaohua smiled and asked, Fairy Xingyu, do you know where this place is? Oh. Where? In this world, there are too many unavoidable places. I don't know. Fairy Xingyu shook her head, which was rare. Oh. Xiaohua asked curiously, did nothing special happen in the Immortal Palace during that time? Nothing special. Su Ji nodded. I entered the Immortal Palace's Hall of Enlightenment and read the heavenly policy of the Immortal Palace. I didn't find anything unusual. If what you said was unusual, or Immortal Emperor Gaochen deliberately concealed it, I'm afraid I couldn't find it. Chapter 44-46. Alas! Xiaohua sighed. He already understood that since Su Ji did not know that Sun Qing and Wu Han had died in the Black Ruins Mountain, then the immortal soldiers and immortal generals that Sun Jian had stationed in the Black Ruins Mountain must have been killed by Sun Hao. The Immortal Palace would definitely not leave such a thing in the Hall of Enlightenment. How could Su Ji have guessed that he would fall into the heavenly prison? Xiaohua looked at Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu and said word by word, Black Ruins Mountain. What? Hearing Xiaohua say the words Black Ruins Mountain, both Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu turned pale with fright. With a slight shake of their bodies, they actually flew up from the cold jade stone and cried out in a low voice, You actually fell into the heavenly prison? Yes. Xiaohua nodded. I was no match for Sun Qing and Sun Hao. After risking my life to kill Sun Qing, I was also thrown into the heavenly prison by Sun Hao. How is that possible? How is that possible? Fairy Xingyu said, How is that possible, twice in a row and cried out, You actually came out of the heavenly prison alive. There are actually people in this world. No, there are actually living creatures that can come out of the heavenly prison alive. This is truly inconceivable. Su Ji, who had always been calm, could not help but be excited. He suppressed his trembling voice and asked in a low voice, Xiaohua, quickly tell us, what is inside the heavenly prison? How did you escape from the heavenly prison? Alas! Xiaohua already had an excuse. He sighed and said, Seniors, it's not that I don't want to tell you what is inside, but I don't know what the real heavenly prison is. When I fell into the heavenly prison, it was pitch black. I couldn't see anything. My divine sense couldn't leave my body. I couldn't see with my naked eyes. There wasn't even a trace of sound. But occasionally, there would be some strange flashes of light. At the same time, there would also be some strange qi of heaven and earth. Oh, there would also be fluctuations similar to the thunder tribulation. Junior was drifting in the darkness. I originally wanted to die. But when I wanted to die, I couldn't activate my Dharma power and couldn't even move my body. Later, when there was qi of heaven and earth, I didn't want to die. Junior thought, since there is the qi of heaven and earth, I can cultivate. If I can cultivate to the level of immortal ascension, will I be able to escape from the heavenly prison with the help of the immortal ascension thunder tribulation? Therefore, during my time in the heavenly prison, I only focused on cultivation. Speaking of this, I have to thank Senior Su. If it weren't for Senior's cultivation methods, I wouldn't have been able to reach the Mahayana realm. And then, Su Ji was both excited and disappointed. He took a few deep breaths and asked calmly. The heavenly prison sometimes has whirled yuan qi, and sometimes it doesn't. Also, the fluctuations of the lightning tribulation are very rare. I have cultivated in the heavenly prison for 40,000 years, and barely reached the great ascension stage. Xiaohua continued, after reaching the grand ascension stage, Junior's heart is finally at ease. I just have to wait for another 10,000 years for the lightning tribulation to descend. But, just as I was cultivating, a strange spatial ripple appeared in the darkness. This ripple was even more powerful than a thunderbolt, and it tore apart the space around me. There was an extremely strong suction force in the spatial rift, and I couldn't avoid it before I was sucked in. Then, the huge impact knocked me out. When I woke up, I was already near the South Sea. What? You just came out of the heavenly prison. Fairy Xingyu was even more surprised. You're not lying to us, are you? Xiaohua smiled. He was actually testing Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu at this time, and he was also wondering if he should follow them to the Star Moon Palace. Yes. Xiaohua replied, it's that simple. When Junior returned to the South Sea, I found out that I had spent 40,000 years in the heavenly prison, and the 3 continents had only spent 200 years. Later, Junior heard about Qingbao's banquet, so I hurried to buy Qingyu. Then, I got Senior Su's jade eyes from Yingpe and immediately rushed to the Chitty River. Xiaohua didn't mention anything about his Fortune Gate disciples, but he also believed that neither the South Sea Dragon Palace nor Bai Qingyu's matter would reach Fairy Xingyu's ears for the time being. Firstly, the South Sea Dragon Palace was a disgrace to the dragon palaces of the 4 seas, so they would definitely keep their mouths shut. Even if it was leaked, it wouldn't be known by Zhai Xinglu in a short period of time. Secondly, although Bai Qingyu's matter was sensational, it happened very recently. Not to mention that the 7 Stars Great Saint's news would cover up Bai Qingyu's matter. Even if Zhai Xinglu got the news, it might not be delivered to Fairy Xingyu so quickly. Thirdly, Zhai Xinglu of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm had almost disappeared. The entire Star Moon Palace was busy with the Star Moon Palace, so Bai Qingyu's matter wouldn't attract their attention for the time being. Of course, Fairy Xingyu and Su Ji would definitely know about this after the Star Moon Palace, but which cultivator didn't have secrets? Since Xiaohua had told them about the heavenly prison, he believed that they wouldn't pester him anymore. Impossible, it can't be that simple. Fairy Xingyu didn't believe it as expected. It's not like I haven't been to the Black Ruins Mountain. Even Su Ji and I don't dare to go in. How could you come out so easily? Moreover, the Black Ruins Mountain has existed for so many years. I've never heard of anyone going in and coming out alive. Hee, Fairy, if you didn't ask, would I have told you? If I didn't tell you, who would know that I came out of the heavenly prison alive? Xiaohua retorted with a smile. In short, I don't believe that you can come out so easily. Fairy Xingyu shook her head and said, if you're not too lucky, then you're lying to us. No, you must be lying to us. There's no essence qi of heaven and earth in the heavenly prison. Even immortals can't survive there. How could you cultivate there? Xiaohua's face showed a meaningful smile as he asked, Fairy, are you an immortal? Have you been to the heavenly prison before? Xingyue. Su Ji, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Don't forget that there's the Star Moon Palace in the 3 continents. What's wrong with the Star Moon Palace? What does this have to do with the Star Moon Palace? Fairy Xingyu was stunned and somewhat puzzled. Su Ji explained, the Star Moon Palace is about to appear soon. Isn't it similar to the time when Xiaohua escaped? Hiss. Fairy Xingyu sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Xiaohua in disbelief. She said, if that's the case, then it's really possible. Xiaohua, your luck is really that good? If I claim to be the second luckiest in the world, I'm afraid no one would dare to claim to be the first. Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders and replied in all seriousness, Junior's biggest weakness is that my luck is too good. Ha ha ha. Fairy Xingyu covered her mouth and laughed until she was trembling. After a while, she said breathlessly, you're really too glib-tongued. No wonder Princess Baihua had a good impression of you after seeing you once. On the other hand, Su Zhi looked at Xiaohua and said, your experience is truly inconceivable. We forced you to tell us about the heavenly prison in the Black Ruins Mountain. You can't tell other cultivators about it in the future. Oh. Why? Xiaohua was stunned and felt warmth in his heart. He could hear trust and concern in Su Zhi's words. No one knows what the heavenly prison is. Any cultivator knows that once they enter the heavenly prison, there's no way out. Therefore, no one dares to go near the Black Ruins Mountain. However, if they know that someone can survive in the Black Ruins Mountain and cultivate there for 10,000 years, which is only equivalent to 100 years in the 3 continents, even if they know that the chances of survival are very small, they'll still rush into the Black Ruins Mountain. Su Zhi said earnestly, think about it. If a Dao sect cultivator who's only a nascent soul cultivator enters the Black Ruins Mountain and comes out as a human Mahayana cultivator, how many cultivators can resist such temptation? Yes, I understand. Xiaohua bowed and said, after today, I won't mention this again. Also, Su Zhi said again, stay away from the Black Ruins Mountain in the future. According to what I know, the Black Ruins Mountain isn't something from the 3 continents. Or rather, the heavenly prison should be a space where the chaos divine realm fell into the 3 continents. The time in the heavenly prison is different from the time in the 3 continents. There might even be many different times and spaces in the heavenly prison, like layers and layers of willow catkins. And at the root of this space, there might be a trace of connection with the chaos divine realm. Of course, once this connection disappears, the entire Black Ruins Mountain and the entire heavenly prison will be completely destroyed. Don't think that after going in and coming out, you'll get greedy again. I'll be honest with you. This time, your luck is too good. The Star Moon Palace just happened to pass by the space where the heavenly prison is, and that's why you were brought out. Otherwise, even if you cultivated to the Ascension realm, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't be born in the heavenly prison. Yes. The more Su Zhi said this, the more relieved and happy Xiaohua was. He nodded and said, I understand. Actually, my days in the heavenly prison were miserable beyond words. Other than darkness, there was only darkness. I even had thoughts of dying. I definitely won't try that kind of inhuman life again. Senior, please don't worry. At this point, Xiaohua was suddenly shocked again. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Su Zhi's words made him think of the transportation passage from the Chaos Divine Realm to the Great Snow Mountain. After all, the Chaos Divine Realm was the upper realm. It was far from the 3 continents. Xiaohua didn't know how many realms there were in between. If there wasn't any special opportunity, he definitely wouldn't be able to return to the 3 continents from the upper realm. Unless, as Su Zhi said, there was an opportunity like the Star Moon Palace that could tear the heavenly prison apart. Therefore, Xiaohua hurriedly asked, that's right, Senior Su. You said that the Star Moon Palace's appearance could tear the heavenly prison apart. What's going on with the Star Moon Palace? Isn't the Star Moon Palace an ancient relic of the 3 continents? Chapter 44-47. Hee hee. Fairy Xingyu laughed again. Don't worry, don't worry. Let's finish your story first. It won't be too late to tell you later. What else do you want to know? Didn't I tell you everything? Xiaohua looked innocent, as if he had been wronged. Suji asked, Xiaohua, are you from the 3 continents? When I was preparing to give you the cultivation method and other things, I did check all the Dao sect cultivators in the 3 continents, but I couldn't find your origin no matter how hard I tried. It was as if you appeared in the longevity town out of thin air. Xiaohua had already thought it through. He actually wanted to hide the matter of the West Sea, but he had met the Grand Mist Ancestor, so the matter of the West Sea could not be hidden from Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu. Moreover, Xiaohua also had an extravagant hope in his heart. He wanted to get the method to return to the Dawn Rain continent from these 2 mysterious experts. Xiaohua smiled and said, I appeared in the longevity town out of thin air, but the first time I appeared in the 3 continents was not in the longevity town, but in the West Sea. The West Sea. You are really not a human from the 3 continents. Fairy Xingyu felt a little strange, but she replied with certainty, Su Ji, see, I'm right. Yes, I'm from the Dawn Rain continent. A rogue cultivator. Xiaohua wanted to say that he was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, but he suddenly remembered that he had been expelled by the Imperial Thunder sect. He could not help but feel sour in his heart and changed his words to a rogue cultivator. Dawn Rain continent. Su Ji was stunned and thought for a while. He turned to look at Fairy Xingyu and asked curiously, Xingyu, why don't I know that there's a world called the Dawn Rain continent near the 3 continents? Yes. I don't know either. I've never heard of the name of this world. Fairy Xingyu was also at a loss. How can you not know? Su Ji asked faintly. Don't you claim to know everything? I just don't know. So what? Fairy Xingyu said rudely. Don't you also claim to know everything? Why don't you know? Hee, seniors. Xiaohua smiled as he looked at the 2 experts flirting with each other. When Junior first arrived at the Western Ocean, he encountered an extremely interesting matter. Oh, what's the matter? Fairy Xingyu raised her eyebrows and asked curiously. Xiaohua didn't answer him. Instead, he looked at Su Ji and said, presumably, Senior Su has already guessed it. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have guessed it. Now that you've said it, of course I know. Su Ji immediately understood after hearing this. Unconsciously, a dark cloud appeared on his face. Fairy Xingyu was also a little surprised, but when she saw Su Ji's reaction, she immediately understood and said with a smile, I was wondering. The Grand Mist Ancestor was being suppressed in the West Sea's eye, so how could he escape? So it's you, the Jinx, who appeared. Yes, Junior met Master Qing Chen from the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss, Master Leopard from the Thousand Beasts Sacred Ground, Su Zhuoyang and Chu Muhuan from the Hidden Immortal Continent. They were invited by the Deputy Inspector of the West Sea Dragon Palace, Xianqing, to explore the West Sea Lost Treasure. When they saw that Junior's cultivation was good, they invited Junior along. However, the treasure map of the West Sea Lost Treasure was bait thrown out by the Grand Mist Ancestor. Other than Junior and Xianqing, the rest of the human and beast clans, and by Haojiao, who secretly followed Xianqing into the West Sea's eye, were all killed by the Great Array. When the Grand Mist Ancestor saw that Junior rescued him, he was afraid that Junior would reveal his whereabouts, so he threw Junior into the Great Array. Grand Mist Ancestor is a heartless person. Back then, Su Ji spent a lot of effort to cultivate him. Fairy Xingyu snorted coldly and said. However, before she could finish, Su Ji said, everyone has their own aspirations. We don't have to force others. Besides, he didn't promise us anything. Hearing Su Ji's words, Xiaohua felt even more relieved. The Grand Mist Ancestor treated Suji so well. Even with Suji's strength, Suji didn't directly attack the Grand Mist Ancestor. Xiaohua had helped Suji, so how could Suji scheme against him? Moreover, Fairy Xingyu had used Princess Baihua's body, and Princess Baihua's memory had a good impression of him. Therefore, Fairy Xingyu shouldn't harm him. Therefore, Xiaohua had decided that no matter how difficult the trip to the Star Moon Palace was, he had to go. I can't stand seeing you like this. Fairy Xingyu snorted coldly again with an indifferent look on her face. However, the trace of admiration in her eyes revealed her true feelings. In your words, someone bought you, yet you're still helping them count their money. And then? Suji ignored Fairy Xingyu and asked Xiaohua, how did you get out of trouble? The Grand Mist Ancestor was suppressed by the West Sea Eye. I had no choice but to fall into the West Sea Eye under the pressure of the Great Array. Then I rushed into an unknown place along the West Sea Eye. Later, I'm sorry, I fainted from the impact of the space pressure. When I woke up, I was in the Jiangchao ridge of the Longevity Town. Xiaohua's face turned slightly red. He wasn't lying, but he felt that he had lost face because he kept fainting. Suji didn't mind and looked at Fairy Xingyu. Fairy Xingyu nodded. Xiaohua is right. In the Longevity Town's Liao River, there seems to be a Yuzhou cauldron set up by the Confucian Heavenly Court. There should be space meridians there. He might have been lucky and found the space meridian leading to the Longevity Town in the West Sea Eye. That's how he was sent to the Liao River. Fairy Xingyu looked at Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, you're so lucky. I hope it's still useful in the Star Moon Palace. Of course. Xiaohua says with a smile, since Senior Su treats this junior like this junior's good luck will naturally bring him. However, I also want to ask Fairy Xingyu and Senior Su a question. Oh, go ahead. When we know, we'll definitely tell you. Suji answered without hesitation. I just want to know if there's a space meridian leading to the Dawn Rain continent from the 3 continents. Although Fairy Xingyu had said that she didn't know about the Dawn Rain continent, he still didn't want to give up. Fairy Xingyu smiled bitterly. Xiaohua, didn't I say it before? It's not that we don't want to help you, but the problem is that we don't know which realm the Dawn Rain continent is. How can we help you? Xiaohua looked at Suji, unwilling to give up, and asked, Senior, if possible, can you think about it again? If Xingyu says she doesn't know, then she really doesn't know. Suji shook his head and said, of course, the name of the realm we know may be different from the name you mentioned. Without waiting for Suji to finish speaking, Fairy Xingyu smiled and said, Xiaohua, you're now a human Mahayana realm cultivator, and your strength has reached the upper stage of the 9th grade of Essence Force. If there are no accidents, you will definitely ascend within 10,000 years or even several thousand years. Why do you have to return to the Dawn Rain continent? Could it be that you can't ascend in the hidden immortal continent? Although the immortal palace of the Confucian cultivators is powerful, with your character of not causing trouble, they won't make things too difficult for you. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He naturally knew that he didn't need to spend thousands of years, let alone tens of thousands of years. Therefore, he wanted to find a way back to the Dawn Rain continent even more. He also knew that after he ascended, he would probably have no chance to return to the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, although I'm a rogue cultivator, I have a beautiful memory in the Imperial Thunder sect of the Dawn Rain continent. Then Xiaohua roughly explained the matter of the Imperial Thunder sect, and finally said, my master had no choice but to sacrifice his life for me, and Shueshua also sacrificed her life for me. My other dual cultivation partner still doesn't know whether I'm dead or alive. I feel that if I don't return to the Dawn Rain continent, I won't be able to get rid of the lingering thoughts in my heart. That's right. Fairy Xingyu gnashed her teeth and said, you just have to go back and let that snobbish Imperial Thunder sect see that the disciple they expelled is now a Mahayana realm cultivator. A peerless genius who cultivated from the nascent soul realm to the Mahayana realm in just 200 years. Let them regret it until their intestines turn green. However, at this point, she glared at Xiaohua again and said, as for that jealous fairy Hongxia, it's fine if you don't look for her. I think that little girl Xue Xue is still a good choice. Alas, it's a pity that she's already dead. Fairy Hongxia took advantage of her for nothing. Suji pondered for a moment and said, let's go and see the senior brothers in the Myriad Thunder Valley. Your senior brother Xiangyang is excellent. You also think of your senior brother in the Punishment Palace? Fairy Xingyu asked gently. Not the senior brother in the Punishment Palace. Suji looked into the distance and said, it's an elder brother in my hometown. When Fairy Xingyu heard this, there was a trace of nostalgia in her eyes. She whispered, that's an extremely distant memory. Xiaohua naturally knew that their hometown was a secret in the hearts of Suji and Fairy Xingyu. He didn't dare to ask more and just watched from the side. After a few minutes, Suji withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked at Fairy Xingyu and said seriously, Xingyue, since we can't return to our hometown, why don't you help Xiaohua? Your law palace must have records of the 3 continents and the surrounding realms. You might as well think of Xiaohua. Yes, I know. Fairy Xingyu nodded and said, although this matter is forbidden in the law palace, I don't think Celestial Master of Law will know about this, right? Suji blinked his eyes and said with a smile, of course not. Fairy Xingyu's face turned slightly red. She looked up at Xiaohua and asked, Xiaohua, first tell me what's so special about the Dawn Rain continent. Also, what was the situation when you came from the Dawn Rain continent to the 3 continents? You didn't faint in the space passage again, did you? I didn't faint this time. Xiaohua said with a smile, I remember the situation in the space passage clearly. Okay, tell me about the situation in the Dawn Rain continent. Fairy Xingyu nodded and asked. Chapter 44-48. After Xiaohua finished explaining the situation of the Dawn Rain continent, Fairy Xingyu and Suji were both surprised. Suji asked, what? You said that there are only Taoist cultivators in the Dawn Rain continent. Oh, there are also sword cultivators and beast cultivators. There are no Confucian cultivators or Buddhist cultivators? There are no demon clans. Yes, there are no traces of Confucian cultivators. There are only Buddhist cultivators. Xiaohua nodded. According to legend, there were Confucian cultivators and Buddhist cultivators in ancient times, but they were all killed by our Taoist cultivators. Impossible. Fairy Xingyu shook her head without hesitation. There is no such realm nearby. Maybe. Suji thought for a moment and said, Xiaohua's cultivation was not high enough, and he might not have experienced many places, so he couldn't have seen the whole Dawn Rain continent. Yes. Xiaohua nodded and said, in the northwest of the Dawn Rain continent, there are so-called soul cultivators who cultivate the 12 great gods. On the other side of the Million Mountains, there seems to be a place called Defeat League. See, you're talking about soul cultivators? Soul cultivators of the 12 great gods. Fairy Xingyu exclaimed, and her face showed even more surprise. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. What's impossible? Suji was also stunned. He looked at Xiaohua and then at Fairy Xingyu and asked curiously, what are the 12 great gods? What is a soul cultivator? Remember. Fairy Xingyu's face showed a rare look of horror. She said, "You must never mention the 12 great gods and soul cultivators in the future. If you still want to live and not be hunted down by the celestial venerables." Su Ji already understood and nodded. "I understand. This is a forbidden power." Then he looked at Xiaohua and said very seriously, "Xiaohua, can you remember?" "Yes, I understand. From this moment on, I have completely forgotten about the great gods and soul cultivators." Xiaohua's heart trembled and he hurriedly replied. However, he was extremely bitter in his heart. When he was on the Dawn Rain continent, he was afraid of being hunted down by Taoists. When he was on the 3 continents, he was also hunted down by Confucian cultivators. Now that he had finally reached the Grand Ascension stage, he was also afraid of being hunted down by the so-called Celestial Venerables, just because he was a soul cultivator. "Alright, Xiaohua, tell me more about the spatial meridian you passed through," Fairy Xingyu asked solemnly. "As far as I can remember, there is absolutely no such space vein. It shouldn't be a spatial vein." Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before saying, "Junior feels that it's a few layers of innate restrictions. You. Hearing this, Fairy Xinyu almost jumped up from the ice jade. She looked at Xiaohua in disbelief and said, "You actually passed the Great Meru Buddhist Formation, the 5 Elements Destruction Formation, and the Clear Song of Time Demon Formation. This, how is this possible?" "Fairy, so you actually know the names of these innate formations?" Xiaohua was overjoyed and said anxiously, "Isn't Junior just lucky?" "Bullshit luck." Fairy Xingyue sat down dejectedly and looked at Su Ji. "Why don't you and I have such good luck?" Xingyue. Su Ji was obviously confused. He asked curiously, "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" "It's right that you don't understand." Fairy Xingyue looked at Su Ji and forced a smile. "If you knew, you wouldn't be alive now." Su Ji nodded and did not ask any more questions. After a full 10 minutes, Fairy Xingyue asked again, "Xiaohua, tell me in detail, all right?" Xiaohua nodded and told her the story. Finally, he said, "Junior went from the Guihe Sea, east of the Dawn Rain continent, to the West Sea of the 3 continents. However, in the end, I still fainted. I don't remember where I was in the West Sea." "You don't have to regret it. Even if you didn't faint, you definitely wouldn't be able to find that passage again," Fairy Xingyue said with fear on her face. "Didn't I say just now? There's the Great Meru Buddhist formation of the Buddhist sect inside. The passage is so big when you go in, but from the outside, it's smaller than the eye of a needle. The naked eye, Buddhist consciousness, divine thought, eye-clearing technique, and so on can't detect it. Only the 3 Buddha lords of the Buddhist sect can see it. Moreover, it's said that you have to reach the golden body 6th refinement stage or above. Also, the passage you pass through only exists temporarily. It must have disappeared by now. Xiaohua, I can tell you seriously that you definitely won't be able to return to the Dawn Rain continent, even if you're lucky enough to escape from the Heaven prison." Hearing Fairy Xingyue's words, Xiaohua's heart turned cold. He asked helplessly, "Fairy, is there really no way at all?" "Yes." Fairy Xingyue nodded. "Because even Su Ji and I can't find the flaws of the 3 divine prohibitions and safely pass through the Song of Time Demon formation, let alone you. Just give up." Sigh, okay. Xiaohua sighed. He also understood that if it wasn't impossible, Fairy Xingyue wouldn't say such a thing. Xiaohua. Su Ji also said, "Even I don't know about this. It can be seen how secretive this matter is in the immortal world. You must remember it." Yes, this junior understands. Xiaohua answered casually, but he was stunned in an instant. He said in surprise, "What? Immortal? Immortal world? Aren't the two seniors from the 10,000 demon realm?" What do we have to do with the 10,000 demon realm? Fairy Xinyue looked at Xiaohua's surprise and snorted coldly. The 10,000 demon realm has everything. There's the spirit clan, the demon clan, and the divine clan, but there's no human clan. Suji and I are real humans. How can we be from the 10,000 demon realm? But are the seniors really from the immortal world? Xiaohua still couldn't believe it. Isn't it impossible for the immortals from the immortal world to return to the cultivation world? It's impossible to return to the cultivation world normally. Suji explained, occasionally, there will be abnormal returns. But as long as they fall into the cultivation world, it will be extremely difficult to return to the immortal world again. TSK. Fairy Xinyue curled her lips and looked at Suji. Don't be fooled by him. You gave him so many cultivation methods. I don't believe that he can't guess that you're from the immortal world. Xiaohua shook his head and said, this junior did have this idea, but the problem is that I don't think any immortals can come to the 3 continents, so I can only guess that they're from the 10,000 demon realm. You can return to the 3 continents through the space crack of the heavenly prison. Why can't we? Fairy Xinyue was even more skeptical. Xiaohua looked at Fairy Xinyue, who was only at the nascent soul stage. He really couldn't associate her with the immortals in his mind. He smiled bitterly and said, then, what kind of immortals are you? What's your purpose in coming to the 3 continents? What's the immortal world like? Suji glanced at Xiaohua and said faintly, we have no right to tell you what the immortal world is like. Anyway, you'll soon ascend and you'll know in the future. I'm sure you know that there are many things that you shouldn't know until the time is right. This won't be good for you, me, or even Xinyue. It'll even be good for the cultivators of the 3 continents. Okay. Xiaohua was helpless. In fact, what Suji said was right. There were many things that he would never tell Lu Yi and other disciples in advance, so as not to cause too many unforeseen events. He could only nod and say, Senior, please tell me what you can. My name is Suji. My Taoist name, it's not worth mentioning. Suji said, I'm the punishment envoy of a punishment palace in the immortal realm. My Taoist name is Fairy Xinyue. As for my real name, it's not worth mentioning. Fairy Xinyue, who was next to him, covered her mouth and smiled. She said as if she was talking to Suji, I'm the punishment envoy of a punishment palace in the immortal realm. When Xiaohua heard this, he felt a headache coming. He smiled bitterly again and said, Seniors, this explanation doesn't seem to be any different from not explaining, right? Suji ignored him and said, when I was on a business trip, I happened to encounter a star-field starburst in a celestial realm. The star-field starburst covered a large area and affected several star fields in succession. I was preparing to escape when I sent a message to the punishment palace. But at that time, my punishment celestial weapon suddenly sensed the location of the immortal slaying stage in the immortal realm. This immortal slaying stage is what was recorded in the jade eyes I gave you at the beginning. Seeing that Xiaohua was about to speak again, Suji hurriedly said, as for what the immortal slaying stage is and how it was lost, don't ask. I don't know either. Okay. Xiaohua opened his mouth and closed it again. He thought to himself, since you don't want me to ask, I can't explain. Let's just leave it at that for now. Because the immortal slaying stage is very important to the immortal realm, I didn't dare to neglect it. I wanted to send a message to the punishment palace again, but the star-field starburst was approaching. I didn't dare to stay for long. I hurriedly found a gap in the star field starburst and went to find it according to the celestial weapon of punishment. But before I found the immortal slaying stage, I met Fairy Xingyu. Suji glanced at Fairy Xingyu. Suji is the punishment envoy, the immortal envoy who carries out punishments. Fairy Xingyu continued, I am the punishment envoy. My duty is to control the immortal law and punish according to the law. Since I want to control the immortal law, I have to investigate all the star fields in the celestial realm. It's somewhat similar to the inspector in the immortal palaces of the three continents. When I met Suji, I received a secret order from the celestial venerable of justice. I was following the law to check some immortal restrictions in a certain celestial realm. I had just ascertained the situation of the immortal restrictions and was about to send a message to the celestial venerable. But at that time, I suddenly discovered that a Confucian cultivator from the heavenly court had barged into the immortal realm. This Confucian cultivator had become a demon and wanted to sacrifice the immortals in the star field. When I discovered this, the blood sacrifice had already begun. The stars began to explode one by one, gradually forming a terrifying star field starburst. I didn't dare to neglect it and hurriedly sent a message about the star field starburst to the Palace of Justice. Unfortunately, before I could send the message, I was discovered by the Confucian cultivator who had become a demon. That Confucian cultivator should have a cultivation level that was slightly higher than mine. I fought with him for a while and realized that I was no match for him. I hurriedly prepared to escape and ask for help. The Confucian cultivator pursued me step by step. Unable to escape, I risked my life to escape into the star field starburst. But the Confucian cultivator didn't care about his own life and chased after me. At that time, I met Suji. Chapter 44-49. Fairy Xingyu and I didn't know each other at first. Suji said again, but when I saw her being chased by the Confucian cultivator, I couldn't just leave her be, so I hurried forward to help. However, that Confucian cultivator was really powerful. Even when the two of us joined forces, he was not at a disadvantage. The two of us couldn't fight and retreat at the same time. We wanted to use the power of the star storm to kill him or escape. But in the end, we were forced to the center of the star storm. Seeing that we had no way out, Fairy Xingyu and I decided to perish together with the Confucian cultivator. That guy seemed to have lost his mind. He activated the celestial imperial equipment and directly fought with us. Under the huge impact and the star storm, Fairy Xingyu and I were seriously injured. From the space destroyed by the star storm, we fell to the three continents. Seeing that Xiaohua was not surprised, Fairy Xingyu was a little depressed. She asked curiously, Xiaohua, do you think we are lying to you? Xiaohua shook his head lightly. No. I think you are telling the truth. This is no different from me falling into the heaven prison. That's true. Fairy Xingyu nodded. I was very surprised when I heard that the two of you were immortals. But if you think about it carefully, immortals can't easily return to the cultivation world. Since the two seniors have returned, there must have been an unforeseen event. As for what unforeseen event it is, the biggest possibility is that it is similar to this junior's experience. Xiaohua explained. Using myself as an example, this junior understands. After arriving at the three continents, we naturally had to determine the realm we were in. Suji didn't think as much as Fairy Xingyu. He said, but when we found out that this was the essence qi of heaven and earth, not the immortal spirit qi of the immortal world, our hearts sank. So we didn't dare to think about anything else and began to heal ourselves. After our injuries were healed, we began to discuss how to get out of here. Alas, Suji sent some information back to the punishment palace. I only only sent back news about the star storm. Speaking of what had happened back then, Fairy Xingyu was still a little regretful. And because of the star storm, we don't know if those messages could be received by the Punishment Palace and the Punishment Palace. However, seeing that there hasn't been any news for so many years, they probably haven't received it. Star Moon, that might not be the case. Su Ji comforted him. Perhaps they have already received it and are searching for it in the nearby star fields. How many star fields are there in an immortal domain, and how many realms are there under a star field? How many realms will be lost if the star storm destroys the star field? Fairy Xingyu smiled bitterly and shook her head. Even if the celestial venerative discipline personally searched, he might not be able to find it. Not to mention, I received a secret order. The Palm Palace doesn't even know that I'm in this nearby star region. Seniors, you can start cultivating again. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and suggested in a low voice, as long as you cultivate to the Grand Ascension stage, you'll be able to ascend again soon, right? Unexpectedly, Fairy Xingyue immediately saw through Xiaohua's thoughts and said, "What? Do you want to find out the secret of ascension?" "I won't tell you." Su Ji looked at Xiaohua and said, "Do you think we don't want to?" However, the so-called ascension is when the strength of a cultivator in the 3 continents reaches the highest level. The laws of the 3 continents no longer allow him to exist. Then, the laws of thunder will descend, which is the so-called thunder tribulation. The thunder tribulation will rewrite the laws of the cultivator. If the cultivator can't be rewritten by the laws, he will fail to pass the tribulation. The cultivator will disappear and become a part of the laws. If he is lucky enough to be rewritten by the laws, he will pass the tribulation successfully. The laws of the cultivator will be attracted by the laws of the immortal world and will go to the immortal world. To put it bluntly, the chi of heaven and earth in the cultivator's body will be changed into immortal chi by the thunder tribulation. This nascent immortal chi will be rejected by the chi of heaven and earth of the 3 continents. In each immortal realm of the immortal world, there is a corresponding spirit cleansing pool. The spirit cleansing pool attracts cultivators who have ascended. After the spirit cleansing pool solidifies the laws, the chi of heaven and earth in the cultivator's body will be completely cleansed and turned into immortal chi. They will become mortal fairies. At this point, seeing that Su Ji was about to continue, Fairy Xingyu quickly interrupted him and said, "Although we are immortals, the immortal chi in our bodies has been cleansed by the spirit cleansing pool. Therefore, the spirit cleansing pool can't sense us, so we can't ascend." Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed. "Seniors, you can take over my body." "The laws." Xiaohua. Fairy Xingyu said with a smile, "The so-called immortal chi is just an appearance. The most fundamental thing is that the laws have changed. There are probably not many immortals in the immortal world who know where the laws have changed. However, one thing is very clear. The soul must have the mark of the laws. Immortals can't ascend from the lower world again." Hiss. Although Fairy Xingyu and Su Ji deliberately avoided talking about ascension to avoid confusing Xiaohua, Xiaohua couldn't help but gasp when he heard this. "Damn it, I'm afraid that little white dragon is in trouble. These doppelgangers of mine will also have problems." However, Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, "Although the 2 seniors can't ascend, but the 2 seniors can still cultivate disciples and let them pass the message to the Palace of Punishment and the Palace of Justice after they ascend." Fairy Xingyu rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you think we don't want to? We have much more than you think that day." Su Ji explained, "After we recovered from our injuries, we immediately searched for the realms and star regions where the 3 continents were located. However, when we saw that there were only Confucian cultivators, Buddhists, and the demon clan on the 3 continents, we were even more disappointed. Xingyue seemed to know some secrets. She said that this was the realm after the immortals and Buddhists had been destroyed. It also corresponded to this star region. I seem to have heard of the corresponding spirit cleansing pool in that star region. At this point, Suji's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He looked at Xiaohua and said, I didn't want to tell you, but I have to tell you the truth. Of course, what I said to Xingyue is just some speculation and can't be taken seriously. I hope it won't affect your cultivation. Without needing Su Ji to say more, Xiaohua nodded and said, Is that spirit cleansing pool gone? The cultivators of the 3 continents can't ascend. How should I put it? Su Ji explained, the spirit cleansing pool still exists, but because it hasn't been used for a long time, I'm afraid it has been abandoned. Because I'm the punishment envoy of the punishment palace, I have some impression of the location of the spirit cleansing pool. That's how I know there is such a spirit cleansing pool. That's good. Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, since there is still a spirit cleansing pool, that's good. After all, one can ascend. Actually, Suji wanted to explain, but Fairy Xingyu hurriedly said, Suji, didn't we already talk about this before? There are so many secrets of the immortal world. It's best if you don't know. Suji looked at Xiaohua, thought for a moment and said, forget it. Since we're talking about this, it's better to make it clear and let him be prepared. Fairy Xingyu glared at Xiaohua and could only keep quiet. Actually, if the spirit cleansing pool no longer exists, you can also ascend and even fly to other spirit cleansing pools. At the very least, you may appear near the spirit cleansing pool. At that time, you may face a powerful immortal beast. You may have a slim chance of survival. Suji said, but the spirit cleansing pool here is abandoned. If you ascend, you can only go to this spirit cleansing pool. And near this spirit cleansing pool, there are no immortal envoys from the immortal world. The one who may welcome you is the immortal envoys of the heavenly court. Or you may encounter other immortal envoys of the heavenly court. Junior understands. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, if you encounter an immortal beast, you may have a slim chance of survival. But if you encounter an immortal envoys of the heavenly court, I'm afraid there is no chance of survival. Indeed. Suji nodded. This is also the reason why we don't dare to act rashly. If the immortal envoys of the heavenly court know that we are in the 3 continents, we will also be hunted down by them. We will lose all hope of returning to the immortal world. At this point, Suji looked at Xiaohua again and said seriously, of course, Xiaohua, if you help me and Fairy Xingyu return to the immortal world, we will definitely find the corresponding spirit cleansing pool of the 3 continents. We will definitely not let you fall into the desperate situation you mentioned earlier. You can rest assured about this. Senior, don't worry. Junior also understands this matter. If I can help you, I will help myself. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do it. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Xiaohua's face again. Hee hee. Junior has a good idea. I don't know if the 2 seniors are willing to listen. Ha! Fairy Xingyu laughed bitterly and said, you don't have to say any more. You are talking about the magic treasure in your hand, the Kunlun mirror, right? Senior. Xiaohua was shocked and said anxiously, what other secrets do I have that you don't know? You didn't hide from others when you used the Kunlun mirror. How is that a secret? Fairy Xingyu glared at him and replied, besides, the Kunlun Wonderland in the Kunlun mirror is not a secret. Suji said with a smile, Xiaohua is also thinking for us. We should be happy. What? He wants the 2 of us to be his bodyguards. Does he think that I can't see what he is thinking? Fairy Xingyu saw through Xiaohua's thoughts. Xiaohua only smiled and did not say anything. His thoughts were about space. Of course, it was beyond Fairy Xingyu's expectations. All magic treasures have the foundation of casting, Su Ji explained with a smile. Su Ji explained with a smile, magic tools, magic treasures, and even spirit treasures used in the 3 continents can't be brought to the immortal world. Because in the Thunder Tribulation, anything that does not conform to the law of thunder will be obliterated. Famous ancient magic treasures like the Kunlun Mirror and those heaven spiritual treasures can be brought to the immortal world, but the laws in these spiritual treasures will also be changed. For example, isn't the Kunlun Wonderland in the Kunlun Mirror? The Kunlun Wonderland in the 3 continents is different from the one in the immortal world. If you take the Kunlun Mirror to go through the tribulation, the Kunlun Wonderland in it will be completely erased and then rebuilt with immortal chi. If you don't want to take the Kunlun Mirror to go through the tribulation, it will not be able to follow you into the immortal world. Moreover, even if you use some secret technique to bring it up, as long as you take out the Kunlun Mirror, the law of the immortal world will rebuild the Kunlun Wonderland. Therefore, even if you take us into the Kunlun Wonderland, we can only be obliterated and have no way to survive. Chapter 4450. What about using the free time after the tribulation transcendence? Xiaohua asked, unwilling to give up. At that time, the Kunlun immortal realm could not be built at all. How could you take us in? Seeing that Xiaohua did not believe her, Fairy Xingyu was a little angry. Do you think we don't want to use your Kunlun mirror? All right. Xiaohua's heart already felt a little more at ease, so he casually replied. Since Su Ji had said so, the Kunlun immortal realm in the Kunlun mirror had to be reconstructed due to the different spatial laws. However, Shenhua continent was not a Dharma artifact that he had refined. Shenhua continent was not affected by the laws of the ruins and the primitive continent. It was obviously an independent space. The rewriting of the laws that he had encountered during his ascension should not affect Shenhua continent. If he could ascend, he could naturally take Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu with him. However, Xiaohua did not know how to persuade the 2 immortals to enter Shenhua continent. After all, in their hearts, the Kunlun immortal realm was a place where death was inevitable. Moreover, Xiaohua did not know if his Shenhua continent could take in 2 immortals. There was still some time before his ascension, so he was not in a hurry to make things clear with the 2 immortals. Of course, Xiaohua had already made up his mind. If possible, he had to take the 2 of them with him. Otherwise, even if he ascended, he would not be able to defeat the immortal officials of the heavenly court. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, the 2 of you are very unlucky. If you had landed in the Dawn Rain continent where I was, there would not have been so much trouble. That's not necessarily true. Fairy Xingyu pursed her lips. The immortal world is not a place of singing and dancing. Who knows who will get the news if we bring it up? If anything happens, we won't even know how we died. We might as well think of a way to go up ourselves. That's true. Xiaohua agreed. Why don't you tell me how to return to the Dawn Rain continent? After I ascend, I will send the news of the 2 immortals to the Palace of Justice and the Palace of Punishment. Don't even think about it. That's impossible. Fairy Xingyu shook her head coldly. All right, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Xiaohua was depressed. He looked at Fairy Xingyu helplessly and said with a smile, it seems that it's impossible to enter the immortal realm again by relying on cultivation. Xiaohua's words immediately conveyed his depression to Fairy Xingyu. She also replied gloomily, yes, the normal way of cultivation will definitely not work. Well, since I can't cultivate it, I can only go back to my original plan, which is to rely on the passageway. For example, the broken space of a primitive world like the heavenly prison. Xiaohua nodded and said, then. I don't understand. Why are you two so painstakingly investigating the Star Moon Palace? Could it be that the Star Moon Palace is really an immortal palace that fell from the ancient immortal world? Even so, what was the use of a fallen palace? Unless there was a passageway leading to the immortal realm in the Star Moon Palace, but if there was. Fairy Xingyu was a law envoy and had investigated all the star regions near the immortal realm. How could she not know about this passageway and not be able to find it? Moreover, Senior Su said that I was able to come out of the heavenly prison because of the appearance of the Star Moon Palace. How did Senior Su know? I don't know if there is a passageway in the Star Moon Palace. I have never heard of the Star Moon Palace in the Law Palace. Fairy Xingyu shook her head and said, we only discovered the Star Moon Palace for the first time in the 3 continents. Then, how do you know that there is a passageway to the immortal realm in the Star Moon Palace? Xiaohua was even more puzzled. However, when he glanced at Su Ji, he understood and said with a smile, could it be Senior Su's divination skill again? That's right. Su Ji replied, whether there is a way to go to the immortal realm in the Star Moon Palace or a passageway to the immortal realm, Xingyue and I don't know. It's just that when we thought about it to no avail, I took the risk of my body collapsing and my soul dispersing to perform the divination skill. Although the art of divination only indicated a rough time and location, we saw the Star Moon Palace at the right place and in the right location. In the Star Moon Palace, we also found a starry sky with the aura of the immortal realm, so, we can only think that the Star Moon Palace is the only way to return to the immortal realm. Before us, there was no Star Moon Palace in the 3 continents. The name of the Star Moon Palace was given by me. Fairy Xingyu continued, as for whether the palace called the Star Moon Palace appeared before us, we don't know. Moreover, from the information that Xingyue gathered in the 3 continents, there was no record of it. However, after we entered the Star Moon Palace for the first time and found the aura of the immortal realm, we couldn't find the original aura for the second time. Therefore, we had no choice but to spread the news of the Star Moon Palace to the 3 continents and set up the Star Moon Palace to search for it together. Obviously, there is strength in numbers. In the 4th and 5th times, we did find the starry sky where we found the aura of the immortal realm. However, because we couldn't find a way to go deeper, we were pushed out by the Star Moon Palace. However, other than you, there is no 4th person who knows the real purpose of this matter. Yes, this junior understands. Xiaohua nodded and looked at Su Ji. Senior Su, can you tell this junior about the situation in the Star Moon Palace? Su Ji looked at Fairy Xingyu. The two of them exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Then, Su Ji looked at Xiaohua and said, actually, when I discussed with Fairy Xingyu about the internal affairs of the Star Moon Palace, I did not intend to tell you. Oh. Why? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. It's very simple. Su Ji smiled bitterly. I have entered the Star Moon Palace a total of 8 times with Fairy Xingyu. Other than the fact that the outline of the Star Moon Palace was exactly the same when it appeared, everything inside was different. Only in a certain part of the starry sky could we see the aura of the immortal realm. In other places, other than the rumbling of thunder, there were some inexplicable starry sky and light silhouettes. These light silhouettes were very strange. They were different every time. Sometimes, they were sunken in different star shapes. Sometimes, they were some magical weapons. Sometimes, they were some mysterious lines. There were also times when they were actually some heads. There were many more on the left and right. Of course, just from the surface, it seemed that something like a token was needed to be placed inside to open the starry sky or light silhouettes. However, this so-called token was very strange. We searched the hidden immortal continent, the thousand demons' sacred realm, and the pure land but could not find it. Even though Fairy Xingyu controlled the stars and moons and could see all kinds of strange things every day, and every time we entered the Star Moon Palace, we were fully prepared. However, it seemed that something was missing every time. It was impossible to open the starry sky. In the end, to tell you the truth, even we felt despair. Therefore, if I told you about this situation, would you still help us wholeheartedly? If I were to deceive you with a lie, to be honest, I would not do it. Of course, in the Star Moon Palace, you can comprehend the power of the stars and moons at a higher level. I did not lie to the cultivators of the 3 continents about this. As for what they can comprehend from the power of the stars and moons, I do not know. Apart from this, are there any other dangers in the Star Moon Palace? Xiao Hua frowned and asked. Apart from the thunder, which is sometimes very strange and can shatter a cultivator's body so that even his soul cannot escape, there are also some unknown immortal beasts. Fairy Xingyu seemed to have a lingering fear as she said, these immortal beasts are extremely powerful. I have never heard of them before. If one encounters these immortal beasts, there is basically no chance of survival. There is also an even more inexplicable attack. It seems that there is a restriction in the void. Su Ji explained, if one encounters this attack, it seems that there is no way to avoid it. I have seen with my own eyes 4 demon clan members who were about the sun-devouring realm being annihilated by this restriction in an instant. Oh my! Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. So, it's completely based on luck. Yes, otherwise, how could I find you, the cultivator with the best luck in the world? Fairy Xingyu smiled and nodded. At first, I did not believe in Su Ji's divination skills, but after hearing that you were able to escape from the heaven prison, the hope of whether Su Ji and I can return to the immortal realm is on your shoulders. Xiao Hua curled his lips. Fairy, it is not that you do not believe in Senior Su's divination skills, but that you do not believe that I can help you. Speaking of this, Xiao Hua rolled his eyes again and said with a smile, Senior Su, how did you practice your divination skills? Why haven't I heard you mention it? I don't know what conclusion you have reached with your divination skills. Your jade eyes did not make it very clear. 1 thunder gives birth to 2 qis, and 2 qis give birth to all things. Understanding the evolution of thunder naturally allows one to practice divination skills. Su Ji did not hide it and explained, although you have cultivated the 10,000 June Thunderbolt, you still have not reached the level of practicing divination skills. Naturally, I will not tell you. In fact, what I can get from divination skills is not much. It is similar to what was said in the Jade Eyes. That is to say, my chances are linked to yours. If I were to divine further, whether it is me, Goddess Xingyue, or Xingyue Palace, there would be no more traces. Therefore, this trip is the last chance. Either I succeed, or... When he spoke up to here, Su Ji was unable to continue. There seemed to be some secrets hidden within those cold lines that were like iron and stone. Clap, clap, clap. Xiao Hua smiled and clapped his hands. Do you still need to say it? Of course, it was a success. If it was not a success, how could it not be possible for the divination to fail? Senior Su, you are too careful. Don't worry, the so-called luck of a Confucian cultivator is just a breath of my qi. Is this kind of luck not enough for me to fart? With my help, how could it not be a success? That's good. Su Ji squeezed out a rare smile on his face. Chapter 44-51. If that's the case. Xiao Hua's face showed a trace of slyness again. He smiled and said, I want to ask another question. What kind of evil idea do you have now? Fairy Xingyu asked warily. Nothing. Xiaohua blinked and said, we cultivators of the cultivation world can't bring anything with us when we ascend to the immortal world. Then what about the seniors who came to the cultivation world from the immortal world? Hee. Fairy Xingyu seemed to understand what Xiaohua meant and said with a smile, the same Stygian immortal slip can naturally be used. Ordinary immortal weapons will have their power reduced due to different nomological laws, but they can still be used. Seniors can't use the ink immortal slip for a long time. Xiaohua finally revealed his real purpose. They must have recorded the cultivation methods, secret techniques, pill formulas, etc., in the jade eyes or in cloud eyes. Seniors can't bring these things to the immortal world. In that case, you might as well give them to me for safekeeping. Xiaohua, you money grubber. Fairy Xingyu couldn't help laughing and said, Su Ji, you don't know. He asked about my wind escape technique on the way and wanted me to pass it on to him. Why not? Su Ji replied faintly, he's right. We can't take it away anyway. It's rare to meet such a Taoist cultivator who cares about the people of the world. Although this kind of weirdo is a little petty, he's better than those who don't take the lives of the people seriously. With that, Su Ji raised his hand without hesitation, took out a dozen sumuro rings from his arms and handed them to Xiaohua. He said, these are the cultivation methods and the things I've collected. I'll give them all to you. Who knows if these things can be kept when we pass through the space channel? It's better to give them to you. Ah. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua was ecstatic. He took the sumuro rings and couldn't close his mouth. He laughed and said, thank you, senior. Thank you. However, when he scanned it with his divine sense, he was stunned. There were not only ink cloud eyes and jade eyes, but also strange things. They were the ink immortal slips that Fairy Xingyu mentioned. And there were many of them. Senior. Xiaohua was dumbfounded and whispered, it's all right, you can keep it for now. Su Ji didn't wait for Xiaohua to finish and said, I know you like strange things. You can think about it. Anyway, it wasn't taught by this Su. If you can learn something from it, it might be good for you. Yes. Xiaohua felt a burst of warmth in his heart. How could he not know Su Ji's intention of nurturing him? He hurriedly responded and put everything away. Xingyue, you belong to the Palace of Justice and no more secrets. Just give the wind escape technique to Xiaohua. There's no need for anything else. Su Ji looked at Fairy Xingyue and whispered. She seemed to be angry with Su Ji. Before Su Ji could finish, Fairy Xingyue said coldly, you are so generous. Doesn't the Punishment Palace have any secrets? You even dared to teach Xiaohua the 30,000 June Thunderbolt, so why wouldn't I dare? Here. Fairy Xingyu was even more amazing. She had taken out dozens of spatial rings. Xiaohua's eyes were dazzled. How could Xiaohua dare to take it? He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Fairy, forget it. Senior Su has given me enough. I don't want these. Are you looking down on me? Fairy Xingyu asked, glancing at him. Xiaohua hurriedly replied, No. Didn't Senior Su say that? There are many secrets in the Palace of Justice. I'm afraid of getting into trouble. Who told you that I gave you something from the Palace of Justice? Fairy Xingyu scolded with a smile. Xingyue comes into contact with all kinds of strange things almost every day. I've been in charge of Xingyue for so many years. Don't tell me I don't have some secret techniques. Really? Xiaohua was overjoyed. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, the dozens of spatial rings immediately disappeared from his eyes. You are really a miser. Fairy Xingyu couldn't help but laugh again. She looked at Su Ji and said, I've been with Su Ji in the 3 continents for so long. Except for that treacherous Hong Meng, we haven't taken in any disciples. We have some things to teach you, but first, there's not enough time. Second, there's nothing to teach in the 3 continents. If there's a chance, we'll talk about it when we reach the immortal world. Yes, thank you, seniors. Xiao Hua was overjoyed again. Su Ji raised his hand and patted Xiao Hua on the shoulder, saying, My name and Xingyue's name won't change. When you arrive in the immortal realm, you can come to us. You're a rogue cultivator and don't have any foundation in the immortal realm. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to cultivate. Yes. Xiao Hua suddenly laughed and said, Can I also follow you into the immortal realm? Ha, you dare to sneak into the immortal realm in front of the law envoy and the punishment envoy? Fairy Xingyu laughed and said, Aren't you afraid that I'll charge you with violating the immortal law and let Su Ji carry out the punishment? Ha, I'm just saying. Xiao Hua laughed. Su Ji said earnestly, Although you can sneak into the immortal realm and use some channels to get the spirit cleansing liquid to build your body, you'll be no different from an ordinary mortal fairy. However, it's not recorded in the immortal book. As the saying goes, if you don't have a proper name, you can't do it openly in the immortal realm. Therefore, I suggest that you go through the thunder tribulation to become an immortal. Okay, I understand. Xiao Hua wasn't thinking about himself. He was also thinking about the future of Xinhua continent and the space. However, it seemed that Su Ji, the punishment envoy, was very impartial. Xiao Hua didn't dare to reveal anything. He just said casually, Actually, even if you can't return to the immortal realm through the Star Moon Palace, you can still live freely in the 3 continents, right? If that's the case, Xiao Hua, why do you have to look for the way back to the Dawn Rain continent? Fairy Xingyu glanced at Xiao Hua indifferently and asked, You've cultivated to the Mahayana stage of the human clan in the 3 continents and experienced the most important part of your life. You should have deeper feelings for the 3 continents. Xiao Hua touched his nose and was speechless. Su Ji didn't retort like Fairy Xingyu. Instead, he said, When we were in despair, we also had this plan. However, we are immortals. Most of our bodies are filled with immortal qi, and our souls are also filled with the laws of the immortal realm. Our physical bodies can't exist on the 3 continents for long. The ubiquitous essence qi of heaven and earth corrodes our physical bodies all the time. You must have seen that Fairy Xingyu couldn't avoid the collapse of her physical body. At this time, she had no choice but to occupy the body of Princess Baihua. Although Princess Baihua's body is more suitable for Fairy Xingyu, her physical body hasn't been tempered by the spirit-washing liquid, so it can't contain Fairy Xingyu's soul. She used a secret technique to nourish herself for nearly 200 years and only dared to come out of seclusion recently. And her strength has faded too much. Although I was a little stronger than Fairy Xingyue before, I've performed divination twice, which has greatly eroded my physical body. I can already feel that in less than 100 years, my physical body will collapse. I have no choice but to find a usable body. In fact, a few years ago, I've already advised Su Ji that it's best to prepare for a rainy day and find a way out for himself first. Fairy Xingyu's gaze fell on Su Ji with warmth. But he has always disagreed. He doesn't want to interfere with another person's life, nor does he want to take another person's life for no reason. I'm the punishment envoy of the Punishment Palace, in charge of the punishment fairy weapon of the immortal world. If I don't have the most basic self-discipline in my heart, how can I be fair? Su Ji replied faintly. Aren't you the same? Although you've taken over Princess Baihua's body, I know that if nothing unexpected happens, your physical body can last for another 100 years. For the same belief, you mentioned abandoning your physical body. You've also lost a lot of cultivation. One is marked by the company one keeps. Fairy Xingyu pursed her lips and smiled. I've always heard you say this, so I can't help but be self-disciplined. In the face of Fairy Xingyu's exposed thoughts, Suji changed the topic. He looked up at the starry sky and said disconsolately, in my hometown, there's an idiom to describe people without souls. It's called the walking dead. I thought, if my soul stayed in someone else's physical body, would it still be me? I'm afraid I'm no different from a walking dead, right? Fairy Xingyu raised her eyebrows and was about to get angry. However, after thinking for a while, she became dejected. She whispered, Suji, tell me about your hometown. I've told you so much, but you've never mentioned your hometown. Hometown? Xiaohua asked curiously, the hometown you mentioned earlier. Isn't it the immortal world? Of course not. Fairy Xingyu rolled her eyes at Xiaohua. The hometown that immortals talk about is the place where they ascend. If you ascend, the 3 continents will be your hometown. Oh. Xiaohua nodded. I see. Suji didn't pay any attention to Xiaohua. He gazed at the stars for the time it took to finish a cup of tea, and then he said, Xingyue, it's not that I don't want to tell you about my hometown. It's just that my hometown can't compare to the neon glow galaxy, nor can it compare to the 3 main continents. A place of the last days. What do you mean? Xiaohua asked, puzzled. The so-called place of the last days is the place where the path of cultivation is destroyed. Fairy Xingyu looked sympathetic. She glanced at Xiaohua and explained, there are many reasons for the destruction of the path of cultivation. It could be the loss of the cultivation method, the dissipation of the qi of heaven and earth, or the blockage of the ascension passage. Didn't Suji say that before? After the starburst, many realms will lose contact with the star field, which means they will lose contact with the spirit cleansing pool in the immortal realm. Those realms may become a place of the last days. There are no records of my hometown in the immortal realm. I don't know its corresponding name in the galaxy in the immortal realm. I only know that galaxy is called the Milky Way, and the blue planet I'm on is called Earth. Suji looked at the strange starry sky and said, until now, I still don't know why Earth and the Milky Way became a place of the last days. However, Earth does not have the qi of heaven and earth. All the cultivation methods have disappeared. Chapter 44-52. Then how did you cultivate? Fairy Xingyu asked sympathetically. When I was 18 years old, I obtained the punishment celestial weapon of the immortal world. Suji's gaze seemed to pass through time and space and fall on another distant world. Suji's story was not long, and there were some parts that Suji did not explain clearly. However, under Fairy Xingyu's questioning, Suji spoke for a full hour. Xiaohua listened with interest. After all, this was another immortal's cultivation world. But in the end, Xiaohua sighed again. Suji had his own hometown, Earth, and Fairy Xingyu had her own hometown, the Neon Glow Galaxy. Where was his hometown? The 3 continents. The Dawn Rain continent. Perhaps he would only know when his memory was restored. Suji, it's really not easy for you to become the punishment envoy of the punishment palace. Fairy Xingyu also expressed deep sympathy. Compared to you, my cultivation is simply a smooth path. Everyone has their own path, so there's no need to compare. Suji said faintly, just like the Law Palace and the Punishment Palace, why bother with each other's gains and losses? Just do your own thing. Hee, that's right. Fairy Xingyu nodded and said, if it weren't for the sovereign of justice and the sovereign of punishment, how could the punishment palace and the law palace be incompatible? Speaking of this, Suji looked up at the barrier and said, the sky is bright and the rain has stopped. Shall we go to the Chitty River now? No, there's no need to be in such a hurry, right? Fairy Xingyu seemed to be enjoying her time with Suji and answered reluctantly. Xiaohua also hurriedly said, that's right. Senior Su, you've said so much, but you still haven't told me how this junior will help you. It's very simple. Suji said concisely, use your divine sense, which is very sensitive to the power of the stars and the moon, to find the exit in the starry sky maze and the immortal chi. Then, use the power of thunder to help me break the restriction. Ah. It's that simple. Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. Senior, don't lie to me. That's simple. Fairy Xingyu shouted, we found that starry sky maze formation 5 times. Each time, we entered a different place. Later, we used the magical powers of tens of thousands of cultivators to find the exit of the immortal chi twice. As for that restriction, even Suji couldn't break it with his strength. Do you think you can? Alright, just pretend I didn't say anything. Xiaohua curled his lips, he was somewhat disapproving. He was very confident in his sense of direction in the void. The more others were unable to do it, the more he could do it. As for the restrictive spell, Xiaohua did not believe that Reverend Yun's Pangu axe could not break it. At the thought of Reverend Yun, Xiaohua asked hastily, oh right, can we use Cosmos bags in Star Moon Palace? There are some places where you can. Fairy Xingyu replied without hesitation. If so, how many cultivators can enter Star Moon Palace? Xiaohua asked again. Fairy Xingyu answered with great familiarity, over the years, Star Picking Tower has recruited about 49,000 people from Tao League, Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sect, and the Demon Clan. All Confucian aristocratic families above the 3rd class would send people, and 60% of the aristocratic families below the 3rd class would send people. The Buddhist sect's guardians would send people. As for the Demon Clan, there are even more. After all, the Demon Clan is more sensitive to the power of the stars and moon. Star Moon Palace has appeared in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. If we count, there are about 60,000 people. So many. Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Star Moon Palace was a famous ancient ruin in the 3 continents. Xiaohua already felt that it was a lot to be qualified to enter a few hundred of them. Who would have thought that 60,000 people could enter at once? How was this training? It was more like sightseeing. Xingyue has been preparing for so long. Isn't it for this day? 50,000 people is not a lot. Fairy Xingyu said with a grin. Xiaohua also smiled. If there were only a few hundred people, the 10,000 people he brought would be very eye-catching. However, since there were already 60,000 people going in, his 10,000 people were nothing. Junior also wants to bring some Fortune Gate disciples in. It won't affect anything, right? Xiaohua asked tentatively. You want to take advantage of me again? Fairy Xingyu snapped. Can't you not take advantage of me? No, as long as I live, I won't stop taking advantage of you. Xiaohua replied decisively. Suji glanced at Xiaohua and said, it doesn't matter. Anyone can go in, as long as you find a place where you can use the Kunlun mirror. Many thanks, senior. Xiaohua's smile was even brighter than Xiaohua's. In addition to what senior said earlier, if there's anything junior needs to do in the Star Moon Palace, please feel free to tell me. Don't worry. Fairy Xingyu snorted coldly. We have already entered 8 times. If we can avoid borrowing your help, we will try our best not to. If you bring too many disciples in, you have to let them be careful of the dangers inside. After all, that kind of risk is almost unavoidable. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua nodded respectfully. Then, the 3 of them discussed for a while before Fairy Xingyu removed the starlight boundary. Su Ji also scattered the waterfall water boundary. The waterfall fell on the stone wall again, roaring as it fell. Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu glanced at each other. They did not tell Xiaohua that this waterfall was where they had first lost it in the 3 continents. Then, the 3 of them moved and flew toward the Chitty River in the east of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. When the stars of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm shone brightly, the great sacred hall was the center of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, where the stars gathered. The stars that were originally the rulers of the starry skies fell on a star shadow somewhere in the great sage hall. When the star materialized, another star pattern, mixed with the essence of the stars, fell into the great sage hall. Inside the great sage hall, the Phoenix Wu had already transformed into an enormous desolate chaos demon. The astral runes landed on the 132 billion points. A astral rune was engraved on it, and the Phoenix Wu's body rose a few feet higher. This situation was very similar to when Feng Wu became a great saint. However, at this time, the starry sky was all around Feng Wu, and the stars that the other great saints had transformed into did not appear. By the time all the stars in the great sacred hall had materialized, Feng Wu was already inside the great sacred hall. He floated to the surface of the great sacred hall. The last star pattern was on his body, and his body had become one with the great sacred hall. Boom! The entire great sage hall shone with incomparably dazzling starlight. The void was filled with light, and even the tiniest of spatial cracks could be seen. At the same time, the entire great sage hall had long disappeared. A star that had never appeared before emerged from the surface of the great sage hall. The light shadow was more ferocious than the sun. It spread in all directions in the void. In the light shadow, the void was pierced and collapsed. The star of the stars had actually appeared in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Call. In the starlight, a phoenix cry that shook the void rang out. The star of the stars instantly collapsed, and all the stars instantly turned into star marks. Feng Wu's body that had become a saint appeared from the stars. Feng Wu's demonic body was extremely huge. The star marks formed by the collapse of the stars were only 10% of his entire demonic body. The rest of his demonic body was still ethereal and gray. Even so, an incomparably vast and ferocious aura filled the entire void like a tidal wave. The great saint of the starry sky. The star of the stars. The saint of the saints. In the eyes of the golden-winged great rocks and the others, a 7-star great saint was already a peerless saint. However, they still underestimated the heavenly phoenix's covetousness. The saint of the saints was the heavenly phoenix's goal. Only a demon with the bloodline of the absolute saint could become the saint of the saints. Of course, the Thousand Demons' sacred realm was only one of the many realms, and the Great Sage Hall was only one of the many demon holy lands. The heavenly phoenix's path was still very long. The heavenly phoenix great saint revealed his saint of the saint's body, and the image of the desolate stars appeared in his eyes. His gaze was fixed on a certain spot in the void. At this moment, the void rumbled with thunder that resembled a horned dragon. The power of laws of the 3 continents surged in from all directions, not allowing the heavenly phoenix great saint to resist at all. A trace of mockery appeared in the heavenly phoenix great saint's eyes, and then he closed them again. As the heavenly phoenix great saint closed his eyes, the ferocious aura receded like the tide. His demon great saint's body also faded from the starlight. The lightning disappeared, and the star of the stars appeared again. At this moment, the golden-winged great roc, the mystic armored pentaceratops, the flying feather void beast, the five-colored sea god shell, the scarlet flame vermilion bird, and the netherworld demonic dragon spider all appeared in the star of the stars. However, the stars of the golden-winged great roc, the flying feather void beast, and the five-colored sea god shell were covered in faint starlight, while the stars of the mystic armored pentaceratops, the scarlet flame vermilion bird, and the nether demonic dragon spider were grayish-white. However, in an instant, 3 star bridges emerged, and 3 starlights emerged from the void and fell on the 3 stars. The 3 stars also gave birth to starlight. Not only that, when the 6 stars were shining, the star of the golden-winged great ping bird flew several feet higher, and the star of the five-colored sea god shell fell several feet lower. The positions of the 6 great sages had changed. Although Feng Wu's demonic body had already hidden itself among the stars, his consciousness was still present. After observing the changes in the positions of the stars in the Great Sage Hall, Feng Wu's demonic body also escaped from the stars. The moment he left, the stars in the Great Sage Hall began to fade, and the hall's appearance appeared. The heavenly phoenix great saint still transformed into his previous star demon great saint and descended. When he landed half a foot higher than the golden-winged great ping bird, he stopped. Feng Wu opened his eyes and glanced at the 6 great sages of the demon race, whose eyes were tightly shut. With a flap of his wings, the starlight in the Great Sage Hall gradually extinguished. The Great Sage Hall became peaceful, and the pillars of stars that fell into the Great Sage Hall also disappeared. The Star of the Stars phenomenon that had shrouded the thousand-demon sacred realm for dozens of days and nights also disappeared. P.S. A new year has begun. I wish all your wishes come true, and all the best. Thank you all for your support of the 3rd place finisher, and express my gratitude. Chapter 44-53. Oh. As the light dimmed, the golden-winged great ping bird was the first to come to his senses. He looked at Feng Wu, who was half a foot taller than him. While the golden-winged great ping bird was shocked, his eyes were filled with admiration. However, when he saw the mystic armored pentaceratops, who was dozens of feet shorter than him, a smile appeared on his face. The golden roc woke up, and so did the mystic armored pentaceratops and the others. The mystic armored pentaceratops, the scarlet flame vermilion bird, and the nether demonic dragon spider didn't expect to be able to rush back to the Great Sage Hall so quickly. However, when the star bridge appeared, they understood something. Therefore, the 3 great sages looked at each other without any particular surprise. Then, the 3 great sages looked at the 5-colored sea god Seashell, who was several feet behind them, and then looked at Feng Wu. Feng Wu saw that the great sages had returned to the Great Sage Hall and were looking at him. He knew that although he had concealed his identity as the Great Sage of all sages, he was still a 7-star Great Sage of the Thousand-Demon Sacred Realm. He was still the first Great Sage of the demon race. If he didn't speak, the other 6 great sages wouldn't speak either. Therefore, Feng Wu nodded at the 6 great sages and said to the golden roc, "Great Sage Ping, this is my first time in the Great Sage Hall. I'm not familiar with the Great Sage Hall or the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Please introduce me." "Yes, Great Sage Feng." The golden roc's arrogance had mostly dissipated when he faced Feng Wu. He, the flying feather void beast, and the 5-colored sea god Seashell all knew that Feng Wu's strength wasn't inferior to his when he was a 7-star great sage. Now that he'd cleansed himself with the Great Sage Hall starlight, he'd even drawn the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper into his body. Although the golden roc didn't know what had happened after that, seeing that Feng Wu's star position was higher than his, the golden roc didn't dare to underestimate him. The golden rock turned to the mystic armored pentaceratops, the scarlet flame vermilion bird, and the nether demonic dragon spider, and said, "This is the first great sage of the demon race, the heaven-defying thunder phoenix. Greetings, great sage Fong." The mystic armored pentaceratops and the others respectfully and introduced themselves. Then, the golden-winged great ping continued, "Phoenix Sage, every time a new great saint enters the great sage hall, there is an unwritten rule, and that is the ranking of the great sage. Of course, our star positions can already reveal each other's strength. However, there are many times when star positions don't necessarily represent saint positions. Thus, great saints with similar star positions can all fight to determine the final saint position." Hee, I understand. Feng Wu smiled and said, "Don't look at how Beixing has fallen to the bottom right now. His true strength might not be inferior to spider saints, right?" Without waiting for the golden-winged great rock to speak, the mystic armored pentaceratops hurriedly said, "The Phoenix Sage is right. This is definitely the case now. However, the star position also represents the potential and speed of cultivation. In the future, Bay Sage may not be able to compare to Spider Sage." Feng Wu pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Since this is the custom of the Great Sage Hall, this saint will not overstep it. Great sages, if you have any objections, we can do our best to settle them." When the mystic armored pentaceratops heard this, its eyes narrowed. However, it did not speak. Instead, it looked at the golden rock. The golden rock laughed and said, "Phoenix Saint, you're not joking with this saint, are you? This saint has already fought Phoenix Saint once before, and this saint admits that he is no match for him. If we fight again now, wouldn't this saint be looking for trouble?" Of course, Dragon Saint has always been unconvinced of this saint's position as the top expert of the demon race. He has challenged this saint many times. Now that Phoenix Saint has taken the lead, perhaps he will be interested. As it said this, the golden rock turned to look meaningfully at the mystic armored pentaceratops and asked, "Don't you think so, Dragon Saint?" That's right, that's right." Before the mystic armored pentaceratops could speak, the flying feather void beast in the distance shouted, "Dragons and phoenixes are the strongest demon race in ancient times. Phoenix Saint has never appeared in our thousand demon sacred realm. Now that Phoenix Saint has come to our great sage hall, it is indeed time for us to broaden our horizons and see who is the strongest." The mystic armored pentaceratops had originally wanted to see just how powerful this newly ascended 7 stars great saint was. However, after seeing the stars rise above the sun, and seeing even the golden-winged great ping concede defeat, and finally the flying feather void beast egging him on, how could he not know what to do? The mystic armored pentaceratops smiled and said, "Although this saint has just met Phoenix Saint, before this saint, Sparrow Saint, and Spider Saint returned to the Great Sage Hall, the Phoenix Saint Starlight Marrow Cleansing attracted the power of 10,000 stars to our 1,000 demon sacred realm. We have benefited greatly from it. We have yet to thank Phoenix Saint, so how can we fight Phoenix Saint?" With that, the mystic armored pentaceratops bowed grandly and said, "Thank you for your help, Phoenix Saint." The red flame vermilion bird and the nether dragon spider also bowed to express their gratitude. Phoenix Saint smiled and bowed back. The flying feather void beast and the 5-colored sea god seashell were a little depressed. After the 3 great saints bowed, the golden rock spoke again, "Since no great saint wants to challenge Phoenix Saint, then Phoenix Saint's title as the top great saint of the demon race is set. This saint is the 2nd great saint of the demon race. Is there anyone who wants to challenge this saint?" As the golden rock spoke, his gaze fell on the mystic armored pentaceratops. The mystic armored pentaceratops' mouth was bitter. He knew very well that the golden rock's strength was on par with his. The golden rock's bloodline was a little stronger than his, but now the golden rock's star position was dozens of feet higher than his. This meant that he had broken through the bottleneck, and the star marks on his demonic body had solidified. The golden rock's strength completely overshadowed his. If he challenged the golden rock for no reason, he would only be humiliating himself. There was no other outcome. Therefore, the mystic armored Pentaceratops smiled and said, "Phoenix Saint is high and mighty. Which saint dares to make a fool of themselves again?" "Yes." The golden rock nodded and looked at the five-colored sea god seashell. He said, "Sea god seashell, your star position is the lowest now. Today, you will be the last saint. With your current strength, you may not necessarily be the seventh great saint of the demon race. If you want, you can challenge Spider Saint." Hearing the golden rock's words, the five-colored sea god seashell didn't react. The nether demonic dragon spider's pupils constricted. The mystic armored Pentaceratops had already made it clear that the five-colored sea god seashell's strength was definitely higher than his. If he fought the five-colored sea god seashell, he would definitely be the last of the seven great saints. However, a moment later, the five-colored sea god seashell smiled and said, "I have already seen the power of Phoenix Saint in my previous battle with her. At the same time, I have also glimpsed the peak combat strength of the demon race. Since I want to challenge you, I will challenge the first great saint of the demon race. As for today's battle, it doesn't matter if we don't fight. I will temporarily occupy the position of the seventh great saint of the demon race. So what?" "Good." The golden rock clapped and smiled. There is a saying in the human race that every dog has its day. 30 years is too short for the demon race. Why don't we make a promise of 3,000 years? After 3,000 years, we will meet again to fight. Ha! The pentagram dragon laughed. After 3,000 years, Rock Saint and Phoenix Saint will have broken through the starry sky. Even if we want to fight, we won't be able to find the two great saints. Ha ha ha. The flying feather void beast and the others laughed. Seeing that the great sage hall had never been so friendly before, Feng Wu's heart moved. He said, "When a new great saint enters the great sage hall, there is usually a lot of excitement. Today, when I enter, it seems a little lonely. How about this? We are all the most powerful demon race in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, and we are all great saints of the Great Sage Hall. Although we can't be considered brothers, for the sake of the future prosperity of the demon race and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, why don't we become sworn brothers?" 7 saints become sworn brothers. Not only was the golden-winged Great Ping stunned by Feng Wu's words, but even the other saints were stunned. After all, the demon race was not like the human race. They had always respected individual combat strength. Even if they were on good terms with each other, they were mostly demons of their own race. How could they become sworn brothers with other demon races? Even if the black-armored Pentaceratops and the nether demonic dragon spider were on good terms, they had never thought of becoming sworn brothers. Even though the various saints appeared to be harmonious on the surface, who knew how many conflicts there were in private? The heirs of the various holy lands even fought each other to the death. The golden rock hesitated for a moment and asked, "Phoenix Sage, what do you mean?" Feng Wu smiled. "Rock Sage, I'm sure you've been to the hidden immortal continent and the pure land of ultimate bliss to train. If there is a conflict between the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect, who do you think will win?" The golden rock did not hesitate and said, "If I'm not wrong, it should be the Buddhist sect." "Why?" Feng Wu asked. Although the Buddhist sect is divided into many factions, they all belong to the Thunder Sound Temple. Under the orders of the Mahavirakana revered Buddha, the entire Buddhist sect must obey. The golden rock explained, on the other hand, although the Confucian cultivators also have immortal Emperor Go Qin from the Immortal Palace, the four great clans may not obey the orders of the Immortal Palace. The other 100 classics will definitely obey the orders of the Immortal Palace. In this case, the winner is obvious. That's right. Feng Wu nodded. Although the demons of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm have strong physical bodies, they can't compare to the human race in terms of cooperation. The Great Sage Temple can command the entire Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, but are the 7 great sages of the Great Sage Temple united? The black-armored Pentaceratops was displeased and said, "Phoenix Sage, you just came to the Great Sage Temple. How can you see that the Great Sage Temple's sages are not united?" "Dragon Sage, don't be impatient," Feng Wu said unhurriedly. "What I said earlier is only one of the reasons. Secondly, the Great Sage Temple originally had 6 great sages. Although the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is large, I'm afraid there is not a single demon realm in it that is outside of the sage's influence, right?" When Feng Wu said this, all the sages' expressions changed slightly, and the Golden Rock was no exception. The sages arranged the order of sages mainly for the distribution of benefits in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. As the leader of the sages, Feng Wu should have the largest sphere of influence in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. If an ordinary demon sage became a demon sage, he would have a certain sphere of influence in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. As long as the other sages compromised and gave up some benefits, it would be enough. However, Feng Wu had no foundation in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and appeared out of nowhere. If Feng Wu occupied a sphere of influence in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, wouldn't the other great sages give up even more benefits? Chapter 44-54. The mystic armored Pentaceratops and the netherworld demonic dragon spider glanced at the 5-colored sea god shell, gloating. However, Feng Wu's words left all the saints dumbfounded once again. Feng Wu continued, "I'm now the #1 great saint in the Great Sage Temple, and I should have the largest sphere of influence in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. However, my current situation is similar to Sage Pang's, and I might break through the starry sky soon. I don't want to destroy the balance of power in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, nor do I want to take the power that originally belonged to you from your hands. Therefore, I hope to become sworn brothers with all the saints and live peacefully in the future." Sage Phoenix's words make me ashamed. The Golden Rock nodded. Sage Phoenix is willing to make such a sacrifice for the peace of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. You're truly our role model. I'm willing to become sworn brothers with Sage Phoenix, and I also suggest that every great saint should give a piece of the Demon King realm to Sage Phoenix to express our sincerity. That's right, that's how it should be. The flying feather void beast immediately shouted. I'm also willing to become sworn brothers with Sage Phoenix, and I'm also willing to give you a piece of the Demon King realm. The 5-colored sea god shell was stunned, but he immediately understood. Feng Wu and Xiao Hua had a close relationship. He was forced to offer Bai Qingyu to Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua gave it to Feng Wu. Bai Qingyu was naturally considered as his offering to Feng Wu. He didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly shouted, "Same for me." Seeing that all 3 great saints had agreed, the red flame vermilion bird also smiled and shouted, "I'm also willing." Thus, the mystic armored Pentaceratops and the netherworld demonic dragon spider could only agree. They didn't know that they had been tricked by the Golden Rock. Seeing that all the saints had agreed, the Golden Rock smiled and said, "Since that's the case, Sage Phoenix, let's become sworn brothers in the Great Sage Temple, and let all the demons in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm witness a magnificent scene that has never been seen before." Agreed. Feng Wu smiled. Boom. Hearing Feng Wu's agreement, the golden-winged great ping flapped its wings, and the solidified star mark turned into a star that rushed into the starry sky. The mystic armored pentaceratops, the flying feather void beast, and the others also shook their star marks. Finally, the phoenix parasol also spread its wings, and the 7 stars rushed into the starry sky. Woo! The entire great sacred hall shook, and countless rays of light streaked across the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Amidst the light, the silhouette of the great holy hall was revealed. High above the great holy hall, the heaven-defying thunder phoenix, the golden-winged great roc, the arcane pentaceratops, the flying feather void beast, the scarlet flame vermilion bird, the netherworld demonic dragon spider, and the 5-colored sea god shell appeared. Although the 1,000 demons' sacred realm was huge, every demon could see it clearly no matter where they were. At the same time, a majestic voice rang out from the great holy hall. The great holy hall of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm has rearranged the position of great saint. Today, the great sage hall has 7 great sages. They are the first great sage, the heaven-defying thunder phoenix. The second holy golden-winged great roc, the third holy mystic armored pentaceratops, the fourth holy flying feather void beast, the fifth holy vermilion flame vermilion bird, the sixth holy netherworld demonic dragon spider, and the 7th holy 5-colored sea god shell. Because of the first great sage, the heaven-defying thunder phoenix, the 7 great sages have sworn an oath in the great sage hall. As his voice fell, the entire great sage hall shone with starlight, once again enveloping the entire 1,000 demons' sacred realm. The heaven-defying lightning phoenix and the other great sages lined up around the great sage temple and bowed 9 times in a row. The light of the great sage temple flickered 9 times in a row. Boom! When it was the last time, even more starlight fell from the sky, enveloping the 1,000 beasts' sacred realm for an hour. After the 7 sages became sworn brothers, they all returned to their demon forms. Feng Wu looked at the sages and said, "This sage has just entered the great holy hall and experienced the starlight marrow cleansing. There are many mysteries of the stars in the great holy hall that I have yet to comprehend. The great holy hall is the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, so all matters will be discussed by the sages. This sage will go into seclusion to comprehend them. If the sages have any use for this sage, feel free to wake me up." Seeing that Feng Wu was about to go into seclusion and completely ignore the matters of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, the golden-winged great roc and the others looked at each other and smiled knowingly. "Phoenix Sage, there's no need to be like this. You are the first great saint of our demon race. We have something to report to you. This sage's heart is focused on cultivation, not worldly affairs. Please take care of me, sages." Feng Wu laughed loudly. His figure flickered, and he disappeared into the starry sky above the great holy hall. "All right." The golden-winged great roc watched helplessly as Feng Wu left. He looked around and said, "Since the Phoenix Sage doesn't care about worldly affairs, we'll discuss among ourselves. If there's anything we need the Phoenix Sage for, it won't be too late to tell him then." The mystic armored pentaceratops was also happy. Although he was currently the 3rd great saint, he was actually no different from the 2nd great saint. In particular, the golden-winged great roc had already broken through his bottleneck. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be able to shatter the stars within 3,000 years. The same was true for the heaven-defying thunder phoenix. To the mystic armored pentaceratops, 3,000 years was merely 30 years for an ordinary human. He had plenty of patience. "All right." The mystic armored pentaceratops nodded. "This sage will first talk about what I saw in Qijing. This demon realm is truly strange." However, before the mystic armored pentaceratops could finish speaking, another streak of starlight rushed out of the space in front of the golden-winged great rock. This starlight flickered rapidly, like an eye blinking. The golden-winged great rock was shocked. He said in a low voice, "Dragon Sage, please wait. There seems to be an extremely urgent report." "Dragon Sage, please." The mystic armored Pentaceratops naturally knew the rules and nodded. The golden-winged great rock's claw grabbed the air, and the starlight fell into it. When the starlight faded, it was a beast's skin shaped like a flying bird. The golden-winged great rock picked up the beast's skin and scanned it with his vital sense. He looked up at the other 5 saints and handed the beast's skin to the mystic armored Pentaceratops. "Dragon Sage, please take a look." The mystic armored Pentaceratops was very curious about the golden-winged great rock's expression. When he took the beast's skin and scanned it with his vital sense, he was enraged and shouted, "How is this possible? The humans actually sent an army of hundreds of thousands to invade our 1,000-demon sacred realm. And they returned to the hidden immortal continent after destroying a demon realm. Damn it, they actually called themselves the Invincible Army of the 3 continents. Wherever they go, no matter if it's demon realm or human realm, anyone who dares to stand in their way will be killed. They really don't want to live anymore. Damn it. The nether demonic dragon spider saw this and shouted, "Dragon Sage, when did this human army invade our 1,000-demon sacred realm? How come we didn't know? Dragon Sage, this saint wants to personally lead a demon realm army to stop them." The red flame vermilion bird was also furious. "Only we demon realm can say such arrogant words. A mere human army dares to call themselves an invincible army. Dragon Sage, did it only say to destroy a demon realm?" The flying feather void beast's eyes flashed and asked softly. "That's right." The mystic armored Pentaceratops nodded. "Not only did we massacre a demon realm, but we also killed the 14 demon kings and great demons blocking our way." "Then, what about the demon realms where the 14 demon kings and great demons are?" The flying feather void beast asked again. The mystic armored Pentaceratops was stunned when he saw that the flying feather void beast wasn't surprised and instead asked about the demon realms where the great demons were. He looked at the flying feather void beast, then at the golden-winged great rock, and asked curiously, "What does their demon realms have to do with them?" "Oh, looks like they weren't trampled or massacred." The flying feather void beast understood and lowered his head, no longer speaking. "Sage and I, what do you mean by that?" The golden-winged great rock's heart thumped as if he had thought of something. He turned his eyes to the 5-colored sea god shell and asked, "Sage and I, how did the banquet go this time? Why did your star rank drop so much?" "Dragon Sage." The 5-colored sea god shell didn't want to talk to him. "Hurry up and give Sparrow Sage an army of the demon clan. These humans are too arrogant. We have to teach them a lesson." "Okay, Sparrow Sage." The mystic armored Pentaceratops nodded and looked at the red flame vermilion bird. "Why don't you? Don't worry." The vermilion bird chuckled. "These humans were able to sneak into the territory of our demon race without anyone noticing. This vermilion bird is a little suspicious. In my opinion, we should first investigate how they managed to escape our detection." "Okay." Seeing that the sages were starting to understand, the golden-winged great rock said, "We just became sworn brothers in the Great Sage Hall. Are you trying to shirk your responsibility now? This matter has something to do with Phoenix Sage." With that, the golden-winged great rock gave a simple explanation of what happened at Qingbo's banquet. Finally, he said, "Phoenix Sage seems to be on very good terms with that Xiaohua. Phoenix Sage became sworn brothers with us before saying that he wouldn't interfere with the affairs of the Great Sage Hall, nor would he spread his forces throughout the 1,000-demon sacred realm. I think it's because of the human army." For Phoenix Sage's sake, we can't make things too difficult for this army, right? Ah. Then. The red flame vermilion bird was shocked and said anxiously, Phoenix Sage isn't a human spy, right? Ha ha ha. The netherworld demonic dragon spider laughed and pointed at the red flame vermilion bird. Sparrow Sage, you haven't been burned silly by your red flame, have you? If Phoenix Sage is a human spy, how could he have been recognized by the Great Sage Hall? How could he have been worshipped by all the stars? Besides, Phoenix Sage didn't attack Pink Sage, Ni Sage, or Bay Sage. He even hoped that we could work together to build the glory of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. If he's a spy, I don't think he would say that, right? This sage thinks so too. The golden-winged great rock nodded. It's already extremely rare for a human spy to become a great demon of our Yao clan. How could a spy become a 7-star great saint? Besides, with Phoenix Sage's current status, why would he care about being a human spy? This sage understands. The red flame vermilion bird nodded. However, as he nodded, a smile appeared on his face. He understood that there was no need to take anything said in the Great Sage Hall seriously. Chapter 44-55. Are you still going to stop the Fortune Gates army? The great golden-winged rock asked with a faint smile. I'm not crazy. The red flame vermilion bird laughed. Why would I make you unhappy for no reason? Besides, the Taoist and Confucian cultivators on the hidden immortal continent are mortal enemies. Aren't the Fortune Gates disciples going to turn the hidden immortal continent upside down? Won't the Thousand Demons' sacred realm be able to take advantage of that? If that's the case. The great golden-winged rock ordered, Dragon Sage, pass down the Great Sage Hall's order. Don't stop the Taoists' army. Let them go back and find trouble with the Confucian cultivators. We'll continue to discuss the matter of Qijing. Yes, I understand. The mystic armored Pentaceratops nodded in agreement. Xiao Hua accompanied Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu as they flew into the sky. Starlight once again appeared in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. The Great Sage Hall's silhouette appeared majestic in the sky. Su Ji and Fairy Xingyu stopped and looked at the grand occasion that seemed to be right in front of them. How is that possible? Fairy Xingyu turned pale with fright. Heaven-defying Thunder Phoenix. The 7 stars great sage from before. Why don't I have any records of him? Moreover, once the 7-star great saint enters the Great Sage Hall, he will immediately become the strongest expert of the demon race. The power structure of the entire Thousand Demons' sacred realm will change greatly. This is something that has never happened before in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Not only that. Su Ji's expression changed. Although the 6 great sages of the Great Sage Hall were powerful, they were not united. They fought for their own interests and rarely extended their hands out of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Now that the 7 great sages of the Great Sage Hall have become sworn brothers, won't they be expanding the Thousand Demons' sacred realm? Although the human race has a lot of people, our true strength is still incomparable to the demon race. The grudge between the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect has not been resolved. If the demon race rises again, the 3 continents will not be peaceful in the future. Su Ji. After Su Ji finished speaking, Fairy Xingyu said, You might not have been in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm before, but the 7 stars great sage who entered the Great Sage Hall was more powerful than this. It was said that the Thousand Demons' sacred realm was filled with stars that illuminated the Thousand Demons' sacred realm for 81 days and nights. Although the stars had already passed by the time I arrived, the power of the stars and moon in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm is extremely powerful, far surpassing what I've seen. What? Far beyond what you can see. Xingyue, you mean? Su Ji almost didn't dare to believe his ears, and he said in shock, "You've never seen it in the celestial realm?" Not bad. Fairy Xingyu nodded affirmatively. This reminds me of some of the secrets of the Demon League that the Palace of Justice has. Hearing that this was a secret of the Palace of Justice, Suji frowned and only responded in a low voice, not asking any more questions. Fairy Xingyu also knew that these secrets could not be divulged. She only explained, "The Star of the Stars, the Saint of all Saints. I suspect that this 7 stars great saint is not only the 7 stars great saint, but also the so-called saint of all saints in the Demon League." Kill. Xiao Hua's heart stirred, and he said, "Although I'm somewhat familiar with this heaven-defying Thunder Phoenix, and previously Bai Qingyu also obtained some of his main force, I didn't expect him to have such great achievements. If the 2 seniors have any misgivings, please allow me to go and kill him." No. Su Ji shook his head and said, "Even if the first great saint of the demon clan is the saint of all saints, it has nothing to do with us. We won't interfere in the affairs of the 3 continents. Of course, Xiao Hua, if you think that this great saint will hinder the prosperity of the human clan and cause endless killing, you can go ahead and kill him." Fairy Xingyu looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully, as if pondering whether what Xiao Hua said was true. Then, she shook her head and said, "The Star of the Stars is a demon clan expert who possesses the power of the stars. Not only is his strength outstanding, but his luck is also on par with the stars. With the ability of the human clan, I'm afraid we can't get rid of him. Xiao Hua, since you're familiar with him, you'd better be careful." Xiao Hua heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. "I understand. I'll try my best to befriend him. If he doesn't offend me, I won't touch him either. Let's go. This has nothing to do with us." Su Ji waved his hand and said, "The ones with a headache should be Immortal Emperor Go Qin and Vairocana revered Buddha." Su Ji was right. At this time, in the Thunder Temple, the Buddhas were silent. Whether it was bodhisattvas, arhats, or heavenly kings, they all put their palms together and looked at the Buddhist cloud in front of the Thunder Temple. At this time, the Buddhist cloud was a little dim. The endless heavenly flowers and Sanskrit chanting inside had long been blocked by the dazzling starlight. The Buddhist cloud was like a mirror, revealing the strange starlight of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Of course, the outline of the great sage hall, which should have been the clearest, could not be seen at all. The heaven-defying Thunder Phoenix and the other 7 Saint Star demon bodies could not be revealed. The only thing the Buddhas could see was the endless starlight. The dazzling starlight only lasted for a moment. Then, a breeze blew, and the Buddhist radiance shone brightly, completely covering the starlight. The Vairocana revered Buddha's voice rang in the Buddha's ears, "Amitabha. The radiance of the stars and the moon is the radiance of heaven and earth. Only my Buddhist radiance is the radiance of humanity. The radiance of the stars and the moon originates from nature, while the Buddhist radiance comes from one's own body. When the radiance of the stars and the moon enters one's body, no matter how strong one's strength is, it's only relying on external forces. The Buddhist radiance is one's foundation, one's own self. My Buddha." The Namo Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva put his palms together and said, "Buddhism is formed by faith, and light is born from thoughts. Heaven and earth may change, but the Buddhist radiance is inexhaustible because of faith. Namo Amitabha. Namo Amitabha." The Buddhas lowered their brows and chanted. For a moment, the sky was filled with peanuts. Strands of faith power were born out of thin air and surged into the radiance behind the Namo Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva's head. After a while, the Namo Dipankara Archaic Buddha said, "Namo Amitabha." A few days ago, the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, 7 stars of the Big Dipper descended. According to the demon race's cultivation, a great sage descending. Previously, the Great Sage Hall already had 6 great sages. With this one, there should be 7 great sages. Namo Amitabha. The revered one is right. The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva put his palms together and replied, "This 7th great sage is different from the previous 6 great sages." He caused the 7 stars of the Big Dipper to descend. According to the demon race's words, he's a 7 stars great sage. His strength should be 7 times that of an ordinary great sage. Speaking up to this point, the Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva frowned and said, "However, for the stars to shine today, and the entire 1,000 demons' sacred realm to be covered in starlight, it's really strange. Could it be that the 7th great sage had entered the Great Sage Hall and triggered the demon race's secret impartation? The starlight is 100 times more abundant than usual, and it also covers the 1,000 demons' sacred realm for 81 days and 81 nights. The overall strength of the demon race in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm has increased." In the distance, the dragon-slaying Arhat took a step forward and put his palms together. "Revered one, the Buddha aura has been appearing frequently in our Pure Land world recently. Not only has the Namo Wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva and the Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva returned to their positions, even the long-lost Namo Maitreya Buddha has descended in the Thunder Temple. It can be said that the Buddha aura is boundless and the Buddha aura is shining everywhere. If nothing unexpected happens, our Pure Land world's Buddhist sect has already taken the lead among the Buddhist, Confucian, and demon sects of the 3 continents. As long as we complete the sutra seeking extreme bliss, the hidden immortal continent will also be filled with Buddhist lotuses. When the hidden immortal continent is at its peak, the 1,000 demons' sacred realm will no longer be a concern. However, the 1,000 demons' sacred realm has a strange phenomenon today. It's actually a myriad of stars shining in the sun. I'm afraid that the day of the Buddha aura's descent into the 1,000 demons' sacred realm will be delayed. In this disciple's opinion, the demon race must have sensed a crisis and used the secret technique of the Great Sage Temple to forcibly increase the overall strength of the demon race." Namo Amitabha. The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva shook his head. "Dragon-slaying sage, what you said seems to make sense, but I think that's not the case." "Oh. Go ahead, Bodhisattva." The dragon-slaying Arhat raised his long eyebrows and asked. "First of all, our Buddhist sect has no direct conflict with the demon race. Although our Buddhist sect saves all living beings, it doesn't exclude the demon race. However, the demon race has always been stubborn and ignorant. They are far less intelligent than us humans. The glory of our Buddha aura has never covered the hidden immortal continent, so why should we be so ambitious and try to illuminate the 1,000 demons' sacred realm?" The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva explained. "Secondly, the astronomical phenomenon of myriad stars shining in the sun is far from what an ordinary great sage of the demon race can do. This must be related to the 7th great sage, not some secret technique of the demon race." The dragon-slaying Arhat opened his mouth and wanted to refute, but he swallowed his words. He bowed and said, "Namo Amitabha, this disciple thanks the Bodhisattva for his teachings." Senior Brother Samantabhadra. The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva smiled again. "The demon realm is the demon realm. My Buddha is in my heart. Why should I care if it's myriad stars shining in the sun?" "Yes, Junior Brother Manjushri is right." The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva nodded. "This seat is concerned. Vaishravana." At this moment, Mahavirakana Buddha spoke. "Did you hear anything?" Vaishravana hurriedly said, "Revered one, this disciple didn't hear it clearly, but vaguely. It should be the ranking of the 7 great sages of the demon race's Great Sage Temple. The current first great sage is no longer the golden-winged roc, but the heaven-defying thunder phoenix. The 5-colored seashell that used to be ranked 4th also fell to the bottom. What puzzles this disciple the most is that the 6 great sages of the demon race who have always been fighting each other to the death have become sworn brothers with the heaven-defying thunder phoenix. Oh. How can this be? The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and the Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva were stunned. Manjushri. The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva didn't seem to want to say more about this matter. Instead, he asked, "Where is the sutra-seeking bliss now?" Revered one. The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva hurriedly replied. It's already at the northern part of the Pure Land world, the peak of the South Sea. It won't take long before it crosses the sea and leaves the Pure Land world. Namo Amitabha. We're halfway through the sutra-seeking bliss. Don't make any changes. Be careful. This disciple understands. The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva smiled bitterly. Ever since Chuanzang took in a demon race named Jia Qi, the path of seeking the sutra-seeking bliss has become smooth. Even if there are any changes, this powerful demon race will stifle them. As he spoke, the Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva looked up at the Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva nodded at the Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva with a smile. Vaishravana Heavenly King, Vaishravana Heavenly King. The Namo Mahatma Samantabhadra Bodhisattva said, the situation in the 3 continents is very complicated. The 1,000-demon sacred realm and the 7 sages have become sworn brothers. The sutra-seeking bliss is between the Pure Land world and the hidden immortal continent. The Star Moon Palace that the humans and demons are searching for seems to be appearing as well. Keep an eye on the 3 continents. If there are any changes, report it immediately. Chapter 44-56. Yes, disciple understands. Heavenly King Vaishravana and Heavenly King Verpka placed their palms together and received the Buddhist edict. Namo Mahasabha, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, stay behind. The rest of you, leave. Said the Dipankara archaic Buddha. Namo Amitabha, Namo Amitabha. As the Buddhas chanted, they gradually faded into the void, leaving only the Buddhist radiances and lotus shadows in the thunderclap temple. After the Buddhist radiances faded, the Namo Mahasabha, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, bowed and asked, World Exalted One, may I know why you asked this disciple to stay behind? Let me ask you, that abstaining from eating. Where did it come from? The Dipankara archaic Buddha opened his eyes and asked calmly, when Chuanzang and his 3 disciples ascended the great snowy mountain, this disciple didn't exist. However, after descending from the great snowy mountain, this demon appeared. At that time, only you and the Namo Maitreya Buddha were on the great snowy mountain. I'm afraid you're the only one who knows the origin of abstaining from eating. The Namo Mahasabha, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, smiled bitterly and said, World Exalted One, this disciple does know about this. However, this matter involves the Namo Maitreya Buddha, World Exalted One. May I ask the Namo Maitreya Buddha, World Exalted One? At this point, the Namo Mahasabha, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, pondered for a while and said, however, from what this disciple knows, this abstaining from eating respects Chuanzang from the bottom of his heart. He's definitely one of the most devout Buddhas in our Buddhism. Similarly, he wouldn't obstruct the sutra praying for nirvana in any way. Sai, Samantabhadra, the sutra praying for nirvana has reached this stage. It really makes one speechless. The Dipankara archaic Buddha sighed and said, if an 8th grade essence force demon is to protect Chuanzang, how could there be any difficulties along the way? This sutra praying for nirvana, wouldn't it become a joke? The Namo Mahasabha, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, naturally knew what the Dipankara archaic Buddha meant. However, he was helpless and could only bow. Exalted One, this disciple doesn't have any better ideas. Samantabhadra, you may leave. Discuss with Manjushri and see what we can do about this matter. Mahavirakana revered Buddha's eyes did not open as he ordered lightly. Yes, revered one of the world, I understand. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva bowed. The Buddhist light gradually dimmed as he left the Lain temple. Looking at the silent thunderclap temple and the ever-changing Buddha clouds, the Dipankara archaic Buddha World Lord said in a low voice, World Lord, previously, the World Lord mentioned that the Namo Maitreya Buddha World Lord is afraid of harming my thunderclap temple. Is this abstinence from eating? Could it be that he wants to get his hands on the fruit of sutra seeking nirvana? Namo Amitabha. The Mahavirakana Buddha opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as torches, with the sun, moon, and stars being extinguished one after another. He then said to the Namo Dipankara archaic Buddha, Senior apprentice brother, I'm unable to see through this matter, nor am I able to explain it. Does Senior Martial brother feel anything? No. The Namo Dipankara archaic Buddha shook his head as well, I didn't feel anything either. If the Maitreya Buddha comes out of seclusion, I can ask him. The Mahavirakana Buddha World Lord said, however, from Samantabhadra's words, this abstinence is a disciple of my Buddha. He wants to protect Chuanzang out of pure Buddha's heart. It shouldn't affect the sutra seeking nirvana. It shouldn't affect the thunderclap temple either. Only, Senior Martial brother, you have to arrange more tribulations to prevent the immortal palace from having any evidence against you. Yes, I understand. The Dipankara archaic Buddha World Lord nodded, I'll ask Samantabhadra and Manjushri to pay more attention to this matter. However, Chuanzang and his disciples will soon cross the South Sea and East Sea and return to the buried immortal continent. The immortal palace will be the ones having a headache. Amitabha, the immortal palace isn't just having a headache over the sutra seeking nirvana. The Mahavirakana Buddha World Lord smiled and said, they're having a headache over the 1,000 demons' sacred territory. Senior Martial brother, do you still remember the 4 great continents that we descended upon during the Golden Body first cycle? The Dipankara archaic Buddha pondered for a while and asked, are you talking about the demon ancestor of the desolate era upper worlds? Amitabha, that's right. The Mahavirakana Buddha World Lord nodded, star of myriad stars. I remember it very clearly. The demon of myriad demons. The Dipankara archaic Buddha shook his head and sighed, sigh, Namo Amitabha. The demon race is too daring. How long has it been, and how many worlds have we been apart? How did another demon of myriad demons appear in the 1,000 demons sacred realm? Wherever the demon of myriad demons goes, a sea of blood will be born, and vengeful souls will never cease to exist. Senior Martial brother, our pure lands will have to increase our vigilance from today onwards. We might have to face the demon of myriad demons after the sutra praying in nirvana. The Mahavirakana Buddha World Lord reminded. The Dipankara archaic Buddha World Lord nodded and said, you're right, World Lord. I'll immediately send out a Buddhist decree to the heavenly kings and bandis to increase their vigilance. Amitabha. My Buddha is merciful. Knowing that the 3 continents would face a tribulation, he arranged for the 2 bodhisattvas and the Maitreya Buddha World Lord to descend upon our 3 continents. With our Buddhism sect's current strength, even if the demon race has the 7 great sages, we won't be at a disadvantage. The Mahavirakana Buddha World Lord clasped his palms together and said with an indescribable benevolence, on the other hand, the immortal palace should be the strongest. Even if we don't consider the 100 schools of thought's unwillingness to accept the military school, their strength seems to have fallen into a disadvantage. The immortal palace had already fallen into a disadvantage before the sutra praying in nirvana. How could they possibly turn the tables around now? The Dipankara archaic Buddha world lord calmly replied. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a strange glint flashed across his eyes, which were as calm as a dry well, and he said, also, Supreme of the world, I'm not sure if you noticed, but before the star of 10,000 stars appeared, there seemed to be a movement in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm that surpassed the laws of the 3 continents. Amitabha. The Mahavirakana Buddha world lord's face was also filled with surprise. He nodded and said, Senior Marshal Brother is right. Let alone this disturbance, there have been many disturbances that transcended the laws of the 3 continents recently. It's just that this disturbance came from the past. It swept past the present and rushed straight into the future. If the Maitreya Buddha world lord was here, he might be able to see something. However, Senior Marshal Brother and I might not be able to see through it. World Lord. The Dipankara archaic Buddha world lord hesitated for a moment before saying, Do you think it's related to the 2 from the moon-embracing palace? Or, is it related to that person in the 1,000 demons sacred realm? If I'm not mistaken, it should be. The Mahavirakana Buddha world lord nodded and said, Only the disturbance caused by those 2 could trigger the laws of the heavens and earth, allowing them to avoid our Buddhism mystical arts. Moreover, it said that the Star-Moon Palace will appear in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm's Crimson Earth River. It should be caused by those 2, right? However, those 2 have always kept a low profile and never caused any trouble in the 3 continents. Unless something special happened, they wouldn't use their mystical arts. As for that person in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, I feel that she doesn't have such a high cultivation. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that she's arrogant and domineering, offending those 2. Anyway, they're all in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. We don't have to be too concerned. Right now, the most important thing for our Buddhism sect is to complete the sutra praying in extreme bliss. Amitabha. My Buddha is merciful. I hope that those 2 will always be merciful. The Dipankara archaic Buddha world lord's chanting spread far and wide within the spacious Thunder Sound Temple and didn't stop for a long time. If the Thunder Sound Temple's past Buddha Lord and present Buddha Lord could sense the movement of the stars in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm, how could the Immortal Palace's Immortal Emperor Gochin not know? Within the Immortal Palace's Cloud Ascension Hall, the Immortal Emperor's mountain-like figure remained tall and straight on the huge golden throne. Hundreds of dragon-shaped destinies carried thousands of inscriptions around the golden throne. Although they seemed to be moving freely, they were also circulating in a mysterious trajectory. In front of the Immortal Emperor's eyes, a huge starry sky had just been concealed. The clouds surrounding the starry sky still had dazzling starlight flickering. It seemed like the myriad of stars in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm had also covered the golden throne's radiance. Everyone. As the Immortal Emperor opened his mouth, the destinies around him immediately converged into his indomitable figure. However, his voice was still as deafening as thunder. It was obvious that the Immortal Emperor's current emotions were stirred up. You all have seen it. You all have also heard the clairaudience report. Do you all have anything to say? As he spoke, 2 faint golden lights flashed from the heaven and earth crown on the Immortal Emperor's head. It was obvious that the Immortal Emperor was looking around. Currently, within the Cloud Ascension Hall, other than Taibai Jinxing and the other civil officials, Heavenly King Qingyu, Heavenly King Fuyu, and the other generals, there was also the Nangong family's young master, Nangong Jingyin. Hearing the Immortal Emperor's words, the officials glanced at each other. Just as they were about to speak, Nangong Jingyin uncharacteristically took half a step forward and bowed. Your Majesty, this humble subject has something to say. The Immortal Emperor was clearly dazed. Taibai Jinxing and the others also frowned. After all, Nangong Jingyin wasn't considered an official of the Cloud Ascension Hall. Even if he wanted to speak, he had to wait for Tai Bai Jinxing and Heavenly King Qingyu to finish. Speak. The Immortal Emperor spoke. Your Majesty. Nangong Jingyin's square face revealed a trace of understanding. He said, this humble subject has read our Nangong family's books since young. Not only did I study the teachings of the human race, but I also dabbled in the inheritance of the beast race. Whether it was the 13 great saints of the beast race at their peak or the 2 great saints of the beast race at their weakest, this humble subject has some understanding of them. However, this humble subject has never heard of a 7-star great saint appearing in the beast race today. This humble subject remembers that the beast race once had a 2-star great saint who attracted the 7-kill star and knowledge star of the Southern Dipper into his body. This great saint of the beast race was called the heaven-flipping great saint and boasted that he could flip the heavens. That day, the beast race of the 1,000 Beasts Sacred Realm rebelled. Our immortal palace sent Fu Hai Heavenly King, Ping Yao Heavenly King, and Ji Ping Heavenly King to suppress them. Our immortal soldiers and generals were unstoppable and fought all the way to the great sage palace of the 1,000 Beasts Sacred Realm. The only 2 great sages of the great sage palace went to stop the 3 heavenly kings. The immortal palace lord Zi Wei Immortal Emperor and the Tai Ching palace lord appeared to face the enemy. The 4 supreme cultivators of our 3 continents fought for 3 days, and that heaven-flipping great saint's power actually surpassed Zi Wei Immortal Emperor. He used the power of 2 stars to injure Zi Wei Immortal Emperor and then joined forces with another great saint to destroy the Tai Ching Palace Lord's main body. Since that battle, our human race knew that the 2-star great saint of the beast race was more than a level stronger than normal great saints. Of course, this battle happened a long time ago, and this humble subject doesn't know if anyone still remembers it. Today, this new great saint of the beast race actually attracted the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. He's probably even stronger than heaven-flipping great saint. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.